Yeah. Late nights. Open mics. Truth only move when the room got order. Mr. Peppers and Prime on the control. Welcome to Charlie Chan TV. Yeah. Three beautiful women, whole panel in a vibe. Vibing with me, she set the tone when she look you in your eyes. Tam talk straight, no filter, no disguise. And a smooth with it, every word calm but precise. Chat going crazy, yeah, the numbers stay live. Everybody got opinions when the combo get tight. Different views, same table, respect, stay intact. Late night panels where the feelings meet facts. Late nights, don't sleep, don't sleep. True talk, no retreat, no retreat. Panels lit, crowd loud, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV.
Once again, man, Charlie Chan out there, man, with some of the most beautiful women, bitch-friendly women.
Yeah, sick of the lies. Same topics rotate every time they go live. Black man in Germany, Berlin, state of mind. Different culture, different land, still speaking this side. Black cleaner, keep it solid, street calm, no flex. Miguel, keep it gangster, let the truth handle the rest. Ain't nobody running when the questions get steep. Nothing moves unless Peppers nod, Prime say speak. Two moderators. One room, one mic at a time. Now let it cook. Charlie Chan, TV, Louisiana, where it starts. Southern roots, but the vision way bigger than charts. Panel talking night, hotel reviews by day. From lobby to rooftop, he telling no fake. Grinding every wildin' in the comments tonight. Typing fast, cracking jokes, adding fuel to the light. When against the moments, top supporter in the chat. But he said cam up, Charlie, yeah, pressure like that. Hey, the travel POV, nodded off mid-live. Guess these late nights build different, everybody can survive. Hey, late nights, don't sleep, don't sleep. Real talk, real raw speech, Peppers Prime, crowd loud, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV. Shout out to Live Chat. Shout out to Replay Gang. Shout out to supporters who keep the lights on. If you're here every night, we see you. Let's talk.
Charlie Chan TV.
Go ahead. Okay, what's good, y'all? It's your buddy DPRT. I'm not with my boy Charlie Chan TV. We out here at Ryan's party, man. This is number right now, man. My lit. You're what it do, man? What it do, man? We is in for a treat tonight, man. So y'all I've been behind the gun today. I've been behind the gun today, but we finna do our thing, man. Shout out to everybody that's pulling up tonight. Expect fireworks, man. I'm gonna introduce this good brother, and then I'm just gonna, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna step back, man. Salute to, let me finish getting my controls together. But yeah, salute to POV pulling up, man, showing love as always. Also, salute to Stay Hot. What's up, brother? Where you been, man? I know I seen you yesterday on the live, but today this live is finna go crazy, man. It's finna definitely go crazy. We got we got OTO tonight pulling up, dropping some gems, helping you change your mindset, looking at things from a different lens, man. So we're gonna go ham tonight, man. Y'all go ahead as you come in. Shout out to my good brother DCPRT pulling up. Go ahead as you come in. Go ahead, hit your boy the hit the subscribe button for your boy. Hit the like button for your homie. I definitely appreciate it, man. I would definitely appreciate it. Yeah, man. I'm finna just introduce bro, man, and just let him go, man. This is Charlie Chan TV, man, where we cover it all, man. We cover it all. So without further ado, man, I want to welcome to the stage my good brother OTO, man. Some respect him. I mean, some don't like him. Some really rock with him, but all respect him, man. Shout out to Two Tone pulling up, showing love as well. Y'all go ahead and buckle in, and I'm finna add OTO now.
What up?
What it do? What it do, good brother?
Paul Wall, the people's champ. What's going on?
What you know? Ain't you from New York? What you know about Paul Wall?
Hey, I know a little something. You
Crawling
swing,
low
you
to the earth
swing,
like
you
an ant.
swing. Yeah, I used to do a lot of swinging back in the day. Trey, you don't know nothing
Swing
about that when
trading?
you swerve. Nah, when you sway, man, when you be in the
Oh,
car tipping on the lane.
no,
going
I
back
can't.
and
I
forth.
can't see you tipping on fofos, brother. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Tipping
I ain't gonna lie
fofos,
to you.
repping fofos.
Yeah, I can't see it. But when you said trading, I'm like, okay, you do the swing trading. That's what's up.
Nah. That was good.
Man, chilling, man. Listen, I've been looking forward to this night ever since we talked about it, you and I, man. And I'm ready to rock, bro. How about yourself?
Hey, I'm ready to rock and roll when you are, man. Let's get it.
Okay. Well,
Right.
although I
Go
felt
ahead.
like, dude, last night, I mean, what he was saying was valid, but nobody like a lot. The way he was saying it, going about it was, I don't know, just hit different. But at the same time, I plan on just like stepping back, letting you do your thing. At the end, if you want, we could have a little Q&A or whatever. Have some brothers ask a couple questions or whatever. Or if you want, we can open the panel. But like you say, you finna duck off after this one. So man, for sure. Blessings to you and your endeavors. And yeah, let's get into it, brother.
Yes, sir. Let's get it. All right, shout outs to everybody on the Charlie Chain. So, hey, first of all, can you share my screen? I got a little something
Absolutely.
prepared. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
I can give you the summer jam joint too, so you could be the only one. This the
and if you got any questions, you can ask
OTO show.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so shout outs to everybody, man. I'm always trying to tell you guys what's the most important thing when I've been on the YouTube, at least my journey and how I got here. So actually, let me just start with that so people could just have that information just straight out the gate. Now, this whole thing, I'm going to be running through property, running through deals, simultaneously giving you guys an education. So here we go. Beyond the ticker, I kind of just have this, but it actually has a summary. So I'm Sean Bird, a retired United States combat veteran, but I'm full-time investing over here in Thailand and anywhere else where I want to be in the world. After my service, I stepped away from traditional employment to do something that most people considered reckless. I decided to study businesses the way that a Marine studies to attain and before in advance. I built Beyond Ticker as one of the applications that I have to actually see the company behind the stock. So we often hear people investing in the stock market, but we really just don't understand it. So we'll bridge the gap here on the stream today. So anyways, my time in the Marine Corps taught me how to operate in discipline and how to cut through the noise and how to hold conviction when the circumstances feel uncomfortable. A lot of times people just don't understand anything about investing. So we're going to clear up a lot of that today. I know you guys have heard many times, invest in the education, but I ask you this one question. How can you invest in the education if you know nothing about investing? You might invest in a terrible education. You might go to school to master in basket weaving or psychology or speech therapy. Economically speaking, that is terrible. Maybe that's what you like to do. That's a passion, but I'm going to show you what you need to do so you can do what you want to do eventually. And so when I transitioned out of the Marine Corps, I went full-time investing, and I didn't have a finance degree nor Wall Street background. But I came with the ability to work hard, sit through the 10Ks, and read everything and understand the business behind the ticker. And that's what got me to the actual performance of one of my portfolios. I ain't showing you all my information. So in the last decade, I've been able to maintain a 8x and a 48.5% annualized return. Of course, I hope that I retire as a champ with 30 years with the same score. Maybe it'll go down to a 40, who knows? But this is what happens when you have conviction. I'm only showing this to show that I've been there, done that, and I'm here to show you what you guys need to know and what you can learn. So, one of the biggest things is financial education. And I want to start off with just showing you guys something, right? Because I don't want to just be up here presenting and talking. So, as I talk to you, I want to show you something. Everybody knows Zillow, so you can go to Zillow and actually find a home. Because one of the most important things to building wealth is real estate. I do real estate and I also do stocks. But there's many other ways. Business acquisitions, real estate investments. There's massive amounts of things and opportunities out there. But here this is what we call, let me go ahead and get my price list right. It's looking for a house hack. One of the biggest expenses that you have is accommodation and taxation. So we're going to deal with those two. And we're going to look through here and sort and try to find a fourplex. You got duplexes, triplexes, and all that good stuff, but I like me a good old fourplex. That's 4 units inside of one structure or on a parcel of land. So it could be 4 homes, single-family homes, on 2 acres of land. That would be considered a multifamily unit. Right here, I believe this is a duplex. Got to wait for it to populate. This looks like a duplex. You see, 1 unit on the left, 1 unit on the right. You live in 1 unit, rent out the other. $220,000. We can do something more simple. So let's just run this case in this scenario right here. So this is why I love Zillow and many other applications. You got the rental calculator right here. How much the payments will be. Excuse me, your PITI, principal, interest, property tax, and homeowner insurance. Now, here they're going to show you what you need in order to do it. So we're going to go down here, and we're not looking to put down 20%. Let's say we're doing FHA finance, and we're going to do a 3.5. 3.5 requires a down payment of $7,700. Boom. That's step 1. All right. Then you got your mortgage insurance, property tax, homeowner insurance, and let's try to stay out of HOA. That's what I do. This ain't financial advice. This is how easy it is nowadays. You press this button right here to get pre-qualified. You click it, it will ask you follow-up questions, and then lenders will reach out to you, right? You want to check the flood zone to see where it's at. It has that information, so you can check that out. You can see the walk-in score. You can see the actual schools in that area and how good or bad they are. Where do they rank and rate? And then, where is it? Because it's supposed to be on here. It's supposed to be the down payment assistance program, because that's a big thing. They don't have it on this listing for some reason, but that's all right. I'll show you on another piece of property. So we got down payment assistance program. It's called, especially in Texas, everywhere got its own down payment assistance. So don't worry about it. Down payment assistance program. Boom. Let's say, where is it? TSHA. Texas. CHA something. Hold on. Let's just do Texas. It'll populate. Give me a second. There we go. So it's
real quick.
My bad. Go ahead.
I think your man showed up. Whenever you want just let me know.
Got you. I'll bring you up in a second, Digital Nomad. Let me just land this plane real quick on here. So right here is the down payment assistance program. Every single state, city, they got their own grants, loans. See, as you can see, the grants right here. And they're going to help give you that 5% or whatever type of percentage that you get after you end up applying for it. The only thing you got to do is take an online course. It probably costs you about $60. Take the online course, and then that $7,000 that you need for that home right here, let's say for this duplex, right? They're going to give you the financing for it. They're going to give you the financing for it. They're going to close the gap because you only required a 3.5%, and then they're going to give you the difference, which is 5% programs, and then also they got 3% programs. And then it's a grant. Watch out for the loans, because sometimes, you might have a loan there and you don't want that. And Digital Nomad, he actually utilized this program, not this specific program, but a program that was specific to where he did. You could be first-time home buyer or repeated home buyer, so it really doesn't matter, right? So you go there, they'll fill out the thing. And so as you see, you got $220,000 for the property. You can get all the information right here, and then you just go down this line item: mortgage insurance, property taxes, and then home insurance. Now, these are estimations, so you do have to call, follow up, and make sure that the numbers match up. But you're going to place all the information into here. Then also, this is how easy it is. You go here, highlight that, go to Rent-O-Meter. Boom, you go to Rent-O-Meter. This is one of the programs, many programs that you can use. put in the property, how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, check how much rents it is. You can pay for a program. So you're going to be receiving 1,000, let's say average, 1,100. 1,100, then let's say your mortgage is 1,500 and let's say 1,600. You're getting 1,100 from the rental meter, average, right? And so when you add that, you're going to have 500 on your mortgage that you have to pay. So for accommodation, you're going to pay 500 versus 1,500. $100,000 or $1,000 extra every month. What can you do with that, right? So that's how you stack it. Now, I would get a quadplex so I can have more units so I can make more money, right? But that's just a quick example. And then you underwrite the whole property, and it will show you how much. I underwrote maybe about 100 deals out the gate. That's a house hack. That's how you get that out the way, right? So the house hack is done. You got that out of the way. You got $1,000 available in your account that you didn't have before on a monthly basis because you was paying rent at $1,600 or you were paying a mortgage at $1,600. But when you do a house hack, this is the entry level position. You can do more house hacks after that, or you can decide to go get your single family home or something that you like and you love, whatever. But that's the first step. That's entry level. You understand? So when people are telling you, man, yo, bro, average medium home, if you haven't bought a home yet, this is your entry position. If you have bought a home and you want to do it more strategic, that makes sense. This is the way you get in. This is the way I got in. All right? And so let's bring up digital nomad because, yeah, let's bring up the guest real quick. And then I'll go into all this other stuff in the back end. Yo, what's up?
Yo, what up? What up? Thanks for having me.
No, of course. So
You
obviously
hear me good?
Yeah, I got you. Lima Charlie. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can definitely hear you guys. But I think somebody got a bad echo, and I think it's you OTO. You got different windows open.
Nope.
No. I think it might be you.
Well, I can mute up. You guys talking. We'll just see how it goes.
Oh, it's better now that you did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's perfect now.
Okay, cool. All right, and then I'll mute up too when I'm not talking too, just in case. So what's going on, man? Is it possible? Remember when we first met, right?
Yeah.
And this is all digital. So, but remember when we first met? What was one of the biggest things that I was telling you about house hacking back then, right?
Biggest thing you were telling me that you think most people should do it. It's feasible for everybody to do. It makes the most financial sense for all of us to do, right? We'll be able to use the rental income to pay our mortgage or make a profit. Either way, it's a benefit, however way you look at it. Whether you make a profit, cover your entire mortgage, or cover part of your mortgage, it's a win-win scenario either way you look at it. You don't need any money down. I got my house hack listening to OTO. I paid zero out of pocket, using down payment assistance programs like you showed earlier. And I was able to close on my house and actually get paid for it. I actually got a check in the mail. So I'm very proud of that, and that's something that moving forward in my investment journey, I'll keep that in mind that I can, creatively finance things. I don't have to take the typical route, the conventional route. A lot of people wanted me to pay out of pocket. A lot of people wanted me to, pay out of pocket my cash and everything. But I didn't do that. I took the, sorry. What number? Right. Put it for both written down. Okay, appreciate it. And anyway, like I was saying, listen to OTO, taking OTO's advice, I was able to close on my house for zero out of pocket. So thank you very much for that advice. And moving forward, I want to continue to do so. I'm not going to just do one. We can keep doing it.
Exactly.
Right.
And so I know you got to go because you're working, so I don't want to hold you up too long. But
I'm good for now.
You got some. All right, cool. So for the whole thing, now let's be honest. First, when you heard me, it sounded crazy, right? Like it was like, nah, it ain't possible. X, Y, and Z, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then afterwards, it was like, all right, cool. And then the road wasn't easy, right? As you said, you had realtors trying to tell you to, hey, do this, or you had lenders trying to tell you to do this, or the last minute before you close the deal, lender trying to switch up on you, like, yo, come with down payment. But you continue to persist with drive and determination, right? Mostly, I was just saying the whole time, like, yeah, that's cap. Keep pushing, right?
Right. And I
And
appreciate that because that was part of the journey in of itself. Um, hearing one thing from you and hearing another thing from, different lenders and things like that. If you got lenders telling you one thing, oh, you can't do. I had a couple of people tell me that's not possible. I can't do it. It's illegal. Whatever they were saying. Like, but I just kept my head on straight. I read the book that OCO recommended to me, Multifamily Millionaire. Bigger pockets. Shout out to Bigger Pockets. And
shout out to Bigger Pockets.
that gave me all the information and all the confidence I needed to move forward.
Now, did you have to be some rich software engineer or running a multi-million-dollar company in order to get your first property and change your life? When I'm talking financially, at least.
No, no, you don't. You don't need a lot of. You didn't. No, I didn't need any money. Again, I needed $0, average earner, like most of us, uh, and I was able to acquire my first property. Yeah, my first rental property. Got my first tenant and everything. That was
That was
very
something
humble.
right there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, and then let's make it human, right? It's not even only about the money. I remember you were telling me when you had the tenant move in, the renters were moving in, and you could hear their family and them being happy because I believe they had like a welcoming with their friends, like the people they knew, and they were enjoying the new property that you rented out to them.
Right, right. They were enjoying the property that I rented out to them. Um, just to see their family move in and everything like that. Nice family. Um, yeah, and that was a whole nother thing. Finding a tenant, trying to find the right person to come in. But I found a great tenant, a great family. They moved in. They're very proud of their home. I'm glad that they're there. They're glad that I'm. It's a symbiotic relationship. The right thing. Like we both appreciate each
Yeah.
other. We're both doing something for one another. So yeah,
So you're not a slumlord.
no,
Is
not not a slumlord.
that
No.
exactly. Now, again, like you said, if you decide to move on and when you decide to move on and you scale, that was something I had to realize when I had like units that were like 100 or I had 300 businesses in the units at the investment firm. Like it was a relationship between both of us. And so when I was doing it, not only was I making money, right? I was also providing a service for small businesses and medium-sized businesses that operated in our industrial properties or just residential families when I had multi-units, seeing the kids get good grades and them being like, oh man, I remember I actually gave like 30% discount to all my tenants during the COVID. I didn't need no politician or governor to do anything because I had control over assets, right? And had relationships with people where I could help them out in hard times if they were good to me.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I agree. And I'll say one of the biggest things I got from it, yeah, it's not the rent. I mean, of course, the house is great. Oh, yeah, not to mention, it's been appreciating in value. That's a whole nother thing since I've had it recently.
Facts.
Got a report from my lender recently. But anyway, aside from that, one of the biggest things I got from it that I appreciate is the mindset that I got from it. Now moving forward, I'm not as intimidated, or I'm not intimidated at all by the idea of completing a deal or a transaction with $0 out of pocket. Like right now, I'm considering a business acquisition.
Let's
It
go.
started from that, right? It started from
Yep.
once I accomplished that, now I feel confident moving forward, and I feel confident, and I'm moving forward with the process of acquiring a business with $0 out of pocket. Using money from an investor, the seller themselves to cover the down payment, and then getting money, working capital for the business through an equity role. So all that I learned from that, it 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 it's not just for real estate. It transcends real estate. It is helping with other business ventures and investment ideas I may have in the future. So I appreciate it.
Nah, for sure, for sure. I think that most people just don't see that once you accomplish that, then you can set out to do bigger things. And then, of course, you're going to have new obstacles that you need to overcome with the new asset class, trying to do it with acquisition of business. But hey, you remember what happened in the last story, right? You got that check in the mail and it said you made money. So when most people were telling you it wasn't affordable, all you had to do was learn the game and it became
Right.
profitable. You
That was
didn't
the
change your
mantra.
salary. You didn't have to change the senator. You didn't have to get no congressman to come through. You just changed
Yeah.
how you thought about it and how you basically built the terms, and it
Yeah.
became profitable.
That was the mantra. I remember that. I'm sure everybody else remembers recently or a couple years ago. Like, well, I guess they're still saying it now. Like, housing isn't affordable, this and that. Well, you're not paying out of pocket. Like, you're not paying 100% of the house out of pocket. You're putting a down payment on it, and there's down payment assistance programs out here that'll help you pay for it. You know what I'm saying? So
Everywhere, bro.
I don't get it. I mean, and and there are affordable houses. You don't got to get $1 million house. Get a starter house.
There you go. Get a starter house. Exactly. And I think that's one of the biggest things
That's what I
is
did.
getting a
I got a
starter.
humble home for my first one, but it was worth it. I'm glad I did it.
Now, so going into the future, let's say like what's your goals next? Because you did say a little bit about the trucking thing or a business. You didn't even actually specifically say. So what's the goal with that? What are you thinking about doing with that? Acquiring what? Just describe it a little bit. Why you would
Uh,
do that.
yeah. I think I'm motivated by. I follow someone named Cody Sanchez. Read her audiobook, Main Street Millionaire, and the idea or the concept is that there are a lot of small businesses out here that are for sale that older people don't want to run anymore because they're ready to retire. A lot of their children don't want the business; they want to live their own lives. It's a lot of small businesses in our local areas, whether they be laundromats, whatever, small stores, And so my idea now moving forward is two things. One, I want to get into the habit of doing business acquisition, um, acquiring businesses, putting a CEO in place, and then moving on to more businesses and just keep collecting them. And I also want to get into. I kind of want to graduate from buying um, homes that are already there, buying turnkey properties, 'cause that's what I did with my first house. I want to graduate to doing construction, new constructions of homes. That's a whole nother game.
Yeah.
Constructing a home in a good area, let's say for example, in a decent area where all the comps are really good. Let's say the homes in the area are valued at about, let's say, $400,000, right? You look on Zillow, the houses are worth about $400,000. But let's say you come in there and you buy a lot of land and you do the construction for about $300,000. Well, since you built the house for less than it'll appraise for, you'll just get all that equity day one, or you know what I mean, after you built the home. So that's my
Yeah.
idea now. I want to get into that. That's my next goal, and I know I'll accomplish it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And I know you will. Oh, what up, Charlie?
What's up? I was just seeing if I could ask a couple questions in between. Now, if I'm keeping it a buck, a lot of you questions that I was having, you guys have already asking. But just for the people that's getting started, um, I just say to Nomad, just a question for you. Like, say, how did your thinking change, and what was your thinking like before you did what you did?
I didn't think any of this stuff was possible. When I heard OTL's lifestyle, I was just like, he was talking about moving overseas and living overseas, and You can retire early, fire, financially independent, retire early. I'm like, is any of this stuff feasible? What are you talking about? Like, don't we all got to get a job and work? And
Mm.
my mentality was, I think like most people, is just getting the highest paying job we can. And it's funny because that's where my name came from, digital nomad. I'm not a digital nomad. That was just my goal at the time. My goal at the time was to change careers, get into the tech space, coding or cybersecurity or something like that, and then get some digital nomad visa, live overseas, work from my computer, work remotely. That was the pinnacle goal. A lot of people live like that. They live overseas and they work from their computer. I thought that was the best thing possible until I met him. And then I
Mm.
found out there's more to achieve. But I
Okay.
like the name and I keep the name because there's a story behind it. And I don't think I'll ever get rid of it.
That's what's up. So, just real quick, you don't, you like say, since you didn't make that mind switch, traveling is not like on your top of the list anymore.
It is, but I think it's important, and me and him were talking about this. It's important to establish myself first because there's a lot of guys that are traveling that are broke or haven't accomplished
Mm.
anything or are struggling overseas.
Right.
And they're overseas, but they're not living well, or whatever the case may be. So my goal is to be well off, or at least I don't even got to be rich. I just want to be financially free.
Mm.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
for sure. Real quick, guys, so let me clear something for the chat because I know it's right behind Misha, and I don't want it to look weird. I put love her after he was talking about Cody Sanchez. Cody Sanchez is a mastermind. I would recommend everybody go check her out. If I'm being honest, a lot, if you ever read the book Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun, a lot of what they talk about in that book is what Cody Sanchez actually talk about on YouTube. But I'll end there. I just wanted to clear that up because I got Love Hurt right after Misha, so I just wanted to clear that. I was talking about Cody
Right,
Sanchez.
right.
But
Hey, give me,
yeah, no man, appreciate you coming up, bro. So let me
yeah.
ask you this about the process. How long was that process, and how much, like, say, it changed your perspective when you did it?
So how was the process? The process. I'm not gonna lie. It tested my mental fortitude because there was a lot of times, being told by so many people, brokers and stuff like that I can't do it. And I'm thinking like, well, they're the professional. Who am I to tell them they're wrong? If
Mm.
I got a lender telling me I can't do something, then I probably can't do it. He's been in the industry for 10 to 20 years. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
That I think that'd be what's the word I'm looking for? Is arrogant the right word? I don't know. Of me to try and correct somebody, but you know it. But what gave me the confidence was, and that was something the OTO was telling me. Don't get information from individuals because somebody can just remix the whole story in their favor. And then that's something else I learned. Lenders have different lender specific rules. So what one lender says, the other one it might be different for another one. So I was doing a lot of lender shopping. I had a list. I was calling them one by one. Um, yeah, just and make sure that I had to make sure that I read like documentation. Like not taking somebody's word for it, but opening whatever rules or whatever the documentation was and making sure that I was able to comprehend it for myself, so that when somebody told me that I couldn't do something something was you know outside of the rules or whatever, I could correct them and say, no, I'm looking at it right here. It doesn't say that. It says this. It is possible.
Ooh, that's a gem for sure,
But
for sure.
even that got to a point where I would correct somebody and they still didn't want to hear it.
Mm.
So ultimately, what I learned was sometimes if you can't go through somebody, just go around them and find somebody
Yeah.
else that's like minded.
For sure, for sure. I heard a saying that I just want to interject. I'm gonna go back dark and let you guys keep cooking, man, because I love where this is going.
Right.
But it's a gentleman that said there's a difference between the contributing factor and the determining factor. You getting turned down by a lender is not a determining factor; it's just a contributing factor. So I think that means a lot. And then, as far as what you was just saying too, I found out from like wholesaling, a lot of bankers and stuff like that, they don't even know what they be talking about for real because they'll tell you, well, wholesaling is illegal, because you either have to be a home owner or a property owner. Or a broker or licensed real estate agent to sell the property. And that's also not true because, well, I guess you could sell the contract to the property, which is essentially the property. But I'm not trying to interject no knowledge there. That's just from what just going off what you said. Like a lot of people tell you you can't do something, and a lot of times they just don't know. But man, once again, man, I appreciate you pulling up. I'll go back dark, let you guys keep cooking. I love where it's going, man. Appreciate you, brothers, a lot. So continue to cook. My apologies, guys.
No, you good. I appreciate your input. Actually, I'm gonna come right back in. I gotta do something work related, if that's okay.
Okay. Oh,
All right,
absolutely.
I'll be back. Peace.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Loud
All right.
and clear.
So wait, hold on. Can you share my screen? I'm just gonna play some music, but share the screen for me, please.
Absolutely. No problem at all, sir.
And then you could put me on the summer jam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Put me on the summer jam. Put me up, coach. Beam me up.
Okay. If I was to put you on the summer jam, I'm having that echo again.
Wait, what?
We're having an echo again.
I don't know why.
Okay, it's gone. It's gone now. It's gone now. It's gone now. Well, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Is it me? I'm only me. I got my headset in. There should be no echo on my side.
It's when I'm talking. For some reason.
Yeah, all right. So when you mute yourself, we'd be good.
Okay. So I go ahead and just down, and you do summer jam.
And then leave up that because I want the background music playing. Yeah?
Okay.
All right, cool. Now we back. Technical difficulties are over. Let's get it. All right, so one of the things that I was trying to say to Digital Nomad and anybody else that's listening, yeah, there we go. I'm back. Here we go. All right. So one of the things I gave was a presentation about hourly wealth versus hourly wage. Let me switch this up so I can see it better. All right. So I spent years watching people trade their lives just for a paycheck. Good people, like Digital Nomad, people who worked 40 to 60 hours a week, climbing some ladder, and still ended up with a modest net worth by their 50s if they were lucky. Most of us know check to check. Then I realized something. They were playing the wrong game. So was I. I started dedicating just 1 hour per day to financial literacy. This is why it's so important. Not get rich quick schemes, not gambling on some crypto, shout outs to that, but not that. Just discipline, learning about my 401k, index funds, tax strategies, and real estate leverage like the house hack you just spoke about. Tools already available to working Americans. There's no entry. I don't have to be a millionaire in order to do it. Anybody can do it. The results were staggering. In a single year, I was able to generate more wealth than I earned in a decade of wages. And I wasn't alone. People I knew, like truckers, shout outs to Digital Nomad, nurses, electricians, started doing the same thing. They shifted from laborism to capitalism. That's what he was talking about, labor, right? Trade your time for dollars and hope your employer gives you a raise and retire at 65 if you're lucky. Rest of the world don't get to do that. So you're lucky to be able to do that alone. But capitalism, own assets and let them work for you 24/7. Building wealth while you sleep, while you go on vacation, while you're on PTO, while you might be injured and you can't do what you love and your passion, or you just can't go to work. This deck isn't theory. It's what actually works when you stop working for capitalism and start making capitalism work for you. See, that's not the problem. Capitalism ain't an issue. It's that you're working for it instead of it working for you. See, so I'm going to frame this up. It's called the wealth wage framework. It's pretty simple. Wealth wage, just like hourly wage. This is different, okay? Measure your financial moves not by the hours you worked, but by the wealth you created per hour invested. That number, your personal wealth wage, is the most important metric you'll ever track. And we're going to use an example from Digital Nomad. This is all built on his example, right? Because we did the calculations one-on-one, and I showed him this. One focus of 1 hour per day, because that's what he did, it makes all the difference from your financial trajectory forever. You have the hourly wage, and then you have hourly wealth. And now, how one focuses an hour a day on financial literacy can generate a wealth wage that can survive your career or climb in a career. Shoot, signing a deal, blowing up. Most artists don't know anything about this. That's why they lose their money. The core insight: your time is your highest leverage asset at all. I can have $1 billion, I can't buy time. Invest it in the right knowledge and it pays dividend for life. It don't, and you'll have consequences for the rest of your life. The big question is this: what if the hours you spend learning wealth strategy outperform the hours you spend earning a wage? Imagine that. The traditional wage, I wouldn't even call it trap. Let's call it ladder. It's the first step. It's not bad to have a job. You don't need to quit and go work for yourself in order to get wealthy or be financially free. Most Americans trade time for dollars in jobs with structural limited upside. The math is sobering and it's fixed. It's simpler than you think. Now, an example, shout outs to Digital Nomad, right? Truck driver, average is around $27 an hour. The top earners can get around 40 to 43. Top earners, after a decade of experience, he's getting 40 to 43 per hour. Now, real wage growth has lagged, but asset appreciation for decades has not. You get me? So once you get the capital, reallocate it to buying assets would appreciate. It's not wealth stagnation, or let's say, what does it call it? Income stagnation, right? It's asset stagnation. That's the problem. It's not your wealth. It's not your salary that's been stagnant. It's your allocation of assets. The hidden costs. Decades of 40 to 6 hours a week often yield modest net worth compared to a strategic investor who worked the same hours but allocated 1 extra hour towards financial literacy. And I had this whole chart up, right? But let's do a real world example. Shout outs to Digital Nomad, but I built it off of that since he came into the show today. Check me. 10 years of experience, $40 per hour, specialized, did a great job, great record, high demand, all that. In 2025 alone, he made 3 strategic moves that transformed his financial trajectory. He maxed out on his 401k. So he captured his full employment. They was paying, you got 4, 6, right? But if you max it out, that's 100% gain. Boom. He did that. He invested in stocks, right? So once he did that, his NVIDIA stock returned 40%. Boom. Concentrated investment on top of having a portfolio that's managed across the S&P, something like a mutual fund or ETF. Then he ran the house hack play that we talked about, right? And he got paid $1,000 to get his house. Paid. He got a check in the mail for buying a house. What? Come on, man. So we combine that number between all the money that he made in that year of 2025, right? The increase of his stock portfolio, the increase of his 401k, the appreciation from the house hack and rentals. And it totaled up to $60,000. I don't think y'all heard that. 60 grand. We got to talk in numbers so they get it. So he really only spent 100 hours out of the whole year figuring out what he needed to figure out related to his 401k, calling the employer, asking follow-up questions, doing the research. He spent another 150 hours checking out NVIDIA, what stocks did he want to own, opening up a brokerage account, calling up Charles Schwab or Fidelity, having the initial conversation, learning how to wire transfer money onto the brokerage account, boom. Another 115 hours for the house hack, calling up lenders. Like he said, dealing with the lenders, dealing with everybody else. So 401k, then we got the portfolio allocation plus the house hack. All that combined gave him the 60 grand. He earned the 60 grand. So let's run math on that. This is the wealth wage and the hourly wage. Let's match them up, right? Remember, $40 an hour after 10 years. But with his financial literacy, after 1 year, 1 hour a day, that's 365 hours, right? But he worked on the road only 40 hours. He did more than 40 hours, but let's just say he did 40 hours, right? A week. That's 2,080 hours. So 2,080 hours at $40 an hour, driving a truck on the road. But here, 365. Now divide 60 grand by 365. What do you get? $164. That's how much he got paid when he focused on financial literacy. Every hour, when he runs back the math, how much time did I spend calling realtors? How much time did I looking at the 401k? How much time did I spend looking at NVIDIA stocks and reading about the company? Okay, I spent 360 hours in this whole year, and I was able to generate 60 grand in this whole year with only 365 hours. Versus me being in that truck, away from my family and friends, working hard on the road. After 10 years, I get paid $40 an hour. That's a 4x return on the same time. We all got the same time. Some of us actually don't, depending on other things. So this is how financial literacy is important. Now, you could decide to go out on a campaign against the president, the senator, the Illuminati, a different group, a little group, a big group, rats, monkeys, whatever. I'm going to spend my time on financial literacy to change my life in a real way. The wealth wage concept doesn't just apply to working class earners. It applies to everybody. At scale, a strategic investor achieves wealth that dwarfs high six-figure earners. So when you're thinking like, I'm going to get that job, cybersecurity, I'm going to get that job and go do this, that makes $400,000, I can outperform somebody that earns $400,000 because my tax bracket is better. And then also my hours would be less. They're still going to have to work that 2,080 hours. I'm going to be working 300 hours in a whole year and making the same $400,000 plus my $400,000 long-term gains is only going to be taxed at 15%. His money is going to be taxed at 30 and maybe not even 15 if I have my real estate play set up, right? My cost segregation, my 1030. Like, these are the strategies that are available, not to the rich, but to the middle class and to the poor. Banks get bailed out and we get grants for homes. So we can get our first house hack. So we can get our first asset. The programs exist for everybody, bruv. Big corporations to small individuals. There's subsidies, grants, and loans everywhere. Right there. SBA, he's going to look to acquire a business, digital nomad, right? They're giving out $10 million. $10 million. All you have to do is find the 10%. 1 million. And you could use other investors, other people with money, because they want to make money and not have to do the work, whatever. Like, it's there. Unlimited upside. A business that already works for the last 10 years. These are the opportunities. So regardless of what somebody has told you or what you knew previously, This is how it all works. House hacking, 401ks, that is just the beginning. Real estate syndication, credit assets. There's so much more assets out there. I was just explaining the starter pack. Retirement, housing, stocks. That's it. I didn't even get into the whole other categories that exist. There's a lot more. So just know that out the gate, all right? Now, for a long time, I was stuck in a wage trap without actually knowing what it was. I wasn't tripping, me personally, right? I had a good job. It was comfortable. But I would go on vacation, and then I'd be like, dang, I got to come back off of vacation. What the heck? Because my money was depleted. I said, I need to figure out how to solve this. So I worked hard, stayed busy, told myself that was enough, but my income still depended on me showing up to work, trading hours, starting over every Monday, like the week just started again. It was a rerun. And the moment the game felt wrong was the moment I realized that the best hours were being spent earning money that disappeared as fast as it came in. Even though I saved really good, my money was saving. But the moment I stopped working, I needed to spend for life, and the money and the savings went down. So I made a small but serious commitment and focused a lot of time. Digital Nomad did one, and look what he accomplished. Imagine if he 2x'd his time, 3x'd his time, 4x'd his time. How much of a return on investment of time would he have then? Well, you could use the same $164 an hour, but let's be conservative and reduce it by 50% and say an additional $80 an hour would still do 100x of what he earned after a decade of being a trucker. When you shift from laborism to capitalism, you stop only earning a living and you start owning the future. The first step is starting your wealth, wage, clock, today, after the stream, during the stream. The choice is yours. I ain't got my disclaimer up, but this is not financial advice. This is just my prescription on how I got here and what I did to get here. The strategies that are out here. The rest of the work is up to you, whoever's listening on this stream today and afterwards. Yo, Charlie, come back. Bring the crew. Now, we're going to wait for a bit for him to transition and bring back up the crew. All right, so any questions, follow up? What's the chat saying? Where we at?
Anybody got any questions?
Let's see. Because I got so much stuff.
Adding digital back.
Okay, Dad. All right, got him.
Yo, hear my background noise, let me know.
A bit, so you can just mute up if you're not talking, just a little bit. All right, cool. So yeah, that's the whole wealth wage. It's just financial literacy. And I want to open up, we can continue to talk, Charlie, but can you share my screen? Because I also want to build in the background and be cooking up something so people can see it live and direct. No excuses. You didn't show us how to, nah. So let's cook. This is how easy it is. You could always be doing this stuff. I think it was $200,000. Charlie, you in? Or you got yourself muted? San Antonio. Let's use the San Antonio, bro. I can't hear you. You're muted. There we go. All right, so let's cook. Let's cook in the kitchen. Anybody got any questions? Bring them in. We can open up a panel a little bit later, but I'm gonna cook right now. Let me cook up this stew. So we got property tax coming in at $5,000 on an annual basis. And again, these are projections from the assessment. We got PI and TI, but that's gonna be calculated. What other rate? Let's say we can get a 6.5. We're gonna be bringing the rate to 6.5. We got a down payment of 3.5. 6.5, 30 years. Cost to close was $7,700. We're going to get a grant for that, but the calculator can't calculate grants. We're going to go down here and get insurance. Say $73 a month, which is $800. Let's do $900 for the insurance. We're going to put the insurance right here with the HOA. No, here we go. Got the insurance right here. I always do an HOA fee like of $1,000. That's just internal financing. So I usually do like maintenance, $1 a square foot, $1,300. So I usually put in the maintenance $1,300 $1 square foot. Other costs, let's go back. This is how easy it is. Ain't that hard. Property tax is already gonna be in there. I put that up. Insurance, PITI, boom. Go back here. Let's also put in another $1,000 for reserves just to be safe. We got rent. Let's push it. 1,100. Let's keep it respectful. All right, let's keep it average. Vacancy rate, you gotta go look up the certain vacancy rate. Let's do 11%. Property management, you could probably get 10%, but let's just do it. Be conservative, 3 years. Holding length, let's say 35. Cost to sell, 8%, 200,000. Loan, yes, boom. Run it, boom. So here we go. After all expenses, being very conservative, we got 1,200. So the mortgage is 1,600, right? 1,600 a month, and it's more than that because I believe that's with the 20% down. Let's see. Yup, see? So let's take it down to 3.5, and then that kicks up. So now it's 1,400 just alone in that. 1,400. So yeah, 1,700, 600. So 1,700, and then 1,200. So you save up an extra $500 just like that. And that's with me with property management. You could take the property management out, manage it yourself. So that would be $100 extra every month. And then I usually keep the HOA fees, maintenance costs, and then other costs, because what you're going to do is just shell that money away. That's over $3,000 basically, or excuse me. Yep, $3,300 sold away from just maintenance. So at that point, you're really putting money and investing back in your property. But you got $500 off because you're not paying in the mortgage. Somebody else is paying your debt. You get what I'm saying? This is very conservative. A lot of people don't do that, so I like to err on the side of caution and have that money on the side in case something goes out. You know, a water boiler, AC unit, these things should be prepared for, right? When you do the inspection, but still, you just want to actually make sure that it's not going to be an issue. And this is on a duplex, right? That's why we like to get a triplex. And then you just keep running this. You keep finding more property, look in different areas, try to find the fourplex or the threeplex, which is called tri and quad, and then you run the numbers. Just like we ran the numbers in that situation. Keep running it, keep underwriting it, and then that's how you work it. Yeah? Make sense? You're spending this. That's $400 to $500 extra a month. That's some people's car payment per month. You get me? So that's money that you can invest. Most people are not even investing $100 in their 401k or anything else, or their brokerage account. So if you got your 401k that you're still invested in at 2%, 3% of your salary, right? And that's 100% gain. Then you got an extra $500 now available when most people say, well, I don't got money. Well, first of all, you got a budget problem. Second, right? Now that we helped out by targeting one of the largest expenses, which is accommodation, now you also have taxation. You have tax strategies that you could do to reduce your obligation on your taxes because you have a rental property. Not just a home that you stay in, right? Because if you just stay in a home, you only get so much deductions. You can reduce the mortgage interest, right? You could do that. That's a deduction if you got a home that you live in. But once you have a rental property, then you have more deductibles. because it's a service, right? And then adding that service, you get that incentive. That's what the taxation there is for or out there for. Then like digital nomad said, he could buy the next place. He can do the next deal, move out this property, keep this property, refinance, and just keep building like that. Move to a different location and get a new crib. Keep this one, put it in rotation, still rent it out, building up equity, etc. You get my drift? That's how you do the house hack. The house hack is everywhere, bro. You just got to figure out, are you going to do it or not? That's it. This is one play. So you can spend y'all guys' time. You can put me, no, hold on, let me do this. Now, you ask, hey, O2O, I'm going to try to go over this real quick. I'm out here, look, Charlie, I'm out here creating joints. It's called the piece to profit ratio. That's just something I created. It doesn't exist in financial terms, right? But sitting back, I'm looking at all these investments, public equities, which is the stock market, right? Option trading, that's stuff that people do. Real estate, syndications of real estate, private businesses, running your own business and company, running a business that does business with the government contracts. And after running in that, I call a thing called life tax, right? How much time, energy, attention, and risk does it bring? Time, investing in stock is low. Energy is low. Intention is low. Liquidity is instant. I can sell it just by going on the app and clicking a button. So the outcome efficiency is high. But if I'm running a business, I'm getting 20 to 50% possibly on my ROI, return on investment. It costs a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of attention, and it's illiquid. The outcome of actually selling it is 10 to 30%. You got a chance of selling your business of 10 to 30%. So after you build it up and it makes money and you want to retire, maybe you got a 70% failure rate on being able to sell your business.
That's very fire.
What'd you say, did you?
I'm saying they have a low selling it.
Yeah.
Less competition.
Wait, I can't hear him. Makes you have a what?
I'm muted. So if it's a feedback.
No, I just couldn't hear him. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear him.
I was saying they have a small chance of selling their business. 10 to 30%, like you said.
Yep.
So that means we have a higher chance of there's less competition.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. You're looking at, so it's a buyer's market in that type of equation, right? Because the buyer of your business is like, bro, all right, if you don't want to do the deal, don't sell the property, close down the business, and get no money, you know? Like, it's a bad situation because you built up the business. It makes $1 million, let's say a year, after all expenses and everything, right? SDE, right? But if you don't sell it, and when you want to retire, it's done. Like, you got to fire everybody, sell everything. So shout out, all right, everybody's muted. So net, that's why it's very risky and very worried. But that doesn't mean that for buyers, that's good for you, okay? There's a reason why people are pretty stubborn when they sell businesses. So they it's a reason. It's not necessarily asset is bad. But what I'm saying is, the piece to profit ratio for me, I was like, bro, if I own stocks, I don't have to manage it. I don't have risk. It's liquid. I can sell it at any point in time, right? Emotional fatigue, lost time, middleman dilution. But this is higher in the stack, right? After you do the house hack, after you build up your portfolio, this is things to consider on your journey to financial freedom. And even when you're free, you still have to build on managing your wealth and maintaining your wealth. So it's a journey. It's not done, right? Once you get the M, it ain't over. But it's way less hours than going to work. I tell you, it's less than 2,080 hours a week, right? Or a year. It's way lower than that. So anyways, I created this whole formula where it runs the number, and I call it the holistic rate of return. See, up here, they giving you, check this out. They giving you ROIs, return on investment, right? So, oh, man, you only making 8 to 15% on your public equities. Yeah, but bro, I'm not trading time, energy, and attention like you are. It's different, bro. I'm in Thailand at the beach. You're at the company working every day. You know, you're the one who got the relationship with all your clients as an entrepreneur. You're the one at corporate America waiting for your PTO. I'm on permanent PTO. So yes, you might be getting more return on investment. But for me, I'm over here. I'm time free. I'm liquid. I can sell immediately. You want to sell your home, you're going to have to wait at least average, let's say 45 days on the market. Want to sell your business, 90 days. And again, 30% chance in the best case scenario. That's what you're going against. And then you got all these middlemen. The realtor want 2%. Then the buyer's realtor wants 2%. Then the title company want 1%. Then the government want their everybody want to eat. So you like, yeah, man, in real estate, I'm going to get me my, well, let's go back, 12%, what, let's say. I'm going to get my 12 to 20%. Well, again, remember I used that calculator? 8% is gone because the middleman. The realtor, they got a whole job. They got an Instagram. They like sold somebody's crib, made $1 million. That's $1 million from the property owner that he don't get. He made all the payments. No disrespect to the realtor, but come on, man. Really, bruv? Then the other realtor took some money. Then the broker split that money with the real. What I'm saying is, with the stocks, I sell it, nobody's there. Charles Schwab ain't like, well, I want 8% of your million. They don't do that. So that's why I said you don't got middleman drag and all that. So this is what I calculated in a long time of being in the game. And I'll end here. The largest market in the earth is the public equities. Trillions of dollars come from the global stock market. 3x of what real estate does. And it's just getting started. I asked this question mostly, and I want you guys to hear this. If you have a home, right? Let's say you did real estate and you had a bunch of homes or one home, right? And you lived in it. What happens when Apple says that they open up a headquarters around your house? Property values shoot up, right?
Right.
You'd be like, my house worth $1 million now. Apple around the corner. That's how powerful. I'd rather buy Apple than to buy a parcel hoping that Apple opens up a headquarters around the corner. I'll buy Apple itself. It's available. Now you might be thinking, oh, well, Bird, you don't own a lot of Apple. So what? It's enough to allow me to sit on the beach and retire at 32. I don't need to own the whole dang Apple. I just need a piece, right? I need a piece, a fraction of a fraction will get me what I need. And that's what gets what everybody what's his need. So the big thing that I was trying to say is real estate, it's not about location either. Detroit, what happened to Detroit? Why isn't it valuable? Because they don't have industries. Imagine if Apple, Meta, NVIDIA open up headquarters in Detroit. I bet you that Detroit real estate will be valuable then. But since the auto industry left, right? Steel towns, coal towns, big companies left, and real estate was not as valuable as what everybody said it was. It's intrinsically valuable. It depends on the big dog. Economics, bro. Where are the jobs? People want to go where the jobs are because they need to eat, right? So if you go to rural America, you could find houses $10,000, but not in New York. But you're not going to find jobs in rural America that pay $500,000, like in New York, right? So once you understand that, you can also understand equities play a big role. You need to understand, guys, that BlackRock, Blackstone, companies like this, they have your retirement funds. They make sure you have something when you turn 65. Everybody plays a role. Just like the small landlord, like Digital Nomad is currently, he'll be a big, large conglomerate in the future. If he decides to, nothing else will stop him from doing it. He wants to own that business and buy it, he can do it. Charlie wants to do it, he can do it. Now put me on the jumbo screen and I'll end here and then we'll bring y'all back in. Jumbo time. Jumbo time. Life is going to be what you decide to make it. This is the last stream that I have, but I'll tell you this. Everybody told me what I could not do because I was black, because I was this or that. I didn't listen. I had to rewrite the deck. And a lot of it was me. I was sitting around in a circle complaining with people one day about, I don't know, it was about racism or something. And I asked the group and I said, what are we going to do ourselves right here, right now? They looked at me like I was an alien. And a week later, they were right back sitting around chatting about the same thing. But there was one thing that was different. I wasn't there. I remember sitting at the table talking to my highly educated with degrees, MBAs, first one to graduate college type stuff. And I asked, where's the deed to our great-granddaddy's house? My grandma didn't know. My mom didn't know. I pulled it out. I found it. And nobody could read the deed. The only one asset that we had in the family, these college graduates, couldn't read a deed, including myself. I couldn't read it. That day, I decided to learn what I needed to learn. And shout outs to the family property. It's not in my name. I gave it away to them for free. They got it. I don't care because I built my own wealth. But the lesson was that unless you do something, there will be nothing that be done. And nobody was in my way but myself. 60 lenders, all that other stuff. And I got there. And then I didn't stop. I learned real estate. Then I learned the stock market. Then I was doing the stock market. Then I kept investing. Everybody said I'm crazy investing in Tesla. Everybody said I was crazy to invest in Meta because they're evil. Everybody said I was crazy. Now they say, hey, have you heard about NVIDIA? Have you heard about this stock? Have you heard about that? I had to make the conviction, make the play. Anybody can do it. I'm not special. Other people are going to get up here, or when I'm gone, they're going to tell you, oh, well, that's an exception to the rule. I'm not special, bro. I could barely spell like that. I keep it trill with you. I could barely spell. I don't have a college degree. I'm not all that in a bag of chips. But my drive, after my years of teaching people on YouTube, that's what determines whether you guys are going to win or not. Nothing else. Obstacles are a thing that everybody has to deal with, white, black, whoever. And it's not President Trump, but nobody's out here giving you guys optimism. Everybody's giving you some pessimism because that's easy to sell. Doom and gloom, content, everything's damaged. I built my Garden of Eden here on earth, and nobody can tell me nothing different. And I've been through the worst just like everybody else. I'm nobody special, brother. Oh, I didn't have my father, so was somebody else. Somebody didn't have their mother. Everybody's got a story. Boo-hoo. Pull yourself up, buy your bootstraps. Make boots, make straps, whatever you got to do. But the world is not going to come to save you. Only you can do that. And when you do that, it's going to change your life. Most of my financial literacy, I wish I could just talk about stocks all day. But half of you guys are in your own head destroying yourselves. Talking about rats and monkeys and going back and forth about debates on what you need to do as a community where you can't even buy real estate. You don't even know what a stock is, bro. You can't read a deed. What are you going to lead? I don't need to be your friend. I'm rich. I don't need to sell you a story so you can stay subscribed or any of that mess. I'm going to tell you what you often don't hear, and it's tough love. You are the problem. That's it. Fix that. The upside is exponential. Trust me. Everybody has it. I'm not from Krypton. I'm just Sean. Nothing special about me but my determination and drive. And everybody can have it if they decide to. Bring back in the chat. Bring back in the crew. I'm off my pulpit. You could take down also the shared screen. Oh, I can do that too. My
It's a
bad.
great, it's great.
That wasn't no speech. That was real life. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, Charlie, is you talking? Go ahead.
Yeah, you killed it with that, bro. Like, listen, I'm over here, goddamn it, pumping my fist, bro. Cause I don't know if you worked on that in the mirror, but that hit home, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. And
Hey,
shout
Charlie.
out, yes, sir.
Sorry, go ahead. Listen to you.
No, I was just gonna say, shout out to everybody that's pulling up and standing for this game, bro. Because I really felt like when it comes to conversations about bettering ourselves, it wasn't gonna be a good turnout, man. Like, say, only reason why I didn't, I seen you guys just come in and stuff, and what's name, I didn't like why OTO was cooking. I didn't want to bring up any comments because I didn't want to distract or cover up what he had on the screen. But this is amazing, guys. I was thinking like, damn, maybe all these guys want to talk about is light skinned, big booty broads. You know what I mean? But the fact that y'all showed up and kicking in like you guys are, man, is super motivating, and it's just letting me know that we are more than just box chasers. You know what I mean? We are more than just men that want to lay around and fornicate all day. You know what I mean? So shout out to y'all. What is Nomad? The floor is yours. I heard that. It sounded like you had a question or you wanted to
Yeah,
reply. I'm gonna repeat this.
I was gonna say like, okay, so you see what OTO doing. You heard my goals, right? How I'm getting into investing. I want to get into business acquisitions and developing real estate. What are your goals? What are you doing? What are you aspiring to?
Well, my thing was always financial freedom. Always being able to do what I want when I want. You know what I mean? I always wanted to build something. That's why me personally, I had to separate. That's why I'm a loner because majority of people they just want to sit around and talk about the problems, opposed to sitting around and coming up with answers and executing and things of that nature. But like I say, I was into like say wholesaling for a while and stuff like that. This conversation right here making me look at it again from a different perspective. But I would love to be. I'm already a business owner, but I would love to be not just a real estate owner, but an international real estate owner. You know what I mean? Those are things that I aspire to be in. The fact of the matter is,
Yeah.
go ahead. My apologies.
No, you gotta keep going.
No, I was just saying the fact of the matter is, we like saying with the community that we're cultivating over here, man. With each one teach one, steel sharpen steel, man. I feel like it's closer than ever. And I land there.
I was gonna say, I'll too up to tell you about owning international property. That does sound fun to me though. I've heard a horror story, but it does sound interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah,
To
absolutely.
own real estate or a business overseas. But I think Oso was talking about it. He was just saying how like it's not financially the best decision. You'll probably make more money in the United States. But I think it's just it'd be a fun. I don't know. It'd be a passion project. It'd definitely be
In
interesting.
your in your head, it sounds fun. I just sold my property internationally, but not. I mean, I just say I'm just saying that if somebody still want to do it, I think it'll build character. You'll learn.
Yeah.
So whether it's a win or a loss, it is a lesson at all times, and so that's the value that it does bring. And so, yeah, that's the potential upside. Yo, I didn't know, Charlie, that you did the wholesaler, man. You need to look into industrial, commercial wholesaling. That's what you need to do. Those deals, that's what I used to do. But when I was doing it, like, let's say, what was the most expensive property that you did a wholesale deal on?
Like saying, and I didn't do many. I did like two, and it was
Just
just so.
one.
Yeah, like say, well, I think it was like 175. And it was a
Exactly.
lady. It was a lady to where she was behind on her. It was just some pressure points. She was
Yeah.
behind on her mortgage,
Yeah,
and she just wanted to
default.
get out of it. So
Yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah, I was really, if I'm being honest,
Yeah,
I really was bird dog, and I'm sure you know what that means. I was just really bird
yeah, yeah.
dog.
Yeah.
So
But the thing with commercial is the property's worth 10 million.
Mm.
Same principle, different asset, yes, but nobody's doing that. Most realtors are probably residential realtors, and then they probably get parceled out or they get, assigned to commercial, which they really don't prefer, right?
Right.
But when you're doing warehouse and industrial, man, I did a deal for 65 million. Imagine a commission on that.
Jeez.
Even just 1%.
Yeah.
1%. And guess what? It didn't matter if I was a realtor or not. It was called an assignment fee. If I found a buyer and then I find the seller and I match them, that's it. You get commission. End of story. So I didn't have to imagine that. In a real, even, and then also back to the wholesaling or residential, you're getting people and they got a property that's worth 100, 200, and you're making a little plus on top of that. But that's small fries. And nobody's doing it on commercial grade. So it was basically zero competition. There was nobody on YouTube teaching that because it was just realtors. And then that's it. I even had a guy on the phone. He was in the military. I met him through somebody else out here in Thailand. And he was doing wholesaling. And he did his first deal. He was a wholesaler of residential. And then he ended up linking up with a guy and doing a deal for office space. But it was on an office park. He didn't even know the difference, Charlie. All he did was meet that buyer up with that seller. And he made $1.35 million on his first deal.
Ooh, life
He was like, bro, that was more than what I did for the last 10 years in wholesaling.
That's crazy.
And then guess what the guy told him? Don't worry about the contract. I have my guy sign it up. All you got to do is sign it. We'll get you your $1.35 million. And then on top of that, he said, if you have any other properties, give me a call. Boom.
Yeah. Good deals beget more good deals, right?
Yeah. But he didn't even still know. Even after he landed the deal, he was like, bro, what do I do with the money? Man, what did I really get into? So he didn't even know that. He kind of just by accident, but I got into it with my partners from Israel. So that's how I learned more about industrial real estate. So I just say, like, man, it's always opportunities out there. And that guy went from so now he's in the military. He was still in the military at that point, and he just made $1.35 million just being on the phone and making deals when he was available.
Mm. Yeah.
That changed his life. He was like, bro, I don't do no house no more. I want to figure out how I do this. Because he was like, I'm done with the houses. So that's why I say it's the same principle, same energy and intention, but a higher upside because the property is just valued way more.
Yeah, for sure. How would a
You got
person
back
look
into
into
something,
that?
man. Bro, I hit you on the back one because there's
Hey,
companies, the real estate syndication companies are the companies that buy it. So you reach out to them. They give you a criteria list. They say, hey, Charlie, this is what we're looking for. 100,000 square feet, Class B, Class C, and close to these metropolitans and multi single tenant. Once you find that, give us a call. You go find it. Find the seller like you used to do in wholesaling. How did you find properties, right? But now it's just the asset is industrial, right? You find it. You work out a deal with that person. They say, okay, I'll sell it for, whatever the price is, right? Then you go back to that buyer and say, hey, I found it. Here's what the guy wants. Here's all the information. They review it, go through their board. They say, okay, we want to acquire that. That's within our criteria. That's how you made the money.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I know
And
a lot of guys.
it get a little bit more crazy than that because let me just say this. I told the guy, hey, look, they're about to pay you 1.35, yeah? He was like, yeah. I was like, what you about to do with the money? He was like, I don't know. I was like, think about rolling it. So he roll in $1 million with him, right? So he'll say, hey, look, don't pay me out $350,000. He avoids tax too. So he pays taxes on the $350,000, right? Then he says, hey, keep the $1 million. Why? Because they kept the $1 million, put it into the deal, and over the next 5 years, they gave him a 2.5 multiple on that money. So 5 years down the road, they were paying him 10% in dividends on a quarterly basis. So that's, let's say, $1,010,000 almost. So let's say 800. $8,000 a month he was getting paid passively, right? And then at the end of the deal, they gave him $1.5 million on top of the million he gave. So he ended up walking away with about $3.5 million total.
No,
And he just rolled it in. And they give him extra bonuses on the return because other investors were getting like 8 to 10, but he got 13 because he was stacked in the deck a certain way. So it gets complex, but it's not really that deep. If I understand it, anybody can understand it. Plus, you got LLMs. So what I'm just saying is, once you get creative, once you keep building, you can build out any type of deals.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Let me ask you, you gentlemen, a question. Like, say, so when you guys do like the house hack, so you guys do house hacking as in renting, like, say, the other units on the property, right?
Yep.
Say it again.
Okay.
Sorry.
I say you guys do, like, say, in the threeplex, your house hacking is you staying in one and renting out the other two.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So what is that process like of getting a good tenant in there? Not somebody that you feel bad for, a single mom with 5 kids, and it's just like hard. Like, what is the process of like getting you a good quality tenant in
Well, first, you post the property for rent, and then they come out, and then that's when you size them up, and you look them up and down and see if they look crazy or not.
there?
And then if they like it, you show the property, and then they fill out an application, and it'll give it should have their credit history, it should have uh, their employment verification, where they work, the paycheck, you see how much money they're making, if they can afford the rent on a regular basis, how long they've been employed, that kind of stuff. And then from there, you just make a decision on whether or not you want to rent out to them or not. It's pretty straightforward. I use Zillow. Zillow has a platform, like a rental platform. It's real streamlined. It makes everything really easy. They draft the lease and everything for you. They have the whole application, and everything for the tenant. It was really straightforward and easy. I wanted to ask you a question too, bro. How was wholesaling? Because I tried the wholesale and I failed at, like, I tried it and I was calling people and I had this like this sheet, right? And I had to it was like a sheet, it was like a document. I had to read it all, and it kind of sounded really pitchy, like I was trying to sell something. You know what I'm saying? I remember
Yeah.
one person I was reading it off to, like, "Hi, my name is so and so, and I'm interested in. Are you interested in selling your property?" Like, I kind of sounded like a robot. And I remember one person was just like, "Look, bro, you like the fifth person that called me. Just tell me what you know what I'm saying. Just tell me what you're trying to do, because this whole sales pitch is taking too long.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? You just talk about that.
did he go out? Can you hear
Yeah,
me,
he went
RTR?
out. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Did you hear me?
okay.
Yeah.
You had went out for a minute. You probably just in a bad spot, but continue.
Oh, my bad. Can you
No,
hear
we can
me?
hear you now. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I was just saying, like, you talk about that because I don't know when I went out, but I was saying I tried wholesaling before and I didn't do well at it. And when I did it, I remember the person I was trying to wholesale with, or two, wholesale their house. They cut me off mid speech, and they was like, "Look, you like the fifth person that called me. Can you just get to it? Can you just tell me what you willing to purchase the property for?" Like, I
Mm.
remember being frustrated about that, like calling people, and I wasn't the only wholesaler that had called them. Like, everybody had got to them before I did.
Well, yeah. Well, my experience was a little bit different because I went sign heavy. I just peppered the city with signs, like in all type of opportunity areas and stuff like that. So in that case, I had people that was calling me that was looking to sell that property. You see what I'm saying? So that was different. Like, say, those signs really work. Believe it or not, even that from learning that, I applied it to, like, say, my YouTube videos because like, and then Minnesota of Midwest has one of the largest RIAs in the country. like say we have like over I think like 280 members. So you get to pick up a lot of game from there. If people don't know what a real is, every state more than likely have one. It's like the real is min real here, Minnesota investing. I mean real estate investing, something like that. So every state have it. So I was going to those, and I was just hearing people what they was going through, what was working and what wasn't working. For me, it's a cutthroat game. It's definitely a cutthroat game, and I'm okay with that. It's just when you when you green, you more than likely you might end up pregnant because somebody gonna end up fucking you for sure, for sure. You know what I mean? So there was that, but at the same time, it was super tedious. Like, and then another thing that I did, like I said, I had it was a super. I forgot the app, but this was years ago. This is over 6 7 years ago. But it was a super dope app, man, to where it tells you, like, say, how many, like, say, the owner of the property, how long he owned it, like, say, is there any like either back payments or any notices or
Was it prop
violations on
stream?
the property. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Or was it prop stream? Or was it something different?
No, it wasn't prop stream. I heard about prop stream a lot, but it wasn't prop stream. This was like some type of I forgot the name because it was crazy. Like this, I don't have I used that? Have I ever used prop stream? I don't even think I used prop stream. It was like when I got a hold of this app, I felt like it was everything that I needed. So this was that. But it was just tedious, you know what I mean? And I think at work you just gotta really know what you're doing. And like say the deal that I bird dog was it was like say they just give you something for you're not getting a piece of the deal or nothing like that. You just getting money for finding that property. You know what I mean? And that's just that, which is I guess fair. Another deal was to where it was another he was a guy in the neighborhood to where he just wanted to lowball me and he just threw me something and went behind my back, honestly. So and that was my fault because I didn't ink the deal. If I would have inked the deal, he couldn't have backdoored me like that. Shout out to KB Pause. But yeah, I didn't ink the deal, so it was a pain point. So yeah.
Okay. So you saying okay, so you successfully did it though.
Yeah.
And so you saying is that why you stopped? Because that bad experience you had?
Yep. The second time, yep, I just felt like I need to for one educate myself more on it and other things just fell on my plate. So there was that. You know what I mean? They say ignorance is bliss, but ignorance could also put you in the poorhouse as well. So, like in all of that work, like that's just like my first traveling outside of the country, not trying to move the goalposts. I tell people if I would have had a bad experience doing that, I probably wouldn't have did it again. So there's that. But my second deal was like say I really just got dick down to be honest. Pause. Real quick
Oh my
guys.
God.
Porn stars say, what was your very first investment into your plan? Okay. Yep. Oh, and then I gotta put up this. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got
Are
you.
you asking me?
Yes, yes, sir. Both of you guys. That's just a question from the chat. If you guys want, I can also open the panel if people could, and then just to
Yeah, you can do
respect
that.
everybody.
Yeah,
Uh,
let everybody.
we'll have people come on one at a time, ask their question, just so it won't get so bogged down with so many people, and respect you guys' time. You know what I mean? Real quick, I also see the comment that I wanted to point out. Shout out to Dorothy for the cash app. I gotta pay you your respect because I definitely want to appreciate anybody that support the grind. Um, one second. She said change it to your CA. Yeah. We'll charge you to. Shout out to Sick of the Lines. He said OTO out here providing life changing germs. Protect that man at all costs because he don't doesn't have to do this. So and shout out to Sick of the Lies. That's what a lot of you guys know it as. And he don't get up here and pop his shit as much, but he's a multi property owner as well. So for him to say that I think that's dope. I think Black Cleaner's also a property owner. So him pulling up, showing love and stuff like that is also dope. He said, check to see if you. Okay, he's talking about the
To
YouTube
answer your
video or
question,
whatever.
I think the one of the best first investments I made was into the S&P 500. Just understanding what that is, the S&P 500 index, investing in the top 500 companies in the world collective, or not in the world, in the country collectively. Uh, it's a
Mm.
good foundational thing. I think that everybody should educate themselves on. It's done nothing but historically go up over the course of our nation. Yeah, it goes up and down at times. Some years it's up, some years it's down, but it it's done nothing but historically go up. So I think at 8 to 10%, somewhere between there. So it's a slow grind, but it's a tried and true one that uh, everybody pretty much trusts and believe in. So that was one of my first investments that I'm really, and then investing in that's what led me down, further into the rabbit hole of well, which individual stocks can I invest in instead of investing in S&P 500, instead of investing in 500 companies, which companies are moving the needle in the S&P 500 the most, and then that gets you into the conversation about the Mag 7 or the Magnificent Seven, the top performing companies in the S&P 500 that are moving the S&P 500 the most, because that's something else I didn't understand. Those top performing companies, I guess they're weighted more, or however they fluctuate, moves the S&P 500 more than the other 493 companies put together.
Mm.
So yeah, that's it.
Okay,
That's what
for
I
sure,
think.
for sure. We got a question from Black Cleaner here. He says, "Sharing advice for the 40 dollars an hour professional. What advice do you have for the $10 an hour clerk?" Shout out to Dorothy. She comes right behind that and say, "Get you a side job for $30 an hour." But either way, you guys want to chime in on that?
I would say for the person that makes $10 an hour, I would say get a skill, go to trade school. That's what I did to get my CDL. It only took like a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. I would say get a skill. I wouldn't even tell you to go to college and get a bachelor's degree. I'd just say get a skill and a trade that pays relatively well, um, and then go from there. Again, you don't need a lot of money to get started investing. I started house hacking. I was making average money, or I'm making average money. It doesn't. You don't have to be rich to invest in to invest in the stock market. Whether you make a lot of money now or not, we can all invest in our 401ks. We can all open a brokerage account. You know,
Mm.
we can all house hack. We all can buy a quadruplex. Imagine buying a 4 unit property, right? And then you live in one of them, and then your tenant's paying all your mortgage for you and some. And that's something else I think. I don't know if we mentioned that or not. You may be saying, well, I don't make enough money to pay the mortgage for this house. I can't afford that mortgage on $10 or whatever it may be. Well, when you house hack, the lender looks at your projected income from those other units. So your lender will say, okay, you're going to live in one of the units, and we're going to say, based off the area, the average rent for the area, you're going to make, I don't know, let's just say uh, $1,000 per unit. They'll use that projected income to help you qualify for getting the house. So you don't even have to be making that money right then at that moment. You understand what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Right. And that's a gem, guys. Let's kind of polish it off a little bit. So you saying, like, say, when you buy a
Hey,
like,
hey,
say,
y'all can keep it running, Charlie. I gotta go do something. I might have to. I don't know. I'll be back. All right. If not, then keep running, digital nomad. Yeah.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right. If not,
I
then I'll have to recess. But I just gotta go check out something. All right.
absolutely you appreciate it, even if you like say you get too busy, bro. I definitely appreciate you. Um, I, I, um, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. What was I saying, guys? I understand how ownership.
You was talking about house hacking and
Oh yeah, yeah,
qualifying
yeah, yeah,
for
yeah.
it,
The
and
jewel
I
that you
was
had
talking about.
dropped on that. So you don't have to qualify to pay the whole mortgage because they're gonna bring in. They're gonna assess the other properties and count that towards the payment. Is that what was that what you was just saying?
Yeah, the rent from the other units. Yeah, the projected rent from the other units. Yes, your lender will take that into account. They'll say, okay, this and not and that's important. That's an important distinguishment to make. Hold on, sorry, I know it's loud. That's an important distinguishment to make. Um, Somebody might be saying, "Oh, well, the unit's vacant right now. It's a house that has 4 units, but um, nobody's in them right now, right? So how could a lender's not going to take any of that into consideration? So whether somebody's renting it already or not, if somebody's already living in the other 3 units and one of them is available and you buy the house and you live into the one, that's easier for a lender to go off of. They could just look at the lease agreements with those other 3 tenants that are already there. They can look at how much they're paying for rent, right? They could do that, or they could just take into account the projected rental income based off the average rent in the area.
Okay.
They
So let me.
won't. So you
Go
can't
ahead.
make up a number. You can't be like, yeah, I'm about to make $10,000 per unit though. You can't just pull something out your bum. You know what I mean? It has to
Right,
be.
right. They're going on
They
the
gonna look
average
at
rent.
right. Yeah, you can't just remix it like whatever you want the number to
Yeah.
be.
And I myself has used Rent a Meter. That's a great tool. But so let me ask you, hypothetically speaking, if those 2 units, like say, let's just say you get let's just say a fourplex, because which one is it? Like I said, it's been a while. It's up to a fourplex that you could get still up under the FHA loan. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. It's a 1 to 4 unit property, and that's why we encourage people. Well, I encourage everybody to get as many units as you can. Why get
Right.
1 or 2 units if you can get 4? You know what I'm saying? Why
That's a
get
fact.
one duplex if you get 4 apartments? You know what I'm saying? Look at it like that.
Right.
Because you're
So,
paying
but
the same
okay,
down
so
payment. You're paying 3.5 either way.
okay. We got one, two, three. One, two, three. I'm not sure if you've been here before. Can you come up for me? Bear with me. We have somebody in the waiting room. Just trying to get them to cam up. Right fast.
But yeah, it's like you're paying 3.5% down
Oh,
with the
okay,
FHA
okay.
loan,
That makes sense.
regardless
Okay,
whether it's a 1 unit or a 4 unit. So you might as
okay.
well pay 3.5% down for a 4 unit.
For
Right?
sure, for sure. Real quick, let me welcome these two brothers to the panel. We got a Black Cleaner, which is a fixture over here, man. He one of the brothers that get to come over and kick his feet up because this house is his house as well. We got a new brother to the panel. He got his 1, 2, 3 up. So how you brothers doing? I see Black Cleaner still muted, but then we'll go to 1, 2, 3. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay, okay.
I'm usually just listening in the background, but tonight I like this conversation, so I wanted to come in and chip in a little bit if that's okay as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Please do.
Thanks for coming.
All right.
Is there anything you had to
Salute
add,
to the
bro?
panel. What's going on? Charlie Chan. Salute to who's this? Digital Nomad.
Yes, salute, bro. What's up?
How you doing? Yeah, I wanted to give you some a little bit of pushback on that triplex house hacking situation. Yeah, all of that sounds good because what you're really trying to do is get your foot in the door. But what happens when you do that? Because I real world scenario, when those units stay empty, if you don't have the income to be able to pay that mortgage at the end of the month, that's when you start to run into problems because now it's going to affect your credit. And if you don't have the money to be able to, because you're getting 30-day late, 60-day late, so it's going to start to affect your credit in a negative way. I will say this though, okay, because my brother, he actually did this. Um, and he's actually doing it right now as we speak. He's done it a couple of times where he buys a large single family house, okay, which is pretty much would be the size of a duplex or a triplex. And then what he does is he'll do what they call an ADU, which is becoming now popular up in these metropolitan areas like New York and Boston, where they're actually taking the single families and turning them into two families, or yeah, as we was just talking about. That way, the mortgage that you have, okay, you can afford the mortgage on your own, and then over time you add the two family and the three family into the same single family, and now you're making money. And it doesn't matter if your apartment is vacant, or I mean those other apartments is vacant or not, because you can afford the mortgage on your own, versus if you're trying to, as they say, go hard or go home, where you'll be able to qualify with the FHA loan and the different loan programs to be able to get in the door. But then once you try to go out and rent it, life happens, life be lifing. So it's not all the time that you're going to be able to have a good steady tenant. Or there's, like in Boston, it takes 6 months and $3,000 to be able to evict a tenant from your house. So you could get a tenant up in there, and she becomes a problem tenant, or what you call a professional tenant, where the professional tenants, they go into your house and they'll pay the first, last, and security to be able to get up into your unit, and then that's it. They ain't gonna pay no more because they already know the process. It's gonna take you 6 months to get them out, especially if they go in, during the fall, and they're not, and the court system is not gonna evict you during the winter time. So now you got all of these months of unpaid rent that you're getting. And now, as I just said, you by yourself don't have the money to be able to pay the mortgage. So there's a whole bunch of nuances that you got to definitely be prepared for when you do the duplex and the triplexes. But if you try to do it to where, you can definitely afford it on your own, you'll be fine. So that's all I wanted to say to you on that one. But yeah, I've been there, done
Can I
that, and then
can I
experienced
add
all those
something to
problems.
this?
Yeah,
Sure,
go
dude.
ahead.
Real quick, guys. Hold on. Let me welcome my good brother, Sick of the Lies, to the panel. How you doing, good brother?
Hey, salam alaikum, my boy.
Alaikum salam. But what I was going to say is, go ahead, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll let Sick of the Lies chime in. I know for a fact that Black Cleaner, as well as Sick of the Lies, are both property owners. So I'm very interested in to know to hear what they have to say. But 1, 2, 3, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Black Cleaner, everything you said is all true, right? Because things happen, and you do face, at times, you can face some, whatever, how you say, professional tenants that will, in a way, find ways for them to stay at your place without paying you, and that can be a whole lot of problem. That happened to me specifically, during COVID. I'm in upstate New York, not New York City. I'm upstate New York. Somebody was in one of my duplexes. She was living downstairs, and she didn't pay the rent for, I would say, 15, maybe 16 months. But the government paid me on her behalf, and they paid me more than what she owed me. So I'm saying all this to say that real estate is very forgiving, right? Um, I always encourage people to start big, because if you have to pay the bill, you will find a way. Um, yes, there are professional tenants. It's a thing. But if you're just starting, now is your time to really take your time to qualify people, find good people, or you can always go Section 8, where the government pays you, right? And that check comes in on time every month, clockwork. Um, it's better to get started and make mistakes, and over time learn the craft and master the craft than never really started, because it's easy to get scared off saying, hey, I'm not gonna do it. Yes, what can happen? Somebody don't pay you for 6 months. They don't pay you for 8 months, for a year. But this is a long term game, right? This is a long play. over 30 years, that three, four, $500,000 house will be paid off. You'll pass it down to somebody, and that's going to be the difference between generational wealth and zero. Um, so yeah, you don't want to be scared of, and not play and not participate and just stay on the sideline. But at the same time, as you said, Black Queen, it's very important for people to understand what they're getting themselves into. So just like everything else, this is a muscle. You got to stretch it for it to grow. So let's say you get a mortgage, it's $3,000, right? And somebody's not gonna pay you. Guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna pick up some extra hours, drive Uber, drive Lyft to pay your mortgage for the 6 months, and then get back to normal. So things happen, but you have to participate so you could win. You gotta give yourself a chance.
I like to piggyback on that. I know somebody else wants to jump in. Yeah, if
Absolutely.
that's
Go
your
ahead, Nomad.
if, if that's your concern, right? If your concern is somebody not paying the mortgage or not paying their rent, right? Which is a valid concern. Any investment, there is some risk involved. With real estate, I would say that if you have a quadruplex and you have three tenants, one of the good things about having a quadruplex or multiple tenants is that you're spreading that risk out, right? So if one person doesn't pay their rent 1 month, you still have two other people that are paying the rent, right? Versus having a single family house, and if one person doesn't pay their rent, you just shot. You just missed 100% of your rent. Versus, if you have three people paying rent, well, now you're getting 66% of what you should have gotten instead of 100%. So that's one thing. You can spread the risk when you have more tenants. The second thing is Section 8. That's another thing with Section 8. I was almost a Section 8 almost renting to Section 8. I didn't, but from what I understand, if I'm not mistaken, the government pays you like clockwork every month on the tenant's behalf. So you don't have to worry about somebody coming up to you and saying they lost their job or whatever, right? So if that's your concern, that's another strategy to help mitigate that risk. There's also, other strategies. You don't have to do long-term rentals. You can also get into Airbnbs or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever you want to do. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay,
And I
I'm gonna
think that's
say this
good
before
though.
I let Sick of the Lies go. I'm not speaking against real estate because, as I said, I am a property owner. I do own properties. My thing is, I'm one of the people I like to own my properties without going into debt because there's a lot of because as they say, they're going to give you a mortgage for 30 years, but most people don't stay gainfully employed for 30 years. So what you want to try to do is at least, if you can, buy properties that you can own and control outright without, and there are different ways to be able to do that. But yeah, um, all of those programs. I've done Section 8, so I understand Section 8. I've done everything. I've done the two family and the three family. I started out in the game owning a duplex when I first started as a landlord. So I mean, and that's why I know, firsthand, boots on the ground, how all of these, and there are pros to it and there are cons to all of those. So I was just trying to, at least give people a heads up. When you get into this game, understand the whole game pros and cons. But yeah, the pros outweigh the cons all the time, and I'll land there.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you said, but the only thing I'm gonna, respectfully disagree on is that you don't have to learn everything to get started. If Because if you want to learn everything, you'll never get started. And that's just life. You don't have to know everything about this particular place before you go on vacation because you're never going to. There are so many ways you can skin a cat in real estate. There are so many ways. There are like 1,000 ways that people will teach you. Then while they're teaching you, you're going to discover a few ways that you yourself can make this happen. You can rent short term. You could do Airbnb. You could do mid-term to nurses, to construction workers in your area. You could host it whenever there's a World Cup in your city, whatever. Now, as far as the debt situation, that's fine too. There's good debt, there's bad debt. You know, if somebody's lending you $1,000 every month, and that same $1,000 they're lending you is making, 1,700. The seven goes in your pocket. You give them that 1,000 every month. That's good debt. Now it can flip against you because if the 17 is not coming in, now you gotta be responsible for the 1,000. But if you collect that 17 10 times, you don't collect it two times, you're still above. You're still above water. There are so many ways to do it. But while we're here, I can, if somebody's in the chat listening, I can give you a whole play that you can run like tomorrow and get started. You don't have no money, you could go and you could whatever everybody's doing on the earth right now. You could get your credit card. You could go to U.S. Bank, Chase, Bank of America. You get you a couple of business cards. You can. There are websites. If you go online, there are websites that will transform these business credit cards into real cash that can go into your bank account. You could put that money in, let that sit in your checking account for 2 3 months. Then you could go to one of these places where that can give you a DSCR loan, so debt service ratio income loan, and then you can buy your first property in the Midwest, for like 75K. You put 20% down, that's $15,000, and that's gonna be your first rental. You're probably gonna collect Section 8, super low risk, $1,300-$1,400 on a 3 bedroom in Cleveland and Memphis and Cincinnati, a whole lot of places. Your mortgage is gonna be about $800. That's 500. Now you have to make sure you get a good property, something with a good roof, a good foundation, good plumbing, good electrical. Then everything else that can go on with the property or just cosmetic stuff, since you get a good roof, good foundation. Now if that's too much for you, and that can be too much for somebody, you could go to livestream.com, right? They're gonna give you a loan as if it was a car loan. One thing most people can get in this country is a car loan. They can give you 20, 30, 40K right now. They'll give it if you apply tonight, you qualify. The money will be in your bank the next business day. Don't touch that money. It's not yours. It's a loan. Find you a good property. Same play. Now you get money. You can go to one of these internet companies that'll give you, a DSCR loan, which means you need no job history, no nothing, just like a basic credit score, like 600. You could next week you could be a property owner. The next month you can start collecting rent. Only thing is you have to know what you're doing and have a backup plan, because just like it can be a good thing, it can be a completely bad thing. Just like Black Cleaner just explained. You can get a tenant in there that doesn't pay you. You can get a very good tenant with a good program, Section 8, that will pay you every month, but the person is not taking care of the property. They're breaking up everything. So you have to be able to know how to read people and deal with people and manage people, because you really just, a manager. You're managing somebody else's living situation, and you have to do a good job. You're managing your money with the bank and the leverage, but you got to do a good job. So it's really about showing up to work. It's very little work, though. Once you get your systems going, you get your handyman and everything and everybody else, you could, all of y'all could do this. You do it 4 times. You do four fourplexes 4 times. You don't have to work in America. You can just go and live somewhere else.
I let me
I,
piggyback on what he just said
I,
because I agree with what
absolutely.
he said.
Black cleaner, black cleaner. Hold on, right fast. If we can let Secret Allies chime in, I told the man like 5 minutes ago that he could chime in. And although everybody cooking, I definitely want to give everybody a chance to, you know what I mean, say their piece. Because like I say, everybody on here besides myself seem to be a property owner. So I'm just a student at this point, but I would like to look at it from all points.
Yeah, man. What they saying is right. You can make good money being a landlord. Man, it's a whole bunch of fucking headaches. God damn. If you try to do it yourself. But I would tell anyone, if you want to be like a landlord, man, get a property management company, bro. Let them handle that stress. Uh, all you got to deal with, but they tell you, they collect your rent. They deal with the legal issues when you got to go to like eviction, court for evictions. They tell you what need to be done when some need to be fixed. Don't try to do it yourself, because I did it myself. and it changed me as a person. The person y'all see today is not who I am and not who I was. Trust me. And I tell you what, don't go into no nothing trying to have a heart. Cause business, there's no place in business for a person with a heart. I lost a lot of money, bro.
I got a friend down south to where he owned multiple properties as well. He say he got one rule: if you don't pay, you don't stay. That's the only thing that
Man,
he
it don't
really.
work. It don't work like the thing with it. I don't like. I always say I don't like to. I try to have enough money where I don't have to be nice to people I don't want to be nice to. When you a landlord, you kind of sort of got to be nice to a person that's treating you like shit by not paying you, because they can destroy your shit, and they can't afford to pay for the shit anyway. So it's a loss. You got people who will pour like spoiled milk and goddamn rotten eggs down the goddamn AC vents and shit, and you can't get rid of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, have cats come piss in that motherfucker. It's hard, bro. Like, and then the same motherfuckers you evict will come back and breaking your shit. You know what I'm saying? And destroy shit, rip the walls out. Like, I got a call. I took off work today because I got a call from the MPD. They told me that somebody broke in my house today. One of my houses. They found me at a backpack or whatever, ripped all the goddamn copper out the goddamn. He went up to the attic and he went to the either the laundry room or the kitchen or whatever. Like, this shit hard, dog. Like, you gonna take some losses, a lot of fucking losses. And these
Yeah, no,
motherfuckers.
and you will take some losses, but
Mhm.
the whole, just like I think everything else, you just gotta make sure you win more than you lose, so
Exactly.
it
Hold up.
balances.
I got it. And as far as Section 8 go, Section 8 is the most consistent money unless you got a like if you got a really, really good tenant. Because the house that got broke in today, my tenant, she died like a few months ago. And they immediately went, it's a
Damn.
trap house like right across the street. You know what I'm saying? But she was a good tenant. Yeah, she like, I got your money, kid folk. She was country and shit. But yeah, I'm definitely getting out this shit.
I
Because
mean, that means you're
Damn,
selling.
I
Where is the house located? What city?
I'm in Memphis.
How much you
Yeah, I
selling it
can't
for?
handle Memphis.
You can look me up on the Shelby County Assessor website. My name Christopher Patterson.
I'll
I
look
thought
you
you
up,
don't.
sir.
Receipts, Chris.
Say
I
what now?
thought we don't show secrets. I thought we don't show receipts no more.
Nah, no, no. What I'm saying is that like if he's interested in purchasing, because I probably do a package deal. Because I don't want to own property anymore. I'm not desperate. I ain't no crackhead.
Yeah,
Because I get
I'll get your info, man.
yeah,
I'll give you a call after this,
yeah.
but
As
I
you
can't
know,
really do no Memphis.
every property manager know you get called every day by people trying to buy your shit and try to come
Yep.
to you on some low ball shit. I've
Yep.
done shit where like they send their person out there, inspect the property, you agree on the price, and then they try to come back with some low ball shit. I tell them I'm not a crackhead. I'm not. It ain't that serious. I've been paying these goddamn bills, but my bills is $10,000 a month, and I live in Memphis. So if you understand geography and goddamn pay, goddamn, that's a lot of motherfucking money. So I
Yep.
pay one hundred
Hmm.
twenty thousand dollars a month in bills, and I was making really good
A
money. And
year.
yeah, all I had was my primary where I live in. My mortgage ain't number like $1,300. My car note was crazy. My car note, my Corvette is 1,200. My truck is like 800. My daughter car like 600. So my bills were low. My bills were low. Like if I never even bought property, I'll be up like $500,000.
Mm.
But definitely do property
Well, how
management, and
much
I would tell you
equity?
this.
Hold on. How much equity your house was having appreciated?
No, especially during COVID. If I sold everything during COVID, I would have had $1 million.
Mm.
If I sold, it's all about timing.
Yep. Time in the
Because
market.
I was buying like 50,000. Like I bought $200,000 properties outside my primary property. I bought 200,000, and my other jumps were like around like 50. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking about just either bundling them jumps. To be honest with you, like I even thought about bankruptcy. Because if I file bankruptcy, because I'm very transparent, motherfuckers say I lie. I don't lie. If I file bankruptcy, I'm instantly on the next month because the next month is $10,000 in my pocket. I ain't got to pay shit.
Hmm.
As far as like my bills, like yeah, I'm on instantly the next month. Like in a year, because I don't spend a lot of money anyway. I could save $100,000 a year. I could work
Hold on, I
like
don't understand. Hold on. I don't understand. You said you're gonna file bankruptcy for what? Hold on. What does that accomplish? You trying to
say what now?
lose the house? What's
Basically,
the
the expenses. He doesn't have to pay the expenses.
Exactly. Because like and Grant Cardone said this. Let me tell you something. Because I'm a Pisces too, even though this shit ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't believe in that astronomy shit. But this me. You could get so turned off by the shit. Where I don't even want to discuss shit, right? Like I just pay the bill. I don't want to talk about shit. I said I didn't want no tenants. I ain't want to do this shit no more. You know what I'm saying? So like you could get money in this shit, but just the area that you are in can like man, it can dictate your success, your failure. It can change who you are as a person, which is more important than money. So I say just like move wisely, get a goddamn property management company. And if you can, all cause see, I went into this shit like being I'm a black man, I love my people, trying to help people. Nah, single mothers, fuck no. Try to target old elderly people. Because elderly people, they feel vested in the property. They think it's theirs.
And a lot of them have stable income, right?
Yep, retirement pension.
Well, ain't even that. Like, the one that I had, she was like, getting what I can't say what she was getting, but it wasn't a lot of money, but she paid her shit. Older people have values. These young folks, because it ain't even them that fuck it up. It's the dudes they fuck with to come over there and get mad at them and destroy the goddamn property.
Mm.
so y'all hold up? It sound like I'm gonna ask you something. Was your houses like in the hood part of Memphis?
Yeah, no, yeah, I had some property. Yeah, I had properties all around Memphis. I had two of these Memphis. I got three like in Fraser. I got shit one in North Memphis, one or two in North Memphis. And where I live at. I live in the suburbs. But other than that, because I ain't got no issues at my house, but it's the other motherfuckers. Like it's not for me. Business ain't even for me. I'm good on it because I make enough money where I don't have to do business.
So, Chris, let me ask you this: are you advising other people to not to get in real estate?
Nah, I'm not. What I'm advising them is to have a property management. Don't be greedy.
Okay.
Don't be greedy
Well,
because short term greed leads to long term goddamn debt. Get a property management off the top. Off the top. I don't care if you got one property, 10 properties, get a property management, let them deal with that shit. Pay them they 3%, 3, 5 to 7, maybe 10. I know OTO
it's
said 10%.
10% at the most. Yeah, 10 to
Yeah,
12% at the most.
OTO said 10%. I heard it's like 3 to 7%.
Nah, I pay mine's 8%.
Yeah.
I got two properties. He manages both of them at
Mhm.
8% each.
Get with a reputable company because they gonna have all the goddamn handyman and all the HVAC people and all that shit. Because I was piecing my people together. It's just too much work.
Mm.
Because I
But
say,
yeah, I did want to say this. I was just about to say when it's like IT work. The job, your job is easy when they're paying, but I mean, because you're just going to be sitting there just like in IT, playing solitaire and doing whatever. But your job really starts when the money stops coming in. That's when you go to work.
yeah.
And as they
When
said, it's a stressful job when the money stops.
I was telling you, I was making like I was good, but like it really wasn't as far as the risk because I was making like 140 anyway. I think with the properties I was making like 180 something. But I was, the 140 is good for me, especially in Memphis. Like, we right next to Mississippi. According to the IRS, I was considered rich. I've been considered rich for quite a while, but I'm not with this shit no more. Like, I don't want to do no business. I like working for somebody. They pay me well. And when I stopped working, because before I even bought properties, I didn't have to work. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to work. Period. I
So
chose
hold
to.
up. So that's interesting, bro, because it's four income quadrants. We got employees, self-employed people, business owners, and investors. It sounds like you are an investor and you trying to take a step back, like you would rather be an employee.
Well, my primary income is from being an employee. My secondary from being a
Yeah.
disabled veteran. My third was from being a landlord. I'll scrap the landlord. I'll take the other two. They still pay me over $100,000.
Okay. 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 Respect.
Yeah,
Respect.
I will make 100,000 for the rest of my life. So I was pretty straight in Memphis. Like people like I tell you something. Back in the day, I had an apartment when I got cussing my daughter. Man, I was paying $300 a month for my rent. You know what I'm saying? I was in not a good area, but then I moved and my rent was 650. Nowadays, man, you can't live nowhere for under 900, and that's in the hood. Like where I live at right now, with my $1,300 mortgage, my someone I went to school with, grew up with, she lived down the street, same street. Her rent like 2,500. I would have been
Damn.
better. I would have been
Wow.
better off. I was gonna buy a house around the corner. They wanted at the time. I'm gonna tell you how it's all about timing.
Hold up.
But
So you saying? Go ahead. Go ahead.
when I bought my house, I bought my house my primary home 11 years ago, and I paid 184,000 for that home, for this home. And during COVID, it was worth like 400 some thousand. So it's all about timing. I could have actually bought the house. I was gonna buy a house around the corner. It literally looks like the White House. It literally looks like the White House. They got goddamn a chessboard in a garage. You know what I'm saying? As far as the flooring or whatever. It was a nice house. But I went in that motherfucker. I said, man, this house looks just like mine. But they got bookshelves to that shit because they do a cookie cutter. The developers cookie cutter. Everybody house pretty much looks the same. I said, I'm not gonna pay 300 for their house, and I paid 184 for mine. But I could have bought that house and still probably sold it for like 500. Cause
Damn.
that bitch look like the White House. I'm gonna take a picture of it one day and I'm gonna send it to you. It looks like the fucking White House. Big ass, long, tall ass pillars. It's fine.
Mhm. So do you regret not buying that property?
Nah, nah, because like life is life. Because my broke ain't everybody else broke. You know what I'm saying? And not trying to shit on nobody, but I can still do what I want to do. If I want a boat, I can go get a boat tomorrow. If I want another house, I can get another house.
Okay. So let me ask the rest of the panels, because like I say, all you guys are property owners. What are you guys' thoughts on what Sick of the Lies just said?
Hey, before they respond, let me say something right quick.
All right.
The model that's out there that you should do fourplex, threeplex, duplex, single family home. That's the formula that you should do because you get the best rates early on when you start off. If you start off, get you a fourplex, it'll be less expensive than when you get it if you get it down the line. If you get single family home, duplex, triplex, quad, it's gonna be more expensive when you get that quad. You might as well start off with the 4-3-2-1 formula
Mm,
and get a property management company, please. Because if you got a heart, don't get into it. If you ain't cutthroat, do not get into this shit.
mm.
Because I
All
feel like
right.
what I lost, what I lost was who I am, and it wasn't worth no amount of money. Because this cynical person that you heard on live right now is not who I am.
Damn.
Who are you? Stop.
Nah, a
so
really kind, cool ass dude, a really kind-hearted guy.
so
I ain't got no
you
love for
think
nobody
real
no more.
estate has soured you?
Man, people, dog. I'm gonna tell you something. You gonna hear every excuse in the like. If you want to hear all kind of bullshit, become a landlord. Become a landlord and do it yourself. Because this is the thing. Once people realize like black people don't respect black people. When they know a black man own it, it's gonna be a different result. I never let them know you own the property. Say
Facts.
you going on there on behalf of Mr. John Paul. Because if they know you own it, like no, it's fucked up, but that's the way it is. Never let them
Nah.
know that you are the owner. You
Mm,
are a worker. You are an employee because they don't respect black.
I'll say a couple of things like you said a couple things I disagree with. First of all, I don't understand this 4-3-2-1 thing. Hold
Mm.
on, why wouldn't I just keep buying quadruplexes? If
Why
I
won't
do
you do
four
what now?
three two one, hold on. If I do
He's
four three
go
two
ahead.
one,
Yeah.
no, yeah, I don't understand that. What is that? What's the point of that? Why wouldn't I just keep buying quadruplexes?
Well, you
You
could
see what I'm
probably do
saying?
that
Why
too.
wouldn't I get as many?
No, I'm saying like
Yeah, that's
yeah, what I'm saying is like the thing like the money is in the amount of doors you have. If you could do a quad every time, do a quad every time.
yeah. Okay, cool.
Quad,
Yeah, I didn't understand. I'm like,
yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
yeah.
it was
No,
some
you good.
method to that. I
No,
thought
no,
it
no,
was some
no, no,
rationale to that
no.
that I
You
didn't
good.
understand. Okay, so
There's a
that
there,
okay.
there's a
All right,
limited
go ahead.
there's a limited amount of quads, triplexes. Like you will get duplexes. There's way more single family homes than anything. You know what I'm saying? So like if you could find them, get
Yeah,
them. Like
yeah.
a lot of people
Right.
don't let them go because you can actually be live next door to the tenant. I still wouldn't let them know that I'm the one that own the motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah, I get it. Okay, something else he said with that I didn't understand. He said he bought a house for 180, but it appraised for about 400
184.
something.
Yeah.
So my question is, so I don't know, did it drop? Did it drop in value since then? And what have you done? And you don't gotta answer this. I know it's
No,
personal,
I will.
but
I will.
what have you done? Have you leveraged that equity into any other investments, or is that just sitting in the house? Like you just waiting to sell the house?
Nah,
Like, are you doing a cash out refinance or anything
nah,
interesting? No.
nah. This is my. This is actually the first house I ever bought in my life. So I have there's nostalgia attached to it. Even though some people don't be like they're not nostalgic, or whatever. I am. So this is the house that I raised my daughter in. I'll never sell this house. You know, and yeah, has it dropped? Yeah, I'm sure it's still high threes. I wouldn't sell it because it is like it's too good a deal. When I was buying houses, right? When I was looking for my first house, crazy part about the reason why I bought this first house is because I was staying in an apartment. I think the rent was 1,200. It may have been 1,200, or I don't remember. Maybe like nine, something I don't remember. And when I think when I was it was time to re-sign the lease. I think they wanted to go like either 12 or 13 or something like that. So I started looking for a house. So it was in my best
All
interest
right.
to go ahead and buy a house.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I never sell this house.
Yeah. I want everybody just to keep note of that. Like, and that's another play right there. You don't gotta sell the house. He got. I think he got over 100,000 in equity, so he can keep
Couple
the
hundred.
house and leverage it.
Yeah, I can do
Like
a
he can
HELOC.
keep it. He can stay in the house, do a HELOC, a home
Yeah,
equity line of credit, a home equity loan, take that money and invest in something else or whatever. Like you don't
yeah,
gotta sell the house to get the money out of it. You can keep it and then
yeah.
cash out, refinance, whatever. That's a whole other strategy right there.
You can do
And,
that too. If you're
and the same
moving,
thing with his other rental properties. I don't know what the equity. I don't know what he purchased his other rental properties for that he's saying
nah, I was
dividends
getting
and
them. I was
and I
getting
don't know
them for
what they
like,
appraise that now, but they probably just as good, I'd imagine.
nah, I can get some money out of all of them. I just don't want to do this shit no more. For me, everybody different. I'm not driven by money. I'm driven off how, like, I'm not saying how it make me feel, but like what is it? What is the energy of it? What is the life of it? And it's I don't feel the life of anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we worried
Yeah.
about money.
Nah,
Like
I
we
ain't worried
trying to
about no
get
money.
paid.
My money come and go, bro. Cause I'm gonna tell you
No,
something.
no. I mean,
Yeah,
what you're saying makes sense, man. At some point, if it's costing you your peace of mind, it might be
yeah,
a
it
bit too
ain't
much
worth it.
for you.
It ain't worth it.
That's
Yeah,
just the bottom
I'm out.
line. That'll probably kill you faster.
Cause you got to realize, look, I was at the point, bro.
And that's every business.
I had all this credit and shit, right? Like I was getting, credit cards and shit. And I actually didn't even have enough bills to even use my credit cards. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have enough shit to even use my credit card. So I just like I get one credit card, I put Hulu on that motherfucker. Like little shit. Like cause like I say everybody should live below their means, and you will be great at the end. Because what a lot of people don't realize when it can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay.
Yeah,
What people don't realize is that when it's time to retire, most people haven't done the research, and when you realize what you're gonna get, you realize, bro, you poor as fuck, and you really can't survive. So that's why you find 70, 80 year olds checking your goddamn receipt at Walmart. Like everybody need to really look into what they're gonna get. Go on to the app, see what you're gonna get for your retirement. Hopefully you have a pension as well. A lot of people don't have a pension. All they getting is their, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna say it, but they just getting it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So like you should look to see what you're gonna get when you are no longer able to work.
and
Because
see,
it ain't
that's
what you think.
really and that's shameless plug. That's one of the main reasons I was doing the live that I'm doing on Monday, because living here in Panama, okay, I'm around retirees all the time, and like 70% of these retirees that live here
They getting
live off of
1,400.
4,000. Yep,
$1,400.
$4,000 a month on average. That's average. So
That's
think
damn
about that.
good,
They
Cleaner.
work 40 years. They worked 40 years of their life only to get $4,000 a month. And like you said, what you just said, okay, some of them is getting $1,500 a month
Yeah.
in
4,000 high.
in retirement, and then they're
Yeah.
getting the other 2,000-3,000 from their 401k.
Okay. Well, actually, 401k don't pay out like that.
Mm-hmm.
No, the 401k you probably looking at maybe $600 a month. So
So
what you saying? What you saying? Like 401. See, that's the thing. People, we not educated on what really we finna get. You probably look at like, damn, okay, I got 700,000 in my 401k. Now realizing they gonna cut you a check every month. You ain't finna get what you think you finna get. Even when you know go to wherever you go to, you know, to say I'm retirement age, I want to draw this check. You ain't finna get what you think you finna get. You know what I'm saying? So 4,000 on average, I disagree with that, Cleaner. That's high as fuck. Cause most people ain't getting it. Most people getting from where they, you know, that primary thing, they getting maybe $1,400-$1,600. And if you, that's how come you should have a pension. Like I tell the young folks, like don't jump around employment. Get you somewhere where you can get a pension. If you can get a military retirement, a military disability, a pension from somewhere, and whatever else you do, you good. But if you just like work one job, no pension, you fucked. That's
mhm.
like I say, bro. I already see it's gonna be a pandemic of elderly homelessness.
Yep.
It's coming. It's coming because all these people that's rent their whole damn life. If you rent your whole life, you can't afford your life. You better get you some and have you a fixed rate. And
Yep.
the reason why I want to do the HELOC shit, I don't like to change paperwork that's already good because they can always slip some shit in there that fuck your whole situation up. I like to keep my paperwork how it was when we first did business.
I might have stepped away because I've been running some errands. You guys know I do a lot of late night bank runs. But from my understanding, the
Ain't no bank
HELOC is
open.
just a loan against your crib, so you don't have to use it if you don't want to. It's just accessible money off of your property, and
Yeah, it's a line of
you could keep
credit. It's like
on
a
Yeah,
credit
reusing it.
line.
it's a line of credit.
Right,
You don't have
just
to use it,
just
but
like a C lock or a B lock.
no, what I'm saying, Charlie, is that
I mean a
like
P lock. My bad.
no,
Go
what
ahead.
people need, what you really shouldn't like I used to have people calling me every day trying to get me to borrow some money. I said, I don't want no money. Please stop calling me. If you don't need no money, don't take it.
Yeah.
Because you gotta realize, like, look at your life. Hopefully you got a budget, you set up everything, and you looking at the future. Anytime you get some money from somebody, you're gonna have to pay them more. I don't want no money. I don't want no money from nobody. I only want what I deserve, what I earn. Everybody different. I don't like you know, I was in some stock. I sold my shit. Like I had I used to buy when I would buy stock, I buy 100 shares at a time. Like I bought 100 shares of Walmart, I bought 100 shares of Apple, I bought 100 shares of fuck, all kind of shit. But everything, I took some losses on some, I got some wins on some. You know what I'm saying? But every time I bought stock, I buy 100 at a time.
So what you saying? You sold everything?
Nah, I ain't so I sold I sold my Walmart and I sold my Apple. Both
You
of them
sold all your
I
shares.
gained money on both of those. I gained
Okay,
money on
okay,
both of
okay.
those. Yeah. Like I probably could have held on to it, but I think eventually it's gonna get to the point, especially with this AI shit. Just say if you got some stock in FedEx, right? Or you got stock in Google. I think all this shit eventually gonna go down because
So
AI
you
is so
sold
prevalent.
everything.
Yeah, I think everything gonna
Okay.
go down. You
So
probably be winning
hold
right
on.
now.
So right, right. So hold on. Let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You saying you sold all your shares and everything because you
No,
think
not
AI.
everything. Not everything.
Okay. But you think AI gonna make the value of like most stock company stocks go down? That's what you're saying.
No, what I think is AI. It ain't gonna be no jobs. Ain't nobody gonna be able to pay for shit. So what they eventually gonna do is have a universal income. So this whole globalization, eventually it's gonna get to the point where everybody probably not where everybody getting the same shit, but it'll be like according to where you live at. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't finna get what because it ain't gonna be no jobs available. Even the job I work, I told them a while ago. I said like you don't need me because like AI can figure this shit out in like 3 minutes. It may take me all day, or it may take me a week, and I'm a fucking technical expert. So I know that my job really, there's no job for me. Eventually, I'm a dinosaur. I'm out of there.
So here's the thing. And this is almost an unrelated question. Is Chris a realist or is he just a Mr.
A
Scrooge or a
pessimist.
Gruff or something?
Mm. Hey, the average person will see me as a pessimist.
A little bit of both.
Elaborate, please.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's being a realist because these are real life issues that he's speaking. He's speaking truth. It's just, as the women would say, his tone. He's saying it in such a negative way that it just hurts my ears. That's basically what it is. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's learning. I mean, but if you understand, the truth, it's up to you to learn how to deal with it. That's really what it is.
No, for
Hey,
sure, for
Charlie,
sure. Yes, sir.
check this out. Check this out, Charlie. Man, there was a it's a place in Memphis. It's called Easy Way. They sell is produce, right?
Yeah.
Ain't no people work there. There's gas stations where no one works there. That's like I don't even use the self checkout shit. I I
Yeah,
demand.
me too.
I've only done this shit in my lifetime. At the most 4 times. 4 times. And this shit been around forever, bro. I don't want to do it because I know it's taking somebody's job. What you
Yeah.
do, what most people do is not that important. We can be replaced with robots, and it makes sense. It makes
You
sense
you
to
know
replace us with robots.
you know what's so funny, Chris, that you say that? That's what I've noticed. Like in these developed countries, they make it a point to install or implement the systems in there because, of course, it's free labor, it's exploitation. That's what they
Right.
operate on. But when you come over here, like Panama or some of these other countries, like I would try to go I was trying to go open up a business here, and they was like, okay, well, in order for you to open up a business, you got to go through a lawyer. And which is boggles me because we all know, like in the States, all you got to do is just go online and do your EIN, and once you do your EIN, go to the Secretary of State. That everything is online. You do it all yourself. They're like, nah, you need to go pay this lawyer. Okay, the lawyer's going to do all of the work for you, and then you'll be able to get your business. They are the people. I mean, in these developed countries, who still believe like how you're talking, where they want their people to still be able to work.
Yeah. Hey, look, Plano, I got another example for you. Think about it. In professional sports, like in North America, in America, I use even though baseball is the highest paying, I use football and basketball, right? They got the collective bargaining agreements where they slot you where you drafted it, how much money you gonna make, right? With a maybe a 3% increase, right? For the next year. There's no point in athletes having agents. Like as far as like to do your contract, Jalen Brown didn't have a agent. Who else? I think it was Ray Allen. He didn't have an
I
agent.
don't think that's fair. Isn't Jalen Brown a fucking genius? Literally.
Yeah, he is. He is. But I'm saying Ray Allen too, and
Oh, okay.
not only that, Lamar Jackson as well. You don't
Okay,
need
that's
an
fair.
agent because it's all you got to do. Like get the. I'll be like, let me get a copy of the last person contract. I go to that person and say, can I get a copy of your contract? And I give you like $25,000. This what I want
Hey,
plus 3%.
but now with that being said, isn't that the reason why they say they fucked over Shador Sanders? Because he wouldn't play ball and go through all of that bullshit.
No, the reason why they fucked over Shador Sanders because they didn't like his dad, and he really want that dude like that.
No, not really. Wasn't he like second in the nation?
No, what I'm saying as far as like when you look at him play, he looks slighter frame to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I trust me, I vote for I rock with Shador. I want him to do great, but I don't think he did.
Man, Chris has been saying nothing but the truth. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Shador is he's all right. He's not that he wasn't
Yeah.
that guy in college. So you know, I don't think he was a fifth round draft pick, maybe like a third rounder.
Right. He should have went
But
higher.
I don't think and he hasn't shown it in the NFL that he's gonna be that dude yet. Hopefully, he turns out to be a very good quarterback. But so far, he's just like another guy.
And that's my thing. Like I always try to move like this. I always really want to be the nigga that's doing the worst. Because if I'm doing worse than everybody else, then everybody doing good. So I want to be that dude that's like fucked out. Like, cause I know I'm gonna do okay. I know I'm gonna do well. So if everybody else doing better than me, we good. We great. I ain't no greed. I ain't got no ego or no shit like that. I want all us to do great. I just want all us to have the proper information and know what you get into.
Yeah. Real quick, guys, let me read this. Let me read this from Misha. Shout out to Misha. Y'all can see I'm out here in my little courtyard. She said, "Yep, there's pharmacies now operating with robots. I may not have my job later on. Damn AI. So yeah, no, I feel that. But there's always going to be opportunities, even with AI. Don't you guys think?
Charlie, you don't see the future. You know what? This is the thing. There's too many
Yes.
people. There's too many people on Earth because of the greedy countries. There's not really too many people, but the greedy countries, America, European countries, you know what I'm saying? They have to make sure. Because honestly, to be honest with you, if all we had to do was not acknowledge the dollar, not if everybody just didn't acknowledge the currency, then the rich people would have no power. But we won't do that. Because guess what? Everybody could be making 850. I'm gonna pay this one dude $8.75 an hour, and I'm gonna give him a whistle and a vest. And now he think that like he gonna handle you better than the motherfucker that run the company because he gonna make sure he don't lose his position. You know what I'm saying? It's still a plantation. Now you can make good money on this plantation. You can make damn good money on this plantation. You need to get in the field where you need a human. Cause like they got robots doing surgery and shit, but you really need that human touch. If I put it like this, if all you have is a GED or a high school diploma, then you already wrote your own. You wrote your own fate. You are worthless.
Wow. Now that's a stretch because for
No,
one,
you're worthless
damn,
because
I
it's
just think
manual
that's so
labor,
much.
bro.
Let me
Okay,
land,
go
please,
ahead.
just give me a second. Um, there are things that AI is not going to be able to, at least for the foreseeable future. You're going to actually need a real plumber to come in your house and do some plumbing. You're going to actually need, goddamn it, a real goddamn roofer to come put on your roof. Even with them 3D printed houses, roofers still got to go through a roof there. So
You
those
must didn't hear what I
repairs and
said.
stuff. You said even if you got a GED, these are people with trades, with GEDs.
I know. Did I say trade?
No, you say if you got a GED, you're worthless, or a high school
I
diploma.
said
I'm just my.
Basically, if
Go ahead.
you're unskilled laborer, you're worthless.
yes.
That's what
You're
everybody's saying.
worthless. You're
Okay.
replaceable, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about people with trades, but guess what? It's gonna get to
Okay.
the point really where you just need a foreman. You just need like 1 to 3 people in a whole warehouse. This warehouse is like 8,500 square feet. All you need is 3 people to make sure that those machines work. That's it. You don't need humans to do this shit.
Mm.
And
You don't need humans.
this is where I gotta give Chris some pushback because like what he was just saying about the it's being an employee. Yeah, all the employees are eventually going to be obsolete, but business owners and investors, those are the people because what we're doing is we're going back to the hunter gatherer age on steroids. That's really what's going on because a lot of the businesses that we got going on, they don't want employees. That's why they're outsourcing and hiring contractors. It's better for them to pay a
No insurance.
1099 and a 1099 contractor to
Yep.
come do the work because they don't got to pay any pensions or benefits
Insurance. You
and
don't have
all
to
of that
match
stuff.
401k. Yeah.
Exactly. So they want the people who's going to come in and take on all of that risk on their own, and all they do is just pay a flat rate for what the job is, and then you got to deal with the insurances and your pension and all of that on your own. So if you're willing to be able to take on the responsibilities of being a business owner, then you'll be all right. Because once the wages go up, the inflation goes up, your rate goes up with inflation.
Yeah. Just like every time they give a raise and whatever, insurance go up. Look.
But as what Chris was saying, people who are business owners and investors, they don't want to deal with the stress of management. That's what he was just saying. He was like, yo, I'm a landlord, but I hate being a landlord. I'd rather just be an employee and get my pension because being a manager or a boss is stressful.
What people don't realize, Clint, because everybody shit on being an employee nowadays. Like during COVID, I think they had different. They had objectives that they wanted to, accomplish or implement or whatever, and they achieved their goal. People shit on being an employee nowadays, but people don't understand. Most people can't be a boss, bro.
Yeah,
Most
absolutely.
people
I
can't be
agree
a
with that
boss.
wholeheartedly.
Most people can't be a
Real
boss.
quick, shout
Go
out to
ahead.
my good brother, Mr. Pepper's pulling up in the building. Train gang in full effect. Continue, Chris.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like you got like there's certain genres that African Americans tend to go into. And on my Facebook, I always tell people, man, why are you going to paying this person to do your taxes? You can do it yourself because goddamn, what's the name of that shit? I ain't filed my taxes.
TurboTax.
Yeah, TurboTax,
Yeah.
because I ain't filed my taxes in 5 years. I'm being investigated right now.
Oh, you going to
Uh,
jail?
no, I'm not going to jail. You know why? You know why I'm not going to jail, Charlie?
Why?
'Cause there's a 6 year window. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
then he owns all that rental property. He can write a whole bunch of shit off.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
but because I didn't file my taxes, they notify my employer, and I pay a higher tax rate than I should. Like, I don't look at my like when I get paid, I don't even look at my check. All my shit auto bill pay. Like I'm paying taxes. I'm paying taxes, but with my properties, I can't because you can have a depreciation every year for like at least the first 5 years. So I'm good.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Real,
file all my taxes within this year, within the next couple months, because the FBI looking at me right now.
are you doing your taxes yourself?
No, sir. I have a CPA, and they're not charging me. Even though I can do my taxes myself, I
Right.
don't know the intricacies of the laws for their particular year. So I'm gonna pay him. Like he ain't charging shit. Like he said, if it's simple, $125. But you got these black companies charging people like $800-900.
Yep. And
I,
they
I, I
dicking you
remember,
on the back end.
yeah, I remember I had my cousin. My cousin probably is retarded. She filed my taxes one year before when I ain't know no better. You know what I'm
A
saying?
couple
And I,
things I stopped doing. I stopped getting my hair cut in people's basements or houses, and I stopped doing my taxes in people's houses and basements.
mm, well, that was my cousin. But the thing is, she's like probably a little off. She's delusional.
Yeah,
And I'm not gonna give my social security number to nobody.
I feel that.
Yeah.
Real quick, guys. Let me welcome OTO back to the panel. What's up, good sir?
Yeah, what's good? What's good, man? Oh,
Okay.
back in the
Hey,
building.
hold up. Hey, before you say
Yo,
welcome OTO, you should have said God did,
yeah, so
OTO
whatever.
did.
Hey, so going back to the point. Hey, Charlie, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Yeah, let me I want to add something because I heard, I don't know what was said, so let me just say I'm just going to go in a direction with the opportunity that's coming up. Look, whoever's listening, y'all guys got massive amounts of opportunity. With AI, robotics, I mean, there's nothing but more upside for everybody. The barrier to entry as far as skill set that was required to create digital products, which is software or services, is a majority of, let's just say, a GDP. That gives you the ability to create digital products without actually knowing the technical skills. And so the barrier to entry has lowered, decreased, like the access of information and the networking with social networking and programs. So it's always an upside. People point at a downside a lot. Those exist. But when we first got GPS as a technology, or when we first got computers, first time we got cars, everybody thought it was doom and gloom. Humans have never thought optimistic about any of the previous technologies that have changed the world and the way we interact and the way we're able to make something for ourselves. So I think even with AI and robotics, it's the same thing. At the end of the day, people have massive amounts of upside. They have to change skill sets, but that's nothing. Prior to that, let's say 500 years ago, people couldn't even read or write, and they just got by like, and all they knew how to do was farm. Now you got an extra job. Then they knew how to mine. Then moved into the industrial age. Then they knew how to read, write. And so, again, they acquired more skills. And so, let's say low end skill jobs will be fabbed out in certain shape, form, and fashion, but new jobs will be created and more opportunity will be created. So, I think a lot of people might not understand how complex AI is, and it's just a tool. It's not necessarily something that's going to fab everybody out. It's just a tool. Currently, right now, we have about 7 companies that do around 2 trillion in revenue, 500 billion in net income, which is more than the GDP of entire Thailand on an annual basis. And those companies have billions of lines of code, and that has to be maintenance and managed by engineers. AI helps a lot because you guys don't even know what it took for them to actually create those billions of lines of code. But even Microsoft Office alone has 350 million lines of code that needs to be edited, redesigned, tweaked, debugged. So it's a lot. It's nothing but upside. But if you don't see the upside and if you don't adapt, I mean, that's just a human story. If you never adapt, you'll get rolled over. So I think there's massive upside in the future. You get?
OTO.
Go ahead. Whoever's
Yeah,
speaking. I think that's sick of the lies.
yeah. This is me
Yeah,
because
go ahead.
I'm not tech savvy, so I don't know how to change my name. But as I come, I got my real name on this shit, and I wish I didn't. But yeah,
You on
anyway,
StreamYard.
I know. Uh,
There you go.
you right. Like I really, man, like 90. I'll say actually, I agree with 100% of the shit you say. I ain't gonna even lie. I ain't gonna even lie.
Is there a
This the
but?
thing. No, ain't no but.
All right,
Well,
go ahead.
actually, there is a but. But it
Okay, go
don't
ahead.
it don't like it's not about you.
No,
The
no,
thing
go ahead.
is, our people, meaning Africans in America or African Americans or however you want to label it, FBA, whatever, FD, whatever. We don't really do the most. Like you got roses to grow from concrete. You always have that. But for the most part, I'm looking at like the whole of the situation. So when I said what I said is that if you only have a GED or a high school diploma, you really worthless. Like you told them, you just spoke about the industries that they should be, to be educate themselves in. We ain't finna do that like that. So we gonna suffer. Because honestly, what people don't realize is if you do just manual labor, that manual labor can be replaced by robots. So you really have no value.
No,
None.
no, yeah. You're not going to hear me say X, Y, and Z. But I think a lot of people mess up with why do I care? That's their choice. They free will. You ain't
Right.
got to listen to me neither. So,
Right.
as much as I talk about the upside in what I say, there could be upside in what they say. What do they say? Hey, sick of the lies. I don't care. I like my
That's fine.
manual work. You know what? And that's fine. They have the free will. So I'm
Right.
not even gonna argue with you, right? And that's everybody's decision. That is black, white, and etc. So I really don't go into the nuance because you're like, let's say our people are not gonna do it. It's not because they've been enslaved and they got chains on their neck. It's because they made a decision. They're free human beings, and so that's their choice. That's their right. Okay, gotcha. But I'm not going to
You know,
say it's a possibility for black people to do whatever they want. It's the
Exactly. For everyone.
exploitation. It's
Because
the
you know what?
exploitation that they could take. Because watch this. The white boys are also saying, well, I don't care. I like my oil jobs. I like to deal with the oil rig. I like to deal with this, right? They're protecting their old ass jobs instead of evolving with technology. So that's
Exactly.
their weakness for the
but
most part.
and this
Anything
is
that you anything you do with your hands can be replaced. Well, nah, I take that back. If you have a skill, like if you're a plumber, if you're an electrician, you're good. Cause they ain't finna hook no AI up to make sure your house good. You
Not
got a
yet,
plumber? Not yet. Not yet. So it's gonna get to
but
the point.
even
I tell
go
people all
ahead,
the
go ahead.
time, bro, save as much money as you can because the winter is coming.
Invest.
Eventually, the
Because
winter is
once you
coming.
invest, you own equity in the company that's doing the multiple.
Hmm.
If you buy your equity in your stake, you own a share. You don't need Elon Musk share. You don't need 80% of SpaceX or any other company. You don't need
Right.
90% of NVIDIA. Jensen don't even have a major share anymore in his own company. And he's the
Right.
CEO. He been sold it off. He said he sold it off some shares for a Benz for his dad. That money today would have been $10 billion. That's the most expensive car he said he bought in his life. So the owners don't even have it anymore because they sold it out to the people. And
Yep.
most people don't realize, as much as Mark Zuckerberg or Bill Gates or anybody you can name, let's say Jeff Bezos, he got about 300 billion, but he's created 2.5 trillion for other people. So other
Right.
people have 2.5 trillion dollars in their retirement account or individual brokerage account, right? And they ain't never work a day for Amazon. They don't know nothing about no dang Amazon.
That's a
So what
cheat
I'm
code.
saying is that's the cheat code right
That's
there.
yeah, because like you know what, even these like the heads of these companies can be replaced. They try to replace them often.
Facts.
I think they try to get rid of
Tim Cook.
Elon Musk.
They got
They try to
they
get rid
got
of
rid of
Elon.
Tim Cook. So
Yeah.
let's talk about what did happen. Excuse me, Steve Jobs. They got rid of Steve Jobs.
Mm.
They kicked him out
Yeah,
of the company.
they were trying to get rid of Elon Musk. I believe, like at one point. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the thing is, I say everybody want to create their own business, right? I say let somebody else do all the work and you reap the benefits. Like the stock
Boom.
market is where it's at, bro. I think the stock market is actually better than real estate because you have less, you know what I'm saying, liability.
Headache.
Yeah, and that shit. This shit not
Less
easy. It could
time,
be great.
energy, and intention, and it's
Yeah,
illiquid. But that's just again, I'm not against real estate. I
it's
think
a
they
way of
complement
doing.
each other great.
It's a way of doing business, like to diversify your portfolio. You know what I'm saying? But just, I would tell anybody like, just get a like I said, get a management company to do that shit. A reputable management company
That works too.
because where you
Go
lose
call your
money,
financial advisor.
yeah. And but see, people don't want to fuck with a financial advisor. Like you need to. There's certain money you have to understand it. I'm gonna spend this shit just to make sure that I'm good, right? You like even when you own property, you need to put like 10% back for repairs and or whatever happens type shit. You know,
Yeah,
it
that
ain't
would.
just a unlimited flow of income. You gonna have, bro. You gonna deal with some niggas that's like just crazy, and they gonna fuck your shit up. But you want if you just rent a property and you doing right by yourself, or you buying your house, you won't you have no idea what people would do to a property that's not theirs. You have no idea.
And you know you know what I find funny? Like, let's say I come up and I say what I say. I hear people often tell other people, "Well, you're the exception to the rule," and I'm like, "So what are you calling everybody else retarded?" They're not going to say that though. They're going to act like, "Well, no, I care for them." And what I'm saying is, you got to call everybody else retarded then. and they're not willing to do that. I could say it if that's what I thought. But what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, I'm nobody special. Y'all keep trying to map me out as special or exception to the rule. I just followed the rules. That's it. I'm not an exception. I'm literally the standard of the rules. The
Yeah.
rules say do this in the game called capitalism / socialism, because we got both going. But what I'm saying is, it says this is the rules. I just played by the rules. That's it. I didn't get mad at the rules. I didn't just throw my hands up and quit. I didn't go my own way. I just engaged with it and then benefited from it. That's it, literally.
For
And
sure.
I'm not
And
Hey,
special.
hold on. I got something
I
from what
still
you
don't
just
got it.
said.
I only got a high school degree. Still.
Damn, you been to college?
Damn.
No.
No need. Hey, check
I've
this out.
been to it, but I was
Yeah.
just like, what the hell? I'm gonna spend all this time fixing out this degree, and everybody who teaching me is broke. That don't make sense to me.
No,
How are you broke? No, most professors are
no.
check to check. Most
That's a
professors are
fact.
not
Well, no.
multimillionaire. That's a
Well,
A
that's
fact.
lot of that
that's ba-
money goes to the institutions in the head of the institution.
no, no. I
Most
mean, you got people that's
Wait, hold on.
vested.
So wait, you're saying
They
most
making
of the
six figures.
professors that doesn't mean shit.
I
If they
know.
ain't got no net worth,
I
if
know.
they live in check to check, 50% of six-figure earners they
But
live in check to check.
the thing is, if you live in check to check and you making a certain amount of money, bro, that's on you. That's on your habits.
But
That's
what
on
I'm
your
showing is,
practices.
I get it. You're right. But what I'm saying is that person's teaching me.
Yeah.
So
I
what are
mean,
they
they
going to
can still
teach
have
me
the
if they're
knowledge.
financially illiterate themselves?
They can still have the
Yeah.
knowledge.
Yeah,
There's
but what
rich.
I'm saying is
There's rich.
the
There's
knowledge.
wealthy dummies.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the
I wouldn't
thing.
call them dummies if
And
they're
you
Well,
wealthy.
because they gonna hire the people to know what they're doing, but
That's
they're not
smart. That's not
particular.
dumb.
That's genius, but they're
there's
not
three kinds of education.
individually.
As we said, there's academic, there's professional, and there's financial.
But what's the purpose of it? So
Mm,
my purpose is
I
to
think
be
it's more than
academic
that.
for the sake of academics, or is my purpose to get educated so I can live a better quality of life? That's what I decided to do with education. Every other education is useless if it can't improve the quality of my life. If I get an education and I end up deleting myself, that doesn't seem like that was smart for me. But if I can get education that allows me to get myself into a position where I'm living what I think is my best life, because it doesn't have to be money, right?
Right.
But what I think is my best life, then I say that's intelligent and that is education that's necessary.
It is. I will
Everything
say
else
this,
is BS.
OTO. You kind of remind me of another guy that come on. They've been on
I
Solid Live. Broken Berlin. Very bright individual, both of y'all. Very bright individuals,
got the
whatever.
Broken Berlin. He was
Yeah, Broken Berlin.
if you
We've
still
clashed
got that
before, but
Berlin,
I
just say drop the
I'll
chat.
check
I
them
mean
out. I
drop
never
the
heard of that.
no, I give credit where credit's due. Very, enlightened young man or whatever. You've done great by yourself or whatever. I think people make life harder than it has to be. Because really, life is, if you're an American, life really ain't that hard, bro. Bills are not that expensive.
You
Your practices make your shit too much. Because really, a mortgage, just say if you got a mortgage, like we in the South, shit cheaper. You know what I'm saying? How much is the average fucking mortgage anyway? But like $2,500 in a rural, like what in America? Is it
in
Is it
America.
3,000? How much is the average mortgage in America?
Well, the average house right now is 400,000. So yeah, you're about twenty
The
five hundred
fucking average.
dollars
Okay, about
now.
2,500,
Yep.
right?
What's the
Check this out.
Yep.
average mortgage in America?
Yeah, let me get that number, child. I don't think it's 25. It might be.
Yeah. I'm looking it up
It might be.
in Chat GPT. What I was gonna say is also this, man. It's a lot of opportunities around here. It's a lot of money around here. Like say, just the other day, I stay over here by United Health headquarters, literally 5 minutes away from my house, and they got a decent campus, but it is a company over here that's called Optum, and their campus is large as hell. So I'm like, I thought United Health was the big dog on the block. You know what I mean? When I looked into it, because I looked into Optum, and I think they say Optum by itself is worth 250 billion to 400 billion. But guess who owns Optum? United Health.
Mm.
All of it's in the same. All of it's in the same area. But if you look at them, Optum campus is way large. Like I can go on my balcony right now and show you the skyscraper that Optum have. But and I'm thinking like, damn, they shitting on United Health, but they're owned by United Health. I'm
Charlie,
just saying that was yes, sir.
Life ain't hard as we make it, bro. I think
I
two
believe it.
people.
I believe
Look,
you.
check this out.
Let me say this right fast.
Okay,
They say American, even the like say lower income Americans is the middle class when it comes to the world. Like we think we see poverty here, but poverty in other places is extremely more devastating than it is here. Skid Row look like a luxury hotel to some of these places in the world.
Charlie.
And I
You
land there,
know,
but go ahead. Yes.
two people working at McDonald's, a two-parent household working at McDonald's can do okay in America. It's just we allow other outside influences to fuck it up.
Yep.
Because if you got two people making $3,000 a month, that's $6,000 a month times 12. That's $72,000 a month a year. You're
Yep.
good, especially
Taking
in the
out
South.
taxes and
It,
all of that
yeah,
stuff
yeah,
too, though.
you're good, bro. In Memphis, bro, I didn't work for 7 years at all. I was a stay-at-home father and I went to college, and I was straight, bro. I ain't want for shit. People they overextend themselves financially,
Mhm.
and a rule of thumb: when you go to buy something expensive, whatever, just think about it. Would I still want this in like 5 years? Like even when I buy cars, bro, I don't want that motherfucker after 2 years. No one really does. 3 years after the new car smell wear off, we just doing shit backwards, man. Save your money. Stop spending all your goddamn money. And there's nothing wrong with living with your parents, long as you can stack your money long enough to buy what you want. Stay with your family, your parents, as long as you can. Stack your money until you can afford to do it. We
Oh, but
push
what
our
about
kids
that
out.
community shitting on
Wait,
them for staying with
Charlie.
their parents, though? Yes,
No,
sir.
no, no,
Mm,
no. That's okay. Let them do that. But even
Okay.
Kevin Samuels, which most men didn't see, he told y'all that. He said, get yourself a wolf pack of productive males and y'all get an apartment, get a house, and y'all rent it and y'all, split the rent per room or whatever. And then he's like, and then y'all lock in for about 2 to 5 years. And you guys will all be set. Or you
yes,
can
sir.
stay with your parents, right? Like, don't stay with your parents and still be on the BS, but stay with your parents. But people, we got kids out here buying Pokemon cards for like $100 a pack. Man, they
I get
doing what
that.
like people
I,
got money.
I used to buy
They
basketball
can't. It's a
cards.
cap.
I spent thousand
Yeah, I
dollars
No,
get
on
that.
my card.
yeah, but it's
I got
different.
joints and pennies and shit. Ah,
Like these kids got a whole binder full of cards, don't even play. And then what I'm saying is they have the cash and the capital. People are spending money. And then they're saying it's hard in America when their kids got Pokemon cards, iPhones, and all this other stuff. And then I'm seeing kids out here in Thailand work a real full-time shift at the
Right.
age of 6. They working full-time shifts.
OTO. This what
Bro
people don't
said at
realize.
6 years
You
old.
know, childhood was manufactured, bro. Childhood didn't exist.
Straight manufactured, bruh.
Yeah, childhood didn't exist, bro. You had 5-year-olds smoking cigarettes selling newspapers. You know what I'm saying? I guess during what was it, like World War One or whatever, whatever. That's when they start. Well, after that, they created childhood. Childhood did
Mm,
not exist, bro. Like people used to have children to have enough hands on the land to work the land.
yeah,
These
for sure.
motherfuckers was 5 years old. They had whole responsibilities. This shit is relatively new. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? So like I think what I don't like is, well, I ain't gonna say I don't like. What I have an issue with, because I'm learning, like, fuck my opinion.
Hey, Charlie. Oh no, go ahead. Keep talking, sir, because
Yeah,
I
fuck my
wanted to
opinion.
bring up a picture.
Fuck my opinion. But like people, poor people saying that my kid gonna have a Christmas is ridiculous to me. Your kids should understand it. Like we don't have it, and if you want it, you gotta make it. Like I had to, look, bro, I had a tenant, right? Actually, it was on Facebook. I posted it. I'm not
Hey,
even that
Charlie,
type of
bring up
guy.
the thing while he talks. I got the
I'm not
Yes,
even
screenshot.
that.
sir.
I'm not even that type of guy to like record kicking people out and shit, right? So I went to her house because she's supposed to, my house. 'Cause she's supposed to be out of the property. I put the key in the door, unlock the door, go in. I damn near tripped up because it's a whole bunch of Christmas presents on the ground. She's like, "What are you doing in my house?" Da, 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 da. I'm like, "You ain't paid your rent. I told you you gotta get the fuck out of here." Which I was actually wrong. I should have went through the proper channels. But I'm like, "Bitch, why would you buy your kids gifts when you ain't paid your rent?"
Mm.
You gotta hold people accountable, bro. I have no sympathy for these motherfuckers. Like, honestly, the government should make it where if you got Okay, we'll give you 2 kids. After that, you get no assistance, and if you want to continue on assistance, you have to be sterilized. Cause we got
That's
the
fair.
wrong motherfuckers making kids, man.
Now I
And
agree with that 100%.
Well,
so what I
actually,
got
the
on this,
rule
go ahead, go
is
Black Cleaner.
5. If you have more than one kid within 5 years, they all got to live off of that same benefit that you're
That's
getting
not
from
true.
the government.
That's not true.
That is
That's not true.
because each kid has to be with. Yeah,
That's
because
not
they
true.
only giving it to you for 5 years. But if you have more than one, they're only going to give it to you for that 5 years. I
That's
know
not
because
true.
that's what. Okay.
That's not true.
Well,
I
That's
think
not
I
true.
think
look, what?
OTO got an interesting clip up though. If you guys look at it,
Yeah,
all of those are
exactly.
white kids. Those are white kids. It's not one black kid in that
Yeah,
motherfucker.
yeah,
Well, that's
yeah. Little homie got a full paper route. These guys out here was working hard. These guys in here, full blown suits, tailored suits.
Bro worked
These
in the
guys
coal
working in the mine, in the
mine.
coal mine, bro. Like this joint is real. And the funny part is, we don't have to go back to the 1900s. Yo, guys, come overseas. Come
yeah,
overseas, and I'll show you this. It's still alive today. Like Mr. Beast is the reason why he's trying to get kids out of picking cocoa leaves in Africa for all the chocolate conglomerates. Like and it's not the conglomerates that's forcing them, it's their parents and stuff like that. And I'm
Yep.
saying because that's their real life. They don't have a real economy like we got one.
all right.
Like it's very different. But y'all too busy at the go-go bars in Thailand, right? And because you got some cootie cat finally, you like, man, over here in Thailand, people ain't worried about money. On your MTR, nobody care about money. It's little kids working in the street till 4 o'clock in the morning selling bubble gum.
Yeah.
Mm.
And guess
And
what? They
he
don't
like,
care.
they don't care about money here, sick of the lies. It's beyond money. It's a
Yeah.
utopia.
Nah. Hey, they don't even like because it's all about environment, bro. Nature versus nurture, right?
Mm.
It's all about where you are, bro. It's in us. We have an innate like mindset to survive. You're gonna do whatever the fuck it take to survive. That
That's a
that
fact.
5 year old will work and be like responsible like a fucking grown ass man. It's just we in America.
Mm.
So like that 5 year old, he ain't listening to no goddamn baby shop. That nigga got the newspaper open. Who
Mm.
hiring? What can I sell?
And know how to hustle too, because I remember being in
Exactly.
Mexico, seeing one of them little
He ain't finna fuck him
begging
over.
5-year-old. It's like what you just said, selling bubble gum, and then you tell them no, and then all of a sudden they go with the fake tears. I was like, oh, you's a real good hustler. I like
Bro,
you.
I learned the game in Mexico, bro. Like I remember when I was in the Navy, I go to Tier 1 every weekend, Rosarita. And bro, as soon as you cross the border, it's these little like 5 year olds, 7 year olds selling chiclets. Chiclets, they hustling.
Yeah.
Bro, we baby our children. And then I would say this: as a poor person, you don't even have the room or the you know what I'm saying, the wiggle room to baby your kid. Cause they already look at him like he a criminal and a victim. Like, look, and let me say something. I'm gonna touch back on a couple of your lives because I think I've been coming off negatively, right? I'm just speaking the truth. Because the way I talk to the people on your live, Charlie, is the way the world look at us. It ain't about me. Cause we don't have the time, we don't have the goddamn benefit to be soft on our people.
Mm.
I love my people. I love black people. But you gotta put a foot on our neck because we ain't finna do shit. Cause we settle for the crumbs. I don't want nobody to bread feed me, bro. I'm straight on it. Because honestly, if a motherfucker look, this gonna be grotesque. If a motherfucker is responsible for your livelihood, don't get upset when he try to ask you to suck his dick.
Damn. God, leave, bro.
Because you a hoe. You a bitch. If another nigga responsible for your livelihood, if he pull his dick out, don't feel disrespected. Because you put yourself in that situation.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's
Hey,
like I
real
don't ask
quick,
for favor.
guys. No, I feel you, but real quick, guys, let me welcome my good brother, Mr. Peppers, to the channel. How you doing, Mr. Peppers?
What up, folks? Yep, I'm just getting off of work. I've
What
been
up,
listening
gang?
for like the last been listening to the last 45 minutes, whatnot. Definitely appreciate the game that's being shared, which leads me to my question. Oh, and just want to say what's up to the panel. Um, so I'm coming across a small settlement, and I'm looking into a situation where I can like invest where I can sit it somewhere and let it work for me. And I've heard a few ideas like BlackRock dividends and stuff like that. I'm just looking for. I know no one's here professional per se. I'm just asking for opinions on where I can set some money away and not that I'm not going to touch and let it work for me.
Let me. Can I say something?
Oh, that's for the entire panel. Absolutely, sir.
All right. My first question is: do you own your own home
Yes,
outright?
I'm
No,
still
he's
paying on
buying.
it.
He's buying. Yeah.
Okay. The only reason that I'm saying that is because, okay, if that one of the things that I did when I ended up getting my settlement that helped me out was I ended up buying that house cash. Okay. And the reason that it helped me out a lot was once I was able to buy me a piece of house, a cash house, all right, the stress automatically disappeared because I always knew that, okay, I don't got all I got to do is pay the taxes on this motherfucker, which is way cheaper than a mortgage. Okay,
Absolutely.
and I won't be homeless anymore. I can lose my job, like what Sick of the Lies was just talking about. And if I lose my job, at least I got a place to lay my head. So the key thing is to establish your base and your stability to where as soon, I mean, if something bad happens, the bottom falls out of it, you're still good. You still have a foundation to be able to start all over. If you haven't done that yet, that's the first thing that you want to do with any type of settlement. And then anything after that.
He
What
cut
the hell
out.
was that? Just
You cut off.
oh, I think he dropped down. I think he dropped down by
Yeah, he
mistake.
dropped down.
Black Cleaner, just hit the link. I'll pull you back up, bro. Real
Look,
quick,
Peppers. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to touch on what Sick of the Lies asked earlier. It says depending on what you mean by average mortgage, it says new home buyer mortgage payment is roughly $2,100 to $2,300 per month. Property tax and homeowner insurance. But then it also goes on to say existing homeowners with mortgages, the median payment is closer to $1,500 a month because they locked in a lower mortgage rate years ago. So those
Yeah.
are two distinct differences. Like the people that
Fam.
got in early, their mortgage is
Nah,
around
it's
1,500.
not. It's
That's
not
what
even got in
ChatGPT said.
early. Yeah.
Yep.
Shout out to. It's not really even got in early. Like the mortgage used to be at 12%, so we're at 6. That's like pretty much low
Yeah.
in comparison.
Yeah.
But
Right.
Well, I think my
but
shit was
since
like
the
3.
2008, since the housing crash, it's been low. So it's been low since 2008 all the way up to, you could say, 2022. But what I would say, skip the house. What I would say to you, Peppers, and again, this is not financial advice, but for any man, and people don't like to hear what I be able to say. For you to be a grown man and asking me that question says
Mhm.
that I would tell you to hold your money and you get the brain and you figure out how to fish. You can watch this work, but you got to learn how to fish, bruv, regardless. So I can't say mutual funds, ETFs, and plus it's usually a deep dive. That's why financial advisors have to actually counsel you one-on-one. They have to be licensed and they have to hear your entire background. What are you doing? What's your goal? What's your purpose? Do you got kids? If you do you have this? You see what I'm saying? So it's complex. But at the end of the day, I always tell people you have everything that it takes. You got a brain and it works. But you just have to learn financial literacy.
I got
And then
something
at
to
a
say.
certain point, you'll figure out, okay, cool. You can put it in a savings account at the bank. Let it sit. You got to get the information first to know what you're going to do and what you need to do with that money. And whether it's to give it to a wealth manager, or whether it's the split 50-50, you have to take control. There ain't nobody else who can work it out for you. But go ahead.
If I can
Hey,
symbolize that, OTO, are you saying that it's not a one size fit all?
simplify.
No, it's not a one size fits all.
I,
Definitely not.
yeah, it's not. I got something to say right quick.
Yeah, sure. The
Okay,
floor is yours, brother.
I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, OTO, you won in the military, right?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Were you in the military or no?
Yes.
Okay, because you move like a master sergeant. You move like a command master chief. Look, a lot of people don't like the delivery. I love honesty. I don't care. Like, look, when you trying to learn something and you want to do better in your life, fuck the delivery. What's the message?
That's a
See,
fact. I agree with
like,
that.
a lot of people have an issue the way I say things. Just listen to what the fuck I say, though. I don't care if you like me or not. Listen to what I'm not saying shit to hurt nobody. Listen to what the person says, man. And it actually, when he said that, when Mr. Peppers said that question, something hit my head. And I never heard nobody else say this shit. And it just hit me. Bro, y'all need to look into like working for like KBR and shit. BlackRock and shit. Like you could go over there, go overseas and you work. I think the first 75 to 125,000, something like that. I'm not don't quote my numbers. It's tax free. Y'all need to get some government contracts overseas, bro. That's what if you really want to come up and be able to leave, that's what you need to do. And listen to what the fuck
Go ahead.
OTO said because like he ain't sugarcoating shit because he don't have to. Like I say all the time that I work the way I work because I don't want to have to be nice to people that I don't want to be nice to. You feel me?
Yeah.
Nah, that's a fact.
Because what I'm telling you, I ain't saying shit to hurt you because I'm not the type of person. So I don't want to have to be nice to you. I'm telling you what it is, and I'm gonna tell you. You might not like the way I say it, but this is what it is. Either you can continue doing what you've been doing, or listen to what the fuck I'm saying.
And
And that's the
and
way.
here's
Yeah,
and here's one of
Well,
the things, like, let's say the delivery, like the way I say it or whatever.
fuck that.
The
I ain't
thing
got
I
time to be
say,
nice
I
to you.
I say if you do, look, there's a money guy show, there's bigger pockets. There's a lot of people out here that say, Peppers, you did nothing wrong. You know what's really there's a lot of people that will do that. So you if this is not the message for you, completely fine. But I'm telling you, I know their numbers and their analytics. They'll have 2-3 million subscribers, they'll have 100 million views, but their throughput rate, meaning somebody who say, okay, let me buy this financial product, let me get into the group, is like 1%. So out of all the people that watch those guys with the nice, gentle message, only 1% to 2% actually convert and say, all right,
Mhm.
cool, let me take up the task. And then on my
Yeah,
side, it's the same thing. So it's not the message. Somebody just making up some damn excuse. Like, we just saying this, whether it's soft or hard
yeah.
power, soft power, we're both saying the same thing. But what I'm saying is, I don't have to be nice to you in order for you to like and subscribe. I don't care about it. Already
Why
rich.
should
So
I?
I'm not
Why
playing a
should I?
YouTube game where I'm like, hey, I got to retain my audience and I got to be nice. You know, I'm not the politician who got to tell you the world is earth is flat and it's a little bit round. I could just say, I think it's round. You get it?
It's a little
And
bit round.
I've been in space and I've seen it with my eyes. So that's what I think. That's it. I'm not gonna be
Yeah.
like, well, Peppers, it's a little bit round and it's a little bit flat. And get my likes up and hit the like on the button. Like, I'm not saying that's bad or anything. I'm just saying I don't have that same that interest, that conflict of
Efficacy.
interest. And then so I'm just gonna say, hey, look, bro, it's you the problem. You know why politicians can't stand up and say, Americans, you need to make yourself great? Is because
Nobody will
nobody
vote
will vote
for
for
him.
that politician.
Yeah.
But I tell that people, I say, damn what Trump say talking about to make America great. What we got to do? Make the land great? What do we got to do? Make the roads great? No, we got to make the people great because the people build the roads. The people do what they have to do. It's the people. So the people got to be financially literate. You think if everybody's financially illiterate in America, right? And let's say 20% of them go into the government to work, they were financially illiterate. So they're going to go inside the government and be financially illiterate. It only makes sense. You get what I'm saying, Charlie? If I got no
Absolutely.
legs and no arms and I go into the NBA, how am I going to score? I'm probably not going to be scoring that much. So it's the same
Nah,
thing. You
they
don't got
gonna
the
fire
money.
the coach that put you on the court.
Hey, look, OTO,
Yeah.
OTO.
Yeah, go ahead. Second to last.
You right, bro. They don't understand, bro. Like anybody that really care about you, I ain't saying care about you, because really, when you get people at a certain point, if they ain't trying to like get nothing from you, they don't have the time to like babysit you or like handle you with kid
Yep.
gloves. We gonna give you the information. I'm not even saying we. They're gonna give you the information, and you take from there what you want. Because the people that like handle you so softly, be careful of them. Be mindful of them, because there's an ulterior motive. Like when he did this live tonight, he ain't had to tell nobody shit. Like I went to goddamn InvestFest like a couple years ago with
Yeah.
what's the name of this shit? I can't even remember.
EYL. Earn your
EYL,
leisure.
yeah. It was cool. They had Fabulous. I left before Fabulous because I got anxiety and shit. But and I paid 5,000 for the goddamn shit or whatever. But most people only want the initial information. Most people not willing to pay for, the exclusive information. So take the free shit and do what you will with it. You know what I'm saying?
And
Like I
Peppers,
think
I know
if you
Peppers
coming up
wanted to
on a
say
settlement,
something. Yeah.
if you coming up on a settlement, do your research and make the best decision for you. Don't listen to what
Facts.
OTO say, what I say, what Charlie say,
Facts.
nobody.
Charlie
Cause
ain't
at
saying
the,
nothing though. I'm
cause at
still
the end of the
listening.
day, you gotta live with your decision, bro. At the end of the day, you gotta live with your decision. Because honestly, bro, I wasn't supposed to be shit. My aunties and uncles told me every day I wasn't shit. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta make what you like. My life ain't been, as easy as some people, and it ain't been as hard as some people. But at the end of the day, it don't matter. As a man, you gotta make it happen. So what you want to do?
So
What do you think you should do?
so the reason I brought it up was because I
And let me
thought
hold some.
I figured because just going from the information I received yesterday about today, well, making sure you bring your pen and paper, that's what I had on my mind. You know what I'm saying? Just taking down notes, and I wanted to, sometimes I just like to, bounce things off of other people's head and get
Yeah,
another idea. So maybe I can do research in that category that people are
Yeah.
bringing up. So pretty much, I mean, it's not that I need someone to point me in a direction so I can just go mindless into the direction that I've been told. Is I'm not the smartest man, and no one else in this group on this panel is either. But we all have our own experiences and ideas, and I'm fine with people bouncing ideas off of each other.
right.
So pretty much what I'm getting is do my own research, which I have. This is
Hmm.
also part of my research by
Yeah, got it. Got it.
speaking to
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
guys about
shout
it.
out to you for that. Yeah, I hear
That
you
that
loud and clear, Mr.
Hey,
Pepper.
Pepper.
that's why I hit it with
So
three different assets, right? That's why I said real
100%.
estate or 401k and then also individual brokerage account. These are the three instruments that majority of people use to establish wealth for themselves. And unless you're that one guy who say, I want to build a private company and take it public, that's a different stratosphere. But for the most part, most people are one of these three. You could use all of them. I say don't often, become a real estate bro. Like, man, I don't do
Yeah,
stock. Fuck
nah,
really
do
stock.
all of
Like,
it.
don't do that. Do
Yeah.
all of it, but also build it out according to you. And once you start doing the research, you'll start mapping out what fits you and what you can
Right.
do and what moves you can make. Just like Digital Nomad
Absolutely.
came up here, right? He was talking about
Hmm.
his first play was the one he ran with the house hack. Then when he ran the house hack, he came back to me and he was like, bro, I looked at that joint that you were talking about, Cody Sanchez. I think I'm gonna get a business and buy one instead of build one. And then I was like, okay, well, tell me more. And then he started to move in that direction. And so
Yeah.
he started to create that. I told him, hey, look, I'm investing in stocks. I go to the hill for this. He's like, okay, I hear that. I'll run that about 20%. But this other 80%, I'm going to run with buying this business
Mm,
that's existing. So he started creating his own financial plan. But that's because he started to keep working on his financial literacy, hitting the books and reading and etc. Right? So I'm just one of those guys. If you come and ask me, I'll tell you, what do you think? You get what
yeah,
I'm saying? I'm not
actually,
necessarily the guy who's like, do this A, B, C, D. No, I know that whatever I do, it's because I am me. it's not going to apply to you. So I'll say, hey, what is it that you're looking into? And then
Hey,
we'll have a discussion about it.
what you said kind of touched on what I was thinking. What do you want to do, Peppers? What's your goal? What's your end game?
So pretty much with this money I'm going to be receiving, I want to put it away. My goal is I want to make it work for me instead of me working for it. You know what I'm saying? So this is an opportunity. You know what I mean? You only get so many of these kind of opportunities where a point it can change your life. And this is, I'm at this point where
Well, somebody
I
hit
can
you
go
in the
into the
car and
direction.
you laid on the ground.
My neck, my back, and my back.
No,
Oh,
no, no. And I'm not trying to get you. Hey, give me you know what I'm saying, estimate like how much money you working with?
That's only if you feel comfortable.
Right.
yeah. I'm gonna say
80,
anywhere between you can say in between
80,000.
80 and 6
Yeah, I
digits.
figured it. I figured it was 80. That's what they gonna come. That's what they gonna come at you with. Okay. So what do you want to do?
But he said it before. He said he want to stack it away, want the money to work for him. So
Hmm.
literally,
Someone.
go
I
ahead.
can tell you the safest thing to do, but
Okay.
if you don't tell me what you want to do, I won't know what you're talking about.
I just say go learn.
Um.
I'd say Peppers, go do more research. When you come
Yes,
back,
sir.
you're saying, hey, look, I looked at a house hack. Hey, I looked at a rental property. This is what I'm moving towards. Okay, now let's have a discussion about rental property. Or
Uh,
it's, hey, I'm looking at a dividend. I'm going to invest in this stock that pays dividends. Okay, cool. Let's
REITs.
have a conversation about that, right? REITs, a real estate syndication.
Perfect.
yeah.
So all these are things, right, that you'll come back with, and then we'll just have a big old discussion about that asset, right? But
Uh-huh.
you're really trying to draw in, and I get you said, hey, look, passive, we got REITs, we got dividends, we got real estate syndications. These are, and then we got like low yield saving account, right? CDs to get really
See, he's
extremely safe.
bullshit. Yeah.
So yeah, but still, it's passive, right? Like
Yeah.
three
You
percent,
get what,
whatever,
three
leave it
percent?
alone.
Yeah.
Bonds,
That's bullshit.
whatever. Yeah, but yeah, see, bullshit though, in
Yeah.
comparison to what your goal
But it's
is
safe.
and what
It's
kind of
safe.
return is good in the risk you want. So you get like everything has a context. So once you figure that out, which you will, right? Because once you keep reading, you'll be like, oh, joints, all right, cool. And then you'll start formulating the plan, and then we could just build on that plan. Does that make sense? I didn't tell Digital
Absolutely.
Nomad he had to get a duplex. I said do a quad. He did a duplex.
He
I
should
didn't
do the
argue
quad
with
first.
him.
Quad is the
I
best
didn't argue with
option.
him because that's his choice. He
Right.
didn't want to take the risk. He was scared of managing 3 tenants of first. You get, so I understand that. It's you specifically. Me, I said bump that, give me a quad.
Actually, a
But that's
quad
just
is,
me.
I think, probably less liability. I think.
Again, you get everybody interprets a risk the way they want to
Yeah.
also, and then what they got going on. And it seems reasonable, right? Like you're just
Yeah.
thinking from nobody who did it before, I can manage 1 tenant. What about 3? So now you're just like, all right, let me just do my first one and then I'll do it. Now he's trying to do a quad. You see? So he'll get there. It just wasn't his first deal. But I'm not about to argue with you. I'm about to let you do what you got to do because it's hard enough for you to try to
Right.
execute on something that you never did before.
Hey yo,
Well,
OCO. You know
to,
what? I had an opportunity. My first opportunity was acquired for like 125,000.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa.
I passed on it.
Like, whoa.
I
That's a low
passed on it.
price.
I passed on it. Well, you got to
Where was
realize
it
where I
at?
live. It was in Memphis. It was in a
Oh, yeah,
drug.
yeah,
We
yeah.
got
Yeah.
Riri. Real quick, the brother.
But you know that's where the cash flow come from, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
real
man,
quick,
it's so many headaches.
hold on,
So
guys.
many headaches.
Hold on, Raphael. Real
Yeah.
quick, if you can cam up for a second, I would truly appreciate it, sir. 'Cause I can't see.
before he get in, I guess I did have two ideas that I've been looking into. One of the things I've been looking at, and the last time I went to DR was doing an Airbnb type situation out there.
I wouldn't do
And
it. I wouldn't do it.
okay, okay.
Let him land the plan, sick of the lies. Hold on.
Okay. I wouldn't
So
do it,
yeah,
bro.
Go ahead, Peppers.
I mean, I am aware like how
Black
difficult it can
Black
be
Cleaner, you changed
being
your name?
overseas or whatnot. being overseas and trying to manage Airbnb. So I do understand that. And then the second thing that I also looked into was, it's funny that Secret Alliance brought it up, was BlackRock dividends.
Yeah, but I
So
think dividends probably be your best route, bro. I can't like I don't know what your plan is, but I like long money. I don't like instant money. I like long term money.
right, yeah, I hear you on that one. But yeah, I'm gonna continue to thanks for the advice. It's not on
The
deaf
talk,
ears. I'm definitely
the
listening.
talk, the talk, not advice. The talk.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, thanks for the
absolutely.
talk.
The talk.
Thanks for the
Because
talk.
over here we're not giving any financial advice. Everything over
Exactly,
here
because
is
I'm not that guy.
individual opinion, and you have to move like we. This is not for you, Mr. Peppers, but just for like everybody. We are not responsible for your financial decisions because we're
Right.
No,
not
that's
giving you
specifically for
financial
him because
advice.
he called it advice. So I want the transcript of
Oh
Oh
his
yeah,
my
that
talk.
was on
bad.
me.
Hey,
That
That
was on
we,
me. That's on me. That's on me.
nah, it's
hey,
all
Mr.
good,
Peppers,
Peppers.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Peppers. What I would do with the primaries coming up, I would just like wait for the
Oh, here
chaos.
we go.
Mm.
I wait for the chaos, man, and like let the stocks drop 18%, and then I buy in.
Hey, real quick, let me ask you,
Uh,
OTO and Chris, a question. Oh, even Black Panther, they said, like, say when the administration is finna change, look into what they're running on and what businesses are going to profit off of them running off of that, and then invest in that. This is not advice. This is actually a question. What you guys think about that?
I think I also wait for the government shutdown, bro. Because we have them all the time. Wait for a government shutdown. Wait for shit to go down and buy that shit to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was actually I don't want any physical assets anymore. Well, I ain't gonna say physical, but like as far as like yeah, a property where they can go
Yeah.
into. I'd rather have the digital assets. So
Shout out to
wait,
you.
Well,
'cause it's gonna happen. But we get shut down all the time. People act like every time it happens, they're like it's a new thing. We get shut down every. But when I first started working where I work at, we had a shutdown like 3 weeks after I started working there, and I was like, damn. And I'm still there.
Mm.
Let the
here,
stock market fuck up, and then just capitalize.
here's the part that I do, Charlie. I just invest, and what do I know? Only got 50% for the last decade. But
Damn.
I
I
wanted to
just
I wanted
invest.
to dive into that OTO, but
And we
continue.
need to
I definitely got some
no,
questions
Charlie.
about that.
Wrong
Yes,
question.
sir.
Wrong question, Charlie.
I didn't ask a question, bro.
No. Well, wrong statement. We need to know what their portfolio is so we can do that.
Okay,
look,
okay, okay, yeah.
look, shout out to, and this is something I just found as like an exploit in the market. There's a guy called, and people often reference him, but they really don't listen to him. Warren Buffett and Peter Lynch.
Yes,
These
sir.
guys are legends. These are guys are
Thank
legends. But guess what? People still don't listen to legends. People don't know that his wealth, at least Warren Buffett, also Peter Lynch, but it wasn't diversification. It was concentration. He concentrated on a very few select companies, bought in big, it paid off. Then he got diversified when he had wealth, right? Because that was his way of preserving his capital and growing it at his level.
Ooh, you cooking with
So for
that one.
me, I made it simple. I call it, and I posted and I wrote an article. I call my method follow the billionaires.
Yep.
Pretty simple. Why the hell would I listen to a financial analyst, a guy riding a school bus, or somebody who work at Subway who also trade on the side, and I not listen to Jensen? Or I won't listen to Jeff Bezos, or I won't listen to the guys that are multi-billionaires and trillionaires. The only thing that they own is digital assets, their stock. That's what makes them billionaires.
Mm.
Real estate makes millionaires.
Mm.
Roll with me. Stocks makes billionaires and trillionaires. Shout out to Elon now, right? So stock makes billionaires and trillionaires. So you're asking yourself, the multiple remains the same. There is no real estate in America that increased 50,000% in the last 15 years.
Nah,
But there
that's
are
unheard
stocks
of.
that did that,
That's
right?
crazy.
Hey, mine's that. And to
Hey,
add
So
to
question.
all I
that,
needed to do,
Hey,
bills
question.
go
make
ahead, go ahead.
thousandaires.
How much is Bitcoin at right now? And does
I
anyone
don't
even
know, maybe
understand
60,
Bitcoin?
70, 60,
Yeah,
Does,
70,000
it's like
a piece.
60. It's 68,000. Last time I checked, and that was
does
probably
anyone
I
about
like,
understand
50
it, but
cents. Here
was the
Okay,
thing. Shout outs to
that's
Bitcoin.
rare.
It's
That's
one of
rare.
the highest digital assets that got one of the best returns. But the one thing that I just didn't do because at the time the exchange is still being
Do you
built
own
out,
any?
you know? No. Because the
Yeah.
exchange was still getting built out. The medium, right? Like
Right.
how you own the asset. It wasn't built out. I had Bitcoin. I did have it a long time ago. Somebody just broke into the Coinbase and ordered pizzas with the damn thing. But that was all the way at the beginning. They didn't have the good security measurements. You get me? They weren't registered. It was all like, these are the early days. And you know, if you know anything about crypto, people say not your key, not your coin. So you probably own some derivative that represents this. So it's very nuanced. It's not like an easy interface like, let's say, stocks are, because it's been around for so long, right? So the infrastructure's around. So net, also too, there's no way I could take my brain and project how the prices are going to increase. I can only say it's going to be more, it's going to be 1 million. And if other people believe it's going to be 1 million and they buy in, then I win, right? But with the game, you'll say, well, that's the same for stocks. Well, that's different because the company also makes money,
Shout
right?
out to you, bro.
So every year, every quarter, they're showing you their performance. They're showing you how much revenue they're making in profit. What's that?
Oh,
Bitcoin
64,000.
price.
Okay, yep.
64,000.
Okay.
So then I could track shit. But anyways, it's mostly about just following a company that has high conviction. So my early investments, even like recently, I'll tell you something within like 18 months, right? Google. Everybody was like, yo, Google's dead because of ChatGPT coming out. I thought that was the stupidest thing alive.
Right.
Mm,
Like, really? A
they could
chat
have been
bot is
right.
going to do away with Google and YouTube? They were not right. They were
They could.
far
I
from
said
right.
they could have been right.
No, they couldn't have. Because
Yeah,
it's just,
they
you
could
just
have.
miss out. On, no, you
Google
can't.
too big. Google too big, if you ask
Not
me.
only Google
Why?
Google
too
is dead.
big, bro.
They
No, watch
own
this.
shit that we
Watch
don't
this.
even know. Go ahead.
Watch this. They weren't right. It don't matter. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I could have been a trillionaire too,
Yep.
right? But I'm not.
I could have got
So you ain't
shot,
about
but
to
I
listen
didn't.
to me if I was
Right.
wrong and I never became a trillionaire. And then when the trillionaire come in and tell you something, you be like, well, the other guys could have been right and you could have been wrong. Like,
And
really, bro? Nah, for real. Now, ChatGPT got a 2.2% adoption. So 2.2% of American households has paid for the subscription.
I'm one
Anthropic
of
was
them.
more right than ChatGPT. Yeah, you're one of them, one of the minorities, right? But net, across the distribution of Google in itself, I mean, come on, we're on YouTube. They have Alphabet. They have ad revenue.
As we
They have so
speak.
many products. They have the majority of smartphones through Android. They have so much that their distribution layer, meaning they're already connected. And guess what? Most people don't know Google gave away the LLM in the first place. OpenAI didn't create it. It was Google. They gave it away for free. They didn't close source it and keep it for themselves. They were like, hey, let's put out this white paper, teach everybody about this discovery. DeepMind found it. They wrote the architecture paper and they put it out. And then OpenAI ran with it and did the chatbot. Google said, hey, let's sit back and watch. Because we own the distribution.
I have a question for you, OTO.
Go ahead. And then
How
wait, hold
much?
on. Before you say that,
Yeah,
don't forget too, Google has a 30 plus, let's say 30+% return on their invested capital for the last 25 years straight. Who am I
goddamn.
to start to second guess them? But go ahead.
Okay.
Sam Altman doesn't have a return
How
on
much
his
did you?
investments.
How much did you charge to just tell people what to do? I ain't talking about me. I'm talking about like for the people that's listening. How much did you charge them? Tell them what to do.
Per hour, because we could
No,
do
no,
something
no.
like that.
I, I,
Yeah,
I,
go ahead.
no, I ain't talking about prayer. I'm talking like per subscription. That's probably
Per
not enough money for
subscription.
you. But you get what I'm saying? Like to help the
No,
people. Like,
go ahead.
how much did you charge them to like be like this? The move I'm gonna make. I'm not responsible for what you do if you take a loss, but this is
Okay.
what I'm doing.
How much? I wouldn't do that at all. It would be nothing but risk.
Mm.
Yeah.
People out here suing Meta because they said their child was on Meta too long. Like you can get sued for
Yeah, I saw this
anything.
shit. Yeah, I know.
So I
Yep.
wouldn't do
YouTube
something
getting
like
sued for
that.
that too.
Exactly. That's why. Look, I would be real. When I was talking to my actual financial advisor, CPA, and lawyers, they were like, "Yo, you need to get your black ass off of YouTube. What you doing?"
Yeah.
Because one, you out here operating. Most people don't know this. Are you operating with a media license? Do you have media insurance? No.
Ooh, shit.
You preface
So
it.
that's what. So you need media insurance
Yeah.
because first you need to incorporate, then you need media insurance because all the stuff that you say on here you could be held liable for. Didn't Tasha K have to experience that?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, she got dick down too, for sure, for
Well,
sure.
she got what she deserved.
Allegedly.
I agree. I agree.
Allegedly. Let
She
me
got
add
what
that
she
on there
deserved
too.
because that's how she got the judgment against her because they warned her say they went through the proper legal steps like this is defamation of character, don't do this, that, and the third, and she kept on going. So there was that. Real quick question though, man. I want to name a couple books and if you guys could rate them on a scale from 1 to 5, far as 5 being super educational, something that you should look into, or 1 being is just trash and rhetoric. Rhetoric. The first book that I would like to ask you guys what you guys think about it is, and if you're not familiar with the book, you could just say that I'm cool with that. But why should white guys have all the fun by Reginald F. Lewis? Camera recording. Okay.
10.
Chris going to jail. Somebody said they recording, so we got you back, Chris.
Yeah. We got an op. We got an op. Look, this is not financial advice. I did not
Hey,
give anybody financial advice on this shit. Nah, I give it a 10. I know what book you're talking about. 10.
For sure. I love that book. That's the only book that made my eyes kind of water a little bit when he when he was passing, talking about his relationship with his daughter. Super dope book. Psychosis. What you guys think about that?
I don't know that one.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna let
You ain't
OTO
got
answer. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I don't even read.
I don't read either. I
Yeah,
listen to the book, bro.
I don't do that either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No,
What you
no,
do then,
I'm
Sister
sorry. I'm
Wives?
sorry. I missed it. It's Psycho-Cybernetics.
Hey,
Nah,
Charlie, I'm
Still
gonna
don't
say this.
but I'll
know.
check it out.
Charlie,
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
It's a super
for
dope
real.
book. Go ahead.
at one point I was pretty smart, and then there's another point I said I don't want to be smart no more. I actually put
You
forth
just
the
hate
effort to be
smarts,
dumb.
bro.
No, I don't hate it. I put forth the effort to just be dumb and not deal with anything. They may be stupid, but I just didn't want to deal with anything no more. I didn't want to deal with all that data.
All
Okay, for
that
sure, for
data.
sure. One more book, Richest Man in Babylon. What you guys think about that?
Sounds good. Don't know what the fuck it is.
Damn, that's a dope book to me.
5.
You said a
Yeah,
5? 5.
Excellent book.
What you think,
I
OTO?
would
Excellent
agree.
book.
You
I
think
would
it's a
agree.
5 as well?
Maybe I'll give it a 3.
Ooh, ooh. Okay, why? Can you elaborate on
Relevance.
that?
It's real convoluted. I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong, but like I say, like I don't need to know the history of economics since the beginning of Babylon. Like I don't. I need to know how do I make money in 2026. Now somebody will say, well, if you connect the inception of money since Babylonian Egypt, then you can, man, whatever, bro. I'm not trying to be a study to be a intellectual masturbator. I'm trying to run up the money in my bank account.
That's a fact. No, say I heard something because I can't say I read and be honest, but I heard something in that book too where it kind of stick with me to this day. They said if you got 10 eggs and say you're used to living off of 10 eggs, but you put one in a basket and you live off of that 9, which you can do, that basket will eventually overflow. Now, from my understanding, that basket is investments, learning, and things of that nature. So it's like you literally just study to compound your knowledge or your savings and things of that nature and to move forward. So I think to me I thought that was a dope book, but at the same time, I'm not as rich as you guys, so that's just my opinion. That's why I wanted to ask what you guys thought about
Yeah, because you was reading the book. No, just kidding. No. There's some good books. What is it called? I mean, I just say key of wisdom from it. It probably says every gold piece you save is a slave to work for you. Your
it.
savings acts as capital to generate more income. That's a good thing. I ain't got to read that deep ass book to get it, but yeah, I mean that come from that book, so that's good.
Okay, okay. Do you guys recommend like reading books?
I
I
recommend.
recommend.
I read Rich Poor Dad. Rich Dad Poor
Rich
Dad
Dad
and the
Poor Dad. Yep,
Multifamily
that's my
Millionaire.
book. Yep, I
I think
read.
that was it. That was it. That's all I needed. Go ahead, Black Cleaner.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. I concur because that was the first book that I read that got me on financial literacy. That was back in 1998, before I got out of the military.
Shout out to what is called a wealth quadrant.
Rich Dad Poor Dad.
No, I'm talking
No,
about
the
the
wealth
wealth
quadrant.
quadrant.
Yeah, the cash flow quadrant. You mean cash flow quadrant?
Oh, cash flow quadrant. Right there you go.
That was that was like my Bible. That was like a calculator for me. I just used that going forward. Anything I did, I looked at the cash flow quadrant and said, all right, what quadrant am I in? All right, cool, boom. So yeah, the cash flow quadrant, man, that's an amazing quadrant.
You guys
Yeah,
look
yeah, yeah.
into that, man. Y'all heard it here. Look into it. Once again, this is not financial advice, but look into that, man. Sometimes like you can. And I heard Green Cardone say he reads. He said he don't read because he love to read. He read because he know it's some gold in those books, and you got to look through those pages to find them a lot of times. So shit,
And
yeah. Shout out to
I'm not a white woman. I don't read no book about what is it called, non-science fiction or whatever. How you say, right? Like I
Oh,
only
so
can
you're
read
not
science
reading the
fiction.
book with the white man on the horse with the long flowing hair? You're not
Nah,
reading those
yeah,
books?
about no gargoyles and dragoy. Nah, I don't read none of that. If it don't help me in life, I ain't reading it. Like if it ain't something I could have as a skill, I don't read it. Now that's just me. I'm not saying that need to be everybody,
Yeah.
but I'm saying
Okay.
if somebody's like, I'm an avid reader, and they read all the gargoyle and Lord of the Rings books, and then all that time and energy, they still working and they can't figure out their money. What if they read all financial books? Like,
Facts.
You better say that, brother. That's a
Uh,
fact. But yeah, no, that's what's up. So let's get down to the brass tacks of it. OTO, how was you able to acquire 48% return annually?
Con- concentration. So all I did was work my job. I did a house hack, even when I was in DC. So it's really not even about your location. Like when I went to DC, I got richer because I was doing house hacks in DC and nobody else was really doing that. Like most people were just trying to get their little single family home or pay rent. For me, I'm like, oh, I'm about to do a house hack. So I got the what is it, the townhouse in one of the best areas. But again, it wasn't even my income that could underwrite it because I didn't make that much money, right? It was really my income and the rental income that came in from the property that allowed me to buy $1 million property in DC. Not because I had the salary to qualify. So that's another thing why it's better to do a house hack, right? Because you could use the rental income to help with the DTI. So, anyways, I did that. I always saved and I invested heavily in Tesla. I invested heavily in Alphabet, not only because I knew about the business, but also I knew that maybe I would say Google and Alpha and then YouTube has been the best technological tool I ever used in my life. I didn't need school. I didn't need a mentor. Everything was on YouTube. I wasn't looking at racially ambiguous big booty broads. So that's why I got a different actual outcome. But I was looking at everything about finances. I was looking at everything about budgeting. I was looking at everything about wholesaling when we was talking about it, right? Industrial property. I learned how to scale that company from 0 to 100 million in a year of assets under management from YouTube. I was watching wholesalers,
Ooh, you better talk
watching
that
another
shit, man.
YouTuber talk about industrial property. I didn't know shit about no bay doors, third grade power phases, and I didn't know nothing about it. Right? I worked in the warehouse, but I didn't know the building, right? But I was watching a realtor talk about it because he was trying to sell the property. And then I learned, pieced the pieces together, and then I ran the company for those guys. And they're like, yo, Bird, how did you learn all this? I said, YouTube and Google. That's it.
So you went to YouTube University, is what what you saying?
That's what I call it. YouTube
free college,
University, bro.
That's what's
free
up. Yes,
education,
sir.
man.
Free
Free
education.
education.
Free
So that's
education.
why I invested. That's why I invested so much because I really felt like this application, these mediums, bro, they can change people's life if they decide to. Now they can damage your life if you decide to, but that's a choice on the user, not necessarily the platform. And so
Yep.
I invested heavy in those companies. Financial advisors. I forgot to tell you. This is the biggest story where I knew I needed to take control of my financial destiny. I called up. I remember I came back from Iraq, so I had a little money in my pocket, right? So I was
When
like, all right,
15K.
I got some little change in my pocket. I'm gonna spend half of it on a grill and bullshit, but I'm gonna take half of it and I'm gonna invest it. I called up my Navy Fed, because that's the bank I had at that time. And I said, hey, man, I want to invest in Facebook. And they was like, first of all, sir, we'll get you to the actual like wealth department.
Broker.
We're just a regular
Mhm.
bank. So I was like, all right, cool. When did they work? She like, well, they only work from like 8 a.m. to like 1 p.m. I said, what kind of damn hours is that? Like, you know what I'm saying? And so, like, damn, the motherfuckers ain't even working. So she put me in, patched me in. I was like, hey, man, how's it going? He's like, hey, what's going on? What can I do for you, young man? And I was like, I want to invest in Facebook. He was like, slow down. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. I was like, what? Why? He was like, well, you need to invest in Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Johnson & Johnson. And I was like, all right, who? I hear that, but I'm like, no, I want to buy Facebook. And he's like, why? I'm like, bro, they have this whole platform with billions of people, or millions at the time, right? And they don't have to create the content. All the users do the work for them. Like, they create all the value by uploading their picture, telling their story, right? Telling sitcom stories. They have to go out and buy their own cameras to film content to put it on Facebook. Facebook just sit there and do nothing. They the marketplace. So I'm like, it's a dub. And then they're going to do advertisement. He was like, that sounds cute, but they don't create products, boy. I was like, damn, this dude's sonning me. And I was like, well, you know what?
Different, bro.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this guy's right. You know, he is the financial advisor, blank, blank, blank. So I was like, all right, can we do half and half? He was like, no, son. We're going to do this. This is conservative. This is blah, 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 blah. So I went with that play. And then I learned from that after that. I said, I ain't never listening because the stock ran up. It did great. I was like, bro, I'm never listening to these guys again, bro. I should have asked him, what was your rate of return in the market? And he probably, guess what? Here's the surprising news, guys. They probably don't even have money in the stock market themselves.
Nope.
Nope, right?
Man,
so once I learned that lesson, I was like, all right, man, I need to take control of my own money, because he's just getting, and I'm not hating on him, but he's got his job. It's a low risk thing. I want crazy returns. I want to be right. I believe in these companies. And so at the end of the day, I focused on doing that. Though I had 80% of all the money I saved and had for investment went into my conviction, and I still had a 20% play where it was just like mutual funds and ETFs, right? Just to save me, right? After 30 years, if I messed up all my money and invested in the dumbest companies, I still had the retirement plan running in the background, right? As my B plan. So once I did that, those companies took off because of what I knew, right? I invested in them prior to what you guys know of them today, right? When Jensen was running around saying that, you know, these chips are going to be AI computing, and people thought he was stupid and called him crazy. Back when Jeff Bezos did AWS, people called him crazy. Guess what they told Jeff Bezos? They told him, shut up and sell retail. That's your lane, boy. You don't know nothing about no IT and selling cloud computing. And it's the most profitable venture of Amazon today. He makes
more off of
but guess what? Experts, Wall Street, hedge fund, BlackRock, all these guys were trying to overthrow him, get him kicked out as CEO, and saying he was wrong. And who ended up being wrong? They did, because they were trying to backseat drive a company that they do nothing about, or the guy who built it in the first place. So for me, I was just like, look, bro, these guys obviously are going to become trillionaires and billionaires. Why would I bet against them? It sounds stupid.
Yeah. And
so I was just like,
guys,
I just need to own what they own. Go ahead.
No, real quick, I wanted to say ARC today is at 72.86. And I only know that because on my Echo show, I got it programmed to where it shows the tickers. But they say, 24 months ago, it was around $45 to $35, which is damn near double your money. ARC, if you guys don't know what ARC is, that investment fund is ran by Kathy Wood, which is proving her, well, in my opinion, like she a woman that really knows what she's talking about. But I'm just saying, like,
shout out to Kathy Woods.
Man, like that white lady go crazy. But
but I hit them up and I was like, y'all ain't got good returns. Y'all need O2O. They didn't reply. I really did send them that though.
Hey, O2O, how you feel about Berkshire Hathaway? You getting stock in it?
Berkshire? Yeah, no, I don't own it.
Hey,
but it's a great company. And then, and
you
know what's crazy about Breakshire Hathaway, I do want to run a Breakshire Hathaway plan. Like, let's say with my cybersecurity company, and at one point we got that type of cash flow coming in, we're buying other company stocks. Like Breakshire Hathaway took insurance payments and premiums and invested it in the stock market, and they became an amazingly powerful company off of that. So most people, they got a business and then they got cash flow. They might pour it back in their business or spend it. But most people, especially business owners, they don't know nothing about stocks. Like, I don't know. Have you seen the School of Hard Knocks, right, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
So this is right. Like School of Hard Knocks, bro. He done sat with billionaires and millionaires, right?
Yeah.
And so he was like, I think he had a lady, a female. I can't remember the name, but she was an excellent investor too. But she used to be a businesswoman, and she crossed the actual plane. But anyways, he was talking to her, and he was like, "See, you can't get rich working for everybody." Da 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 da. And she said, "Yeah, right now I'm actually in the public equities." And he was like, "What's that?" I'm like, damn, the School of Hard Knocks don't even know what public equity is. He knows nothing about investing because entrepreneurship is different from investing, right? And so there goes that gap in his financial literacy. Like his journey needs to expand beyond entrepreneurship because there's investors, which is a different quadrant, right? Remember the cash flow quadrant, right? Business owners, investors, employees, and specialists or small businesses.
Ooh.
So it's a quadrant. But he didn't understand that. So he was like, wait, what's that? And then she's like telling him like, bro, I invest in the best companies. And she's like, I basically was playing pickleball, looked at my account, and, it increased by, $20 million. And he's like, damn. You get what I'm saying? So even though people see like, oh, the market went down, Charlie, pull up Alphabet, pull up Google right now. And what you're going to see? Up and to the right.
Yeah.
I don't really care about the downfalls. People are scared of the volatility, but for me, I love it because it's the only asset in the world, right? Check this, Charlie. If I sell real estate and somebody figured out I made more money this year, they're going to charge me more money for the property, right? They want a higher purchase price because the property made more money. It performed better. Stocks is the only thing that doesn't do that. So when the actual Alphabet came out and had a record-breaking quarter, the stock went down 10%. I bought up like $100,000 worth of shares. You just showed me the business make more money, makes more revenue, more profit, right? And you've been investing in CapEx, which is equipment, chips, and stuff. But your record for investing has been 30% for 25 years. And I'm going to stand up and say, y'all going stupid and you don't know what you're doing? But people do that in the stock market. They're like, man, I don't know, man. I'm worried about them spending so much money on compute. The computing company spending money on compute. You think that's stupid? And they generate $120 billion on an annual basis. No other company ever did that in life. That one company makes more money, net income, than the top 10 companies before the dot-com bubble. Like, so it makes 100% more. So the numbers are there, guys. Like, if you just look back on the numbers and follow the billionaires, that's what I did. Let me rephrase that. That's what I did. And that's how I got the 50% or, 48% return over the last decade. I just followed the people who were winning. And then also I figured out, I'm like, oh my gosh, these guys own assets. Elon don't own no damn real estate. Jeff Bezos don't own real estate like that. He ain't doing real estate deals and fixing and flipping. Like, what the hell?
If I may, let me add something to that. When they look at the numbers, and just depending on what you was just saying too, like because I was just looking up some metrics on that, but they say depending on if you're looking at the numbers, they said like 70 to 80% of millionaires are have real estate in their portfolio, but 90% of billionaires have private equity in their portfolio.
Boom.
I'm like, what's the difference? And when you look into it, it is a dramatic difference.
It's a big difference.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, no,
and Charlie, Kanye. If Kanye West or Ye, if you ever watch this, give me a call, bro. Because I was saying like when Kanye had Yeezy, it's a private company, right? But with Yeezy, shout out to Ye, he didn't know about the game is he should have took that company public. Because remember, when he was signing deals with Adidas and Gap, he increased their stocks by 10%, 80% for Adidas, Like he was 60% of their profits. But if he was a public company, it would have been at a point that Berkshire Hathaway, State Street, BlackRock, Blackstone would have invested in Yeezy. Yeah? And he could have acted crazy as much as he wanted. They can't fire him when he's the equity owner. But they could cancel a contract with a private company. But they can't untangle money, hedge fund money, pension money, that's entangled in Yeezy if they would have invested when it went public. That's how people become trillionaires or billionaires. It's taking a private company and going public. Just like SpaceX, right?
Now, I was just gonna touch on SpaceX. Believe it or not, and I think that's a lot of the thing is not only just doing the research but pulling the trigger, because I really, really, really wanted to buy a put when SpaceX went public, because I know, like I said, when companies go public, their value is inflated and they're gonna go back down to their original value within a couple months and things of that nature. So yeah, no, that I definitely wanted to buy a put on them, but there's that. What's your thoughts on that, OTO? And Black Cleaner, feel free to chime in if you want to.
I let Black Cleaner go because I was rambling for a minute. Go, Black Cleaner.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. I was on the phone.
Okay. What's your thoughts on SpaceX, good brother?
It's the future. If you're talking about in terms of investing in it, yeah, I mean, I definitely would, put some coins over there. I mean, especially once you get, like what y'all was talking about before. Y'all said, advice to Mr. Peppers: find out what the government is investing in, or what government official that's running for or campaigning, who's backing them, and if they get voted in, then that's the companies you need to be voting for. As we know, I mean, we got what's it called, the Space Force going on, and we already know Elon Musk and all is a part of that, as well as SpaceX. So yeah, I would definitely put my money in there. Whenever you see policy going towards a company, you definitely want to put some money there. Because as I always say this, money is like energy. It's not created nor destroyed. It just transfers from one place to another. So all you got to do is find out where policy is pushing the flow of money and get ahead of it.
I think that's an interesting standpoint. I definitely do.
Well,
what's your thoughts, OTO?
Wait, hold on. Let me bring something up because I want to bring something up.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna share the screen real quick.
Absolutely.
Let me click on that while I talk about this. And also, too, man, I know I be sounding crazy up here sometimes, but bro, I swear it be these businesses that change my life. So that's why I be so excited about like just stocks. When you start winning in anything, you know what I'm saying? You have fun with it. But even on the journey up, I did have fun.
Real quick, OTO, is this your app that you created?
Yeah.
Oh, fire.
I don't like that candlestick representation. All right, so anyways, this is the SpaceX. So anyways, I mean, SpaceX, if you look at their, like, so again, this app that I made, it's just all information. It's cut through the noise. It's the business behind the ticker or behind the stock. Because most people don't know the business, right? We literally had Darnell up on the live stream, and he couldn't even name like 2 products of a company. Shout out to him, though. So, of course, when you do like a business plan, you always got to be like, what's the market look like, right? How much money can you make? How big is the market? So, of course, when you look at commercial launch services, it could be 28 billion. Satellite Broadcom internet is a $100 billion enterprise. And then it has all of its market, like the TAM, the total addressable market, right? Data center or in space is not really there yet, because that's a new thing. Up here, they're showing you how much money they make per business unit, like what's the products that they sell, right? So you got the launches, then you got satellite, internet. I think this is the biggest play right here, especially this part right here. If you see direct to cell, the satellite, but this is Starlink. Now, most people know Starlink via right now, which is residential, meaning you can get Wi-Fi in a royal place at your house. The businesses use them. Starlink Maritime. a cruise ship, because cruise ships, it was hard to get internet connectivity, obviously, right? When most stuff is hardwired. Aviation, so a lot of Starlink, and also a Blue Origin with Amazon. They have deals with airliners where they can provide Wi-Fi, because that was extremely hard to provide for airliners, especially when all the infrastructure's on the ground, right? But here's one big thing. Starlink for the governments too. So they got their own classified network, right, for encrypted communication. And then you have Starlink direct to cell. This is beta, but this is the biggest one right here. Because this is one, it'll be on your cell phone. There'll be no much thing as dead zones anymore. You know how when you riding and your phone cut out because you don't have a good signal? That would
you done drove over Warner.
Yep. Because there's no antennas, there's no infrastructure. So there's a little gap in between, right? Or it might be down or whatever. But imagine too, the telecom company got to maintenance all those antennas. But with this direct to cell, it will come from LEO, low Earth orbit, and then you don't need it anymore. So you get remember, and this is, I want to show something cool, right? This is how important internet connectivity is. If I go to Google here, right? And I go to, where's the wins and losses? So I got wins and losses, right? Right here, there should be, where is it? Google in itself, back in 2010 to 2016, spent $1 billion attempting to do Google Fiber. You remember that? Mm-hmm. Fiber internet by Google, they had it. They attempted to do it. They spent $1 billion, and they failed to launch in only 18 cities. They went to 18 cities, and that's all they could do. And they were trying to be what we call ISP, Internet Service Provider, right? Like a Comcast, Verizon, etc., right? They failed. Starlink decided, why go underneath the ground? SpaceX AI is what it's called today. They said, why go underneath the ground when we can go to low Earth orbit and establish a constellation across the entire planet to give internet to anybody, anywhere on the planet. So that's what they're doing now. So that's just one of their biggest business modules. Of course, we can go into their, what is it called? We can go into their renting compute deals. They did a deal with Anthropic at $1.25 billion per month, and then one with also Google for $920 a month, which would be an annual run rate of around $20 to $25 billion annually. So they just 100x their revenue just by leasing out the compute, which, of course, Elon built back when he was building out XAI as a company before it got acquired by SpaceX. So all this stuff, my guy, is the added value that's coming in to, of course, SpaceX. So I think it has a bright future, but in the short term, it's got a bumpy road because a lot of its, let's say, its softwares and products have a long time horizon, but that's best when you get into them. As you can see right here, right, this is a map of everywhere in the planet Starlink is available. And if you know anything about Meta and Google, they spent billions of dollars trying to establish underwater sea cable. If you don't know how the actual infrastructure works, the infrastructure from the United States connects Africa and Europe, and it's all underwater. That's why when you heard with the war with Iran, they had talks about the Iranian insurgents going in and cutting the undersea cables and destroying the connectivity of the world. That was going to be a big problem. So people had to ease up on that conflict because of that. That'd be trillions of dollars hanging in the balance. So because of that, right, Elon, he has the satellite SpaceX AI, so they can provide internet anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter where. So a lot of these, all of South Africa, basically the Western Hemisphere, he's providing internet. He's got deals. It's available right now. Africa's taking some time because, local countries are negotiating with, Starlink on their own basis, right? Because what Elon's doing, he's not selling internet to a Kenyan. He's selling it to the internet provider in Kenya, and then Kenya's selling it to the Kenyans. You get me? So he's just a white glove service. He's just providing it across the world. So anyways, all these countries across the world, obviously China and Russia will probably never come online just because, geopolitics. But all of Europe, mostly, all of it, bro. That's internet for the whole entire planet. And there's 2 billion people who don't have internet. So, oh man, y'all didn't even see my screen. My bad. I was showing the map and there was nobody on there. But yeah,
Yeah, no,
the
no, no. We
other
didn't. I wanted to bring that up. We didn't see the map, but you was cooking, so I didn't want to interrupt you.
yeah, go ahead and bring it up. You can bring it up.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, that's the map right there, right? So there goes everything. Like I said, there goes the West. It's been conquered. We got Africa, still things that need to be brought online. All of Europe is basically conquered. We only got this country, Serbia, but that's coming online a little bit later in 2026, and they're working out those deals. Of course, pending regulatory approval in Turkey, Saudi Arabia, same thing. So most of these countries are just pending regulations and kind of, working out the deals and the business deals on the ground. But everywhere is almost pending. And then, of course, China and Russia will probably stay offline because of geopolitics, right? Australia. So there's 2 billion people that are not online. And Starlink will provide internet so they are finally online. And those people
Talk
will be
about
able to basically, yeah, exactly. Now imagine how difficult that is when majority of Africa doesn't even have paved roads, let alone internet infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? They don't even got roads like that, let alone infrastructure for the internet. But with something like Starlink, there's many programs, there's many schools across Africa that actually currently have these applications, and they're able to provide internet for children and etc. But of course, there's business, right? Like it can make money across the world selling internet. So that's a great business model. That's a large TAM, and that doesn't even include all the high-end products that they can upsell, the services that go with the connectivity. So that's a part of it. And actually, it's crazy, Charlie. You can actually contact Starlink, SpaceX AI, and sell the Starlink kit in your own company. So you could sell it yourself. You can call it, Charlie Chan TV Internet. You feel me? Charlie Chan Internet.
That's crazy.
And then sell it. And people will buy them. You don't have to produce it. You just are the seller. You're the reseller of it. And you can have your own brand on it and everything. They were taking applicants, but they stopped taking it. But just because there was so much volume that they had to cut back and say, hold on. So, man, it's just SpaceX has a bright future, but right now it's going to have its problems, right? Because the economics are not matching up, and there's a lot of inflation for the Elon Musk. The Elon Musk effect, the Elon Musk premium. But like I said, in the long term, I believe it could be a $10 trillion company for sure. And the same thing goes for Google and all these other companies. They'll be 10 trillion, they'll be $20 trillion. It might sound crazy right now, but when you really look at it, our PE ratios of the Mag 7 are around like 20. So that's a low PE ratio. Costco's is a higher PE ratio. So Costco is going for a higher valuation than Google.
So let me ask you this, OTO.
450 billion. Go ahead. $500 billion a year.
Just because, man, I would love to provide some people that are stuck around for this long. We've been going ham, bro. Been dropping jewels for a while on here. Say, besides what you were just saying, how can, say, the average person, would you recommend DCA and to Starlink is Starlink in separate stock, or you have to buy into Tesla?
It's included.
Or
it's included in SpaceX AI or SpaceX, SPCX.
Oh, okay.
So it's included in there. But I would
So
just
do you recommend DCA?
That's what I do. I DCA because that's just a forget it, and I'm retired, so I spend time learning about the companies, and I like it. It's a passion. But for the average person, DCA and anything they do, right? Whether it's a mutual fund, ETF, or a managed fund, or a conviction stock, these things are things that you do DCA. Set it and forget it, and then focus on your primary earning potential, reducing your overhead via house hack. You see, when you combine all those things, the money starts to stack up. We literally saw just a trucker, no disrespect, but Digital Nomad knows what I mean, change his life. He didn't get a better job. He didn't become that cybersecurity expert. He was able to do what he already does best and was able to get 60 grand, which is basically almost like 80% his salary with 6 months of work.
That's crazy.
Or let's say 365. Go ahead.
Real quick, guys. I don't want to. I'm not trying to like say like degrade anybody, but just for the new people that's coming in and watching, DCA is dollar cost average. Earlier, OTO brought up DTI, that's debt to income. So like just keep up with, like, you got to know the jargon if you're gonna get in certain rooms, bro. Like I don't want to. One of my worst things is to be in a room full of movers and and shakers, and they could speak plain English and it goes over my head. You know what I mean? So you gotta understand the jargon when it comes to that. But yeah, so would you recommend like you said, you that's what you do is DCA, right? No
Yeah.
loading the
And
boat,
then
just DCA.
yeah, unless it's something that I have high conviction on and I studied it and I really take those risks. If I do, I take it like 10%. And I want to say this too. This is a game and somebody can run it back. And I got so much shit, man, bro. You won't believe it. But I showed you the piece to profit ratio. And then I got another thing called passive debt. When you get to a certain level, Charlie, let's say like 10 M's, right? And I do this mostly for fun. So I already run this strategy. I live off of debt mostly. My whole life is debt. I call it passive debt. But
Mm.
people call it buy, borrow, die. So if you got 10 M's in a mutual fund, right? And then let's just say for this study case, 10 M's in a mutual fund. 10 M's on a mutual fund, collecting 10% for the next 30 years. You'll end up at 133 million after 30 years
Mm.
from that 10 million, right? Then you could take away around $200,000 per month in debt, or excuse me, per year. So let's say you're paying yourself a $200,000 quote unquote salary, but it's just debt. You're borrowing from your line of security or security backed line of credit. That's what it's called. And they're going to probably charge you like 2%. So you pay 2% on the money you borrow, right? After 30 years, you'll probably owe 33 million because over the last, 30 years, you took out $33 million, right?
Right.
So now you owe $33 million, but your equity is $100 million. And then when you pass away, which is the die part, right? You pass on the brokerage account to your son, your daughter, whatever, right? They get the
Ooh.
account.
He finna
And the
cook now.
account,
He finna cook now. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I think I know where you're
and the,
going with this one. This finna go
and the,
crazy, guys. Go ahead.
and the account gets an uplift. So even though your gains on that was basically, let's say, of course, it only started at 10, right? So your gain on that was 133. So let's say 123 million. That's how much gains and taxes you own on that. But because you passed away and it got inherited to the next person, it's called an uplift. So it just gets an uplift and all that gain disappears basically, accounting wise. And then your son or daughter gets it and it's
It's
133
evaluated
million.
at the price that they get it at.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, the debt that you owe is reduced from it, obviously. But then again, they get 100 million, boom. And no tax on it because it got uplifted and passed over. It's called an uplift. Financial advice, talk to your CPA. This is not financial advice. But yes, and so that's what I call the passive debt strategy. So now, guess what? I don't have to figure out tax strategies. Let's say if I ran a business that was paying me $200,000 a year or whatever, right? I could increase the money, but I was very conservative with annually what I took out. But let's say that I actually run it because you could really take out let me not get into that. But anyways, let's say I just run that play, yeah? That whole time when I was taking money out, it's not a tax. I didn't sell my assets. So it's just debt. So I don't pay tax on debt. So I have no tax to pay. Versus if you're making $200,000 from a business, passive real estate, you got to pay taxes on it. Or come up with a tax strategy to reduce the taxes on it. I don't even have to waste time, energy, and attention on that. I actually told my CPA that. He was like, damn, I forgot that exists. He was like, yeah, that's smart. Damn. I guess I won't be doing much for your taxes.
No,
So he was
that's
like,
what's up.
damn, all right, cool. Now I got a different portfolio where I run other plays where I get short-term gains. But look, watch this, Charlie. When you're a full-time investor and you don't work, and you don't make over $45,000 a year, then you get a tax bracket of 0. So sometimes I just sell some money out of my portfolio that's below 45,000. It's really 48,000 in a year on my long-term gains, and there's 0 in taxes. So sometimes I just take out like 45,000, sell it, and then that way when he do my taxes, he's like, oh, this is a long-term tax gain. Okay, it should be 15%. But oh my gosh, how much money did you make this year? And I say like 0 besides that. So he'd be like, okay, cool. So it's 0 for federal, because obviously I'm in Texas, so I ain't got to worry about state. So what I'm trying to show is there's another 50 grand, let's say 45, right, that you could just take with 0 tax on it. But if I was working a job full time, right, I would have made more than 150. It would have been taxable income, because it's really taxable income, right? So just by staying under the radar like that and being a full-time investor, I'm able not to have that tax obligation on my long-term and short-term capital gains. So it's a whole wave, man. I'm telling you, there's many strategies. But again, I tell people the tax code is there to incentivize some humans to do this, because my money can go into boats or yachts, right? But each time I spend it in buying more properties and building out new real estate, I make more money and I get more tax deductions. So that's how you build homes in a country, right? But Charlie, watch this. You got somebody saying this. Have you heard this? The older generation.
Hold on, Rick. Okay, there you go. Black Cleaner just muted up. I was like, he must be at SeaWorld, because sound like he like around the whale exhibit. But go ahead.
Free Willy in the background. Now,
right.
you heard people say this, right? And I know viewers probably heard this. The older generation, they got all the money, right? They bought their house for 2 nickels, and now it's worth 500,000, right? Okay, right. What do you expect to happen? We can't make house prices lower. You know why? Because if we did, we would steal wealth from all your parents, all the people who think they're getting generational wealth. You get me? The biggest blockers of affordable homing is mostly average people, because they don't want you to come in and make houses cheaper in the neighborhood, because they got a house they've been buying into for 15 years and they want it to increase in value. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
I had this house for 30 years. We bought it at 50 grand. Now it's at 500, right? And that's 30 years plus. You don't add how much money I put in for the roof, how much money I put in for the AC units, because I can't sell the house without a roof and get the same 500,000.
Right.
I can't sell the house without a foundation or without walls and get the 500,000. So what? I got to invest. I got to maintenance it. You get me? I got to keep it up to date. So you just look at the 50,000 and ignore all the money that they poured in for maintenance and repairs. And guess what? If it's 500,000 and it's dated, meaning the countertops are old, the cabinets are old, then I'm not going to get 500,000. So I had to rehab it. I had to fix it up along the way. That's not baked into the price. That's an expense that nobody puts into it, right? So again, all these things start to add up. So yes, okay, they're getting $500,000 for the house now. But also, grandma didn't tell you when they bought it, there was no street. There was no road. Now, for real.
It was bumpy as hell. It was dusty as hell going to the house. Yeah,
the road, the house I was telling you about that was in the family for my great-grandfather, my grandma was saying back when she was there, it was a wagon that came in to bring like fish and fruits, because the stores were so far. They had to walk an hour just to get out the woods and from where the property was, and then take a bus into the city to get some food and bring it all the way back. But now you got Walmart, Kmart, Panda Express right next to it, right? Like once you get out the community. So that's why the property's worth more too. It's not just, it just went up, right? And so unless you say, hey, grandma, we passed the legislation, all properties in this area are worth $300,000. You just took wealth out of a family that's been fighting for that, paying into it, maintaining it for the last 30 years. Damn. And of course, if I come in there and say, hey, I'm gonna open up affordable housing, 100 units for the homeless. Man, you know how many people in that community will sign a pension? Be like, hell nah, you're not about to have homeless people walking all up and through my property
Right.
or around it or about. So again, it ain't no
Righteously
Illuminati.
so.
It ain't Elon Musk being like, no, let's not do it. It's the average people in that area. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. What I'm just saying is that's what it is. So when you see housing prices the way they are, you see that they increase. You're not seeing the background of it. People invested in that area before those jobs were there, and they took that risk. People that poured their heart and soul in the maintenance of that place for so many years, right? So all of that is coupled in that price. And when you actually do the math, they're not making all this money. They just getting the money that they put into it back if they're lucky for all those years. So the math maths up, but if you're not financially literate or literate in real estate like that and actually do it, not read about the statistics, they could be confusing because you're like, bro, it don't make any sense. Homes, the medium home is this, this, and this. But remember, your grandma, the reason why, watch this, why didn't she buy a house next to that town? Why didn't my great-grandfather buy a house next to that town? Because it was expensive. It wasn't $50,000. So they went out in yonder and bought something that cost $50,000 because that's what they could afford. So they had to take the 1 hour walk and then the 1 hour drive on a public transportation, right? But now it's entirely different landscape. And now that place, the development has came out to that property, right? And now basically, even here in Thailand, bro, I live in Thailand, you go to Google Maps and look at it 20 years ago, right? And you'll see water buffalo. People with homes in a water buffalo. I don't see no water buffaloes around here no more because the area developed over the 20 years. So there's condos, there's 7-Elevens, there's hospitals. But back then, the price was cheap, but it was water buffaloes. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was nobody out here. So that's why I say people don't take that into consideration. And so they're just like, bro, the housing is insane. No, there's places where you can go and get a house for 10 grand. Well, there ain't no jobs. Well, welcome back to what your great-grandfather and grandma did and the sacrifices they made to buy the house that you have today that's valued at what it is. And they might have got lucky. You know, maybe Apple opened up around the corner. So they had that bump.
But as you said, the formula still reigns true just because, I mean, even now, the property values, just as you just said it, are expensive in the metropolitan cities because of all of the features and everything that you just mentioned. But as soon as you drive an hour outside into rural state that you live in, now all of a sudden you got those houses that you just said are worth 10 grand. And but a lot of people, as you said, don't want to do that. But a lot of the managers that work at these companies that you are an employee of, that's what they're doing. They go and live out in these rural areas and commute in every day. And and all they doing is they're trying to catch that wave. They just go there, they buy the house for 10,000, 20,000, they work the job and commute, and they wait for the property values to go up. And then as soon as the property values go up and you want to go out there, they'll sell it to you, and then they'll use that money that they get from that house that just appreciated in value, and then they'll buy back into the city in one of those blighted properties and fix it up. And now their properties, now they got a house that's worth what they bought it for. I see that formula all the time.
Well, here's the thing, Black Queen, and I would love for OTO to chime in on this. What I am hearing, a lot of people don't want to sell their houses because they're not going to get the same interest rate that they got when they first bought their house. So it is essentially costing them a lot more because they're buying houses at the appreciated value opposed to living in their house to where their mortgage is a lot cheaper, like say with the 1,500 compared to what I just said earlier, that 1,500 compared to 2,300. So what's you guys' thoughts on that? Because that's why I see a lot of people are not
Yeah.
selling their houses or moving because
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah, I mean that's like a temporary thing, right? Like, because when we had again, if you really look at the average of the mortgage, like, bro, it was back then when you talk about all these grandmas and grandpas and great grand, the interest rate was 12. It was crazy. I mean, it's not really crazy if you look at global interest rate, but it was crazy back then. But now it was low after the 2008 financial housing crisis. So they call it. So after that, it was low. And then we had interest rates around 3 and all that stuff. So a 6 looked crazy to us because since 2008, right, we've been around 3%. So now when it's at 6, we like, oh my God, this is crazy. But yes, people locked in. But again, you like, this is people, it was 2008 to 2020, we can say, right? Up to COVID. So people had to I locked in the interest during COVID. It ain't easy to lock in an interest rate for a 30-year mortgage if it's at 3% when people thought the world was going to be at the end. You know, like businesses were shut down, countries were shutting down. Like, so it was a risk back then too. But now that everything's kind of back and we're past COVID, right? Now the interest rates are higher. And it's real complex, like why it is. And people argue about all that. But I'd be just rather to get the money and get to the bag. And one of the things that really don't matter is if you go out here, that's why I said, I don't really look at the problems that people talk about. I look at like solutions. So I was saying this a long time ago, Charlie. Let me go on a tangent with this. It was called O2O Real Estate University. But have you ever heard of somebody going to school for real estate? Nope. So I was like, bro, we need to actually have a certificate where we take a lot of these kids that go to university. And I reached out to Bigger Pockets actually to do this with them, like a joint venture. And then we could use all of Bigger Pockets resources, like the multifamily books, the development books, the rehab books, as a curriculum. So they were going to make crazy money just off of the books, right? And the material. But also, we were going to use their platform. And what it would have did is we would have had like a Bigger Pockets University certificate or degree. Somebody come to school for about a year or 2 years. And then they learn how to develop real estate. They learn how to build it. They build up a contract. They build up a base of construction workers, lenders, investors, all while they're in the school taking the course, right? Learning everything they need to learn. Build a relationship with the council, city council, county council, whatever, right? And then in order to graduate, they don't do a damn test. They build a property and sell it. That's their test of pass and fail for the curriculum. So at the end of it, we were going to be able to get dilapidated homes also from the county. So all the abandoned homes, right, that are in Baltimore and other places like Detroit, if the kids go to the school, then they could, if it's a business, the county has to charge you, but they could give it over to the university for the kids at the student in the courses, right? So they'll give up the properties. We'll get the financing from the lenders because they're going to get paid on the exit. So, and then it's specifically half of the portions of the sale, the capital gains, goes to the university for the endowment fund to continue on with the program, right? And then the other half goes to the student. So the student pays off of their graduation or makes a profit. So after the end of school, they'll be debt-free because they actually built a product and a service that was usable in their community, and they were able to charge a fair market value for it. You get me? But you got people going to school that produce a degree that didn't produce any product that anybody wants to buy. So with this business model or with this model of education, somebody goes, they get a degree, and you're like, okay, but what does that mean? So right after that deal, they could run a deal by themselves, like Digital Nomad was talking about, he gonna run, right? Instead of him just doing it on his own or getting lucky with an online course that he takes and he still has to do it by himself, he'll have the whole course, the professor, you get what I'm saying, for his first deal. And so after the first deal, he goes into his community and he's able to do rehab projects or do development projects. And guess what? He got the same lenders, the same bankers, the same construction team. For all the construction teams and the blue collar jobs in that community, they have a real estate developer. They have 1,000 students that's going to come from the university, and they're going to do 1,000 homes in the community. So it's business for the lenders. It's business for the real estate agents. It's business for the contractors, and it's business for the students. And this is all students. So when a student's saying, like, I want the degree, they're going to be able to make money when they graduate. and they're going to be able to make money on their first deal. Because you'll say, okay, what's a career look like? Digital nomad can complete a development of a project within a year, and that could generate him somewhere around $80,000 to $120,000 a year just on like 2 projects within that year at the same time. That's it. Now, if you decide to do 3 and scale, you can make way more than that. But once he gets out to school, he still got the contractors, he still got the lender, he still got the investors, he still know the city council. You get me? So he just continues on doing more projects. But there is no school to teach people this. People are learning this. People are real estate investors while working a full-time job, bro. It's a side thing that people do, right? But we don't have no course that you could go to get started. You just gotta be like, yo, I'm learning online by Bigger Pockets. I'm just reading stuff and picking it up, right? There's no school that you can go to. And then the graduation requirement is to sell a property at a fair market value, right? And then they take you through the steps, give you all the connections, give you all the plug, give you the curriculum and the information. You got to go out there and find it on the internet, go out there and find a mentor, go out there and find a meetup group, and then you're still flying solo until you build out your team. Go to the school, you got the built-in team. The professor is already done developed. He's a real estate developer. Bro, you could get many developers in the community to just come in and volunteer and help with the coursework. You get me? And every year, you'll have at least 1,000 homes that get revitalized in that community. And guess what? Watch this. This is why I love this thing. You know what the failure rate is with real estate?
Enlighten us.
5%. So even if somebody's like, well, what if it don't work out? The rate is 5%. 95% of real estate deals, I even take it down. 90% of the deals will go through because it's basically like cut and dry. It's not that complex. It's real estate. It's been around for eons.
Yeah.
People need a place to live.
Yeah,
People
people need a
always
place
need
to
a place
live.
to live.
And guess
Yeah.
what would you tell a kid if you're like, yo, you go to college, and not only can you make money, you can do a service to your community. So there's also a social aspect to kids to empower them. You know what I'm saying? Like you going to learn a degree in psychology is basically telling you, oh yeah, you get the degree and it's good and all, and you can make money, but you got to go find the guy that know how to make money in order to make, you know what I'm saying? Like even when you get the degree, you now got to go find somebody that know how to get money, and they could pay you a certain amount of money so you can make money on your degree.
Yeah.
Versus what we're saying, you would know how to do a deal yourself and with the people that you did it with.
No, that's quite interesting. In fact, I got a family member that they went back to college and they graduated and all that stuff. He was like, bro, I don't know why, but for some reason I was under the impression when I walked out from my graduation, it was gonna be people out there like, listen, we ready to hire you. You done did your thing, so come on. He was like, bro, it wasn't none of that. And believe it or not, especially going to school, and this just elaborating on what OTO said from my perspective. They say it's not really a large amount of percentage of people that is working in the field that they went to college for. So they paid all of that money and still not even in the field that they paid to be in.
And
So,
I tell you what,
shout out to you, OTO.
digital nomad said this, and this is so true. That's why I say, like, I could come online and say I'm rich and I'm braggadocious, and people will be like, oh, I challenge your character. The money don't make you. And what they fail to understand is the value that I created. One of the things I used to take pride in when I was like in DC, right? Because one of the things I did when I was in DC is I got it from actually a guy called Joe. Joe, and I can't remember his last name. And Digital Nomad knows him. But anyways, he was a guy who bought like, let's say like ran down properties in DC in the best areas. Right? Because DC got the top areas with the top schools. And he rented them out to Section 8. And in the Section 8, it paid premium. So if market rent was for a 5-bedroom was $4,500, Section 8 paid $5,500. But what happened is real estate investors was like, I'm not about to rent out to no Section 8 my $1 million property. I was like, what? Y'all paying how much? I'm renting out. And one of the things that and they had to do that to incentivize like owners, and they still didn't do it, but I did it. Why? Why did I take the risk to rent out Section 8 in one of the best areas? Because I knew a guy called Mr. Stevens that allowed me to move from Baltimore into Maryland which is vastly different. Maryland, it's like zero crime happens in Columbia, Maryland. But it was for him taking that high-end property in a good community and renting out to a Section 8 person like my mom. Yeah? And we were able to be raised in an entirely different community than my cousins just because of that. And I knew that I wanted to have an effect on people's lives like that in the future, myself. And so when I used to get the tenants and it'd be a small black family, and then they're like, oh my gosh, our daughters will love this bedroom, and they're living in this top area, going to the top schools, but they're on Section 8, right? Which is crazy, right? That's like living in Bel Air, but they're on Section 8, right? But they're on Section 8. That means there's so many opportunities for those kids too, right? Like they go to different schools, they get different experiences. And so for me, it meant about the social impact that I had. I was really providing a way for people when I had a 10 unit during the pandemic. All the people that was with me for a year, I was like, all right, I went to the management and I was like, hey, give everybody a 30% discount that been here with us. And they're like 30%. So let's say they paying $1,000. They paying $700 this month for the next 6 months.
I have a question about that, OTO.
Yeah, what's up?
Because I seen other people said that they wanted to look out on certain tenants, but they also said legally they couldn't do that just because of like certain laws. You cannot favor certain tenants over other tenants. You know what I mean? Like they wanted, like, you been a great tenant. I know you're going through hard time, so I grant you this leadway. If you wasn't granting your other tenants that leadway, they said not only was, I think that's illegal, but you could be sued for that. What's your standpoint on that?
Well, I was in a landlord friendly, so good luck because it's my property. So, you know what I'm saying? You try to argue me, and it wasn't based off of race or anything. It was based off of duration. You could be black, white. So what are you using? What is the discrimination specifically to you, right, that I'm using?
And then
that's
also
not in a national book. It's race, creed, age, color, religion, gender. I'm not using any of those as a qualification for the 30% reduction. It's about retention. How long you been with me?
And then also leases expired at different dates. So, you don't know what I'm doing when it's like renegotiating your job contract or something. Exactly. If I'm saying, all right, well, you've been with me for so-and-so, something, instead of me going up on your rent, I'm going to go down on your rent.
And I could have went up. But I'm not mad at somebody who does. But the reason I just said I did that is because my situation was different. I was overseas making money. I was rich already. So for me, I was like, yo, I don't want no problems. It's sometimes when you go to properties, like when you did wholesaling, you will call up a guy who owns 10 units and he hasn't raised the rent in so many years. And I'm like, why? He's like, well, I don't give a damn. Like they pay the rent. I bought it at $10. I bought it for $1,000 back then. So I'm good. I'm making my money. But for me, if I came in and bought him out, the math wouldn't math. He ain't gonna give me a reduction on the price now, right? He still want to charge me today market value. So because that, I'll have to come in and increase rent. Not because I'm evil. It's because the old landlord said, hey, look, I want my money, my fair value now. And so it's always case by case and you have to examine it. But for me, it was more so like that. I'm not better than nobody. I was just like, during this time, I'll give you this exemption because everybody was getting hammered. Me, I wasn't. I was overseas living a high quality life. And I was like, hey, look, I already got enough to pay my mortgage. So let these guys rock with me. And then that helped me with retention. A lot of those people still are with the next landlord. I don't own it no more. But they stayed with the next landlord because they were like, man, I love this property. The owners were good to us. And then that's how people is. That's why I didn't have a turnover that was high because I always was trying to retain people. So losing people and having to do turnover, you lose money too. So even though I lost $300, I would have lost money in turnover. So I just decided like not to do that. And then I might have somebody now who don't pay the rent on time. So that's why I was just like, yeah.
No, that's a dope strategy for sure.
And that kind of something similar happened with me, especially during COVID, because I actually bought my property. As I told you, I bought it cash before COVID, and then I rented it out, and then COVID happened, and then my tenant wasn't able to pay rent, and he was calling me, and but I wasn't caring. Why? Because I didn't have a mortgage to pay. So I was just like, hey, if you can pay it, pay it. You know what I'm saying? And I was actually, encouraging him and sending him, job opportunities and stuff that he could do in order to get some money. And eventually, after 2 months, he started paying the rent. And then and he kept paying the rent while everybody else, as you heard, the brother who said he didn't get paid for 15 months, and then finally he had to get all his money from the court. But and then after he started paying rent, his lease was up. I didn't even go up on the rent. I was like, man, you paid me during COVID when nobody was paying rent. So something, I ain't even gonna go up on your rent. Just let it roll. And I didn't go up on his rent until he left. And then once he left and moved out, that's when I ended up renovating the spot and then getting a new tenant up in there. And then I went up on the rent then. But but that was because, as I said, I didn't have a mortgage to pay, so I wasn't worrying about it. It was like, all right, well, you pay it. It's not gonna create any harm on my regard, so I can afford to take the loss if you don't. So that's why I was trying to say in the beginning, when y'all first started doing the real estate, sometimes it's best to try not to get into those deals where there's a whole bunch of debt, because you don't know what's going to happen in the future, and you want to be able to have the most amount of control over the situation as possible.
Agreed. But here's the thing, Black Cleaner, you've owned your property for some time. Would you disagree with that?
Yeah, I bought it in 2016, so I've owned it for 10 years now.
Okay. So, where people are getting in now, so you wouldn't recommend, Black Cleaner, just you and yourself. And once again, this is not any type of financial advice, but you wouldn't recommend, just from what you were saying, is to get in where you fit in as far as using debt. You wouldn't recommend that, right?
I mean, as I said, it's a shameless plug. Monday, I got 4 different people, and they all going to say the different methods that they use. The conventional method works for the people who have the income to be able to sustain it. But if you're like me, I've always been a person who was, like, as I said, the $10 an hour clerk who didn't have that much money. I had to go an alternative route, which was buy cash. What 020 was talking about. I had to go buy the $10,000 house. I didn't even know that they had houses for $10,000 until somebody pulled my code and showed me that she had a house for $10,000. And then I questioned one of my friends who I was in the military with, and he was like, "Yo, I buy 10,000 houses every year." And then I went down to his
Ten
town. He lived
thousand
in a
dollar
rural.
houses or 10,000 houses? Because those are dramatically different.
$10,000 houses. I went down
Okay.
to his house. He lived an hour outside of Atlanta, and he started showing me all his little starter houses that he had out there. He's like, "Yep, I bought that house in 09. I bought this in 10," and then he just was showing me. And then I was like, wow. And then he actually gave a house away. I hope he tells the story when he comes on my live stream on Monday to one of his maintenance guys for $5,800. And that's what blew my mind, because we walked up in the dude's house. It wasn't the best of condition, you know what I'm saying? And it was him and his girl up in there, and he was up in there, fixing it up. But it was, a house where, you could actually, it looked like, a slumlord's house, you know what I'm saying? But he owned it. So it's like, so you got people who live in these apartments, and the apartments is in horrible conditions, and they're paying rent to this house, whatever, $1,000, $1,200 or whatever, and that's and the landlord ain't coming over to fix nothing, and they're still paying $1,200 a month or whatever. That's the type of house this dude lived in, but he owned it, and he didn't have, and all he was doing was fixing on it as time, went on. So once I saw that, that's what, was my aha moment or opening my eyes, was like, something, why is why over here trying to, pay for this house over here, top dollar, that looks nice or whatever, when I could actually go over here and pay cash and own it, and then just fix on it over time to get it to the point where it's now a premium, property. And then so I switched my business model and did that. And once I did that, that's what the thing that allowed me to save the $500 a month or whatever to be able to start investing in all of these other investment vehicles.
Yeah, shout out to you for
Because
that.
most of our money, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, which brings me to a question of some financial advice that I heard. They say, don't buy the best house in the worst neighborhood, buy the worst house in the best neighborhood. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, what I do is I buy a C property house in a CD condition neighborhood. Because most of the times what happens when you buy a C condition house in a C condition neighborhood, over time, that C condition neighborhood is going to graduate into a B condition neighborhood. And eventually, and in like 5 or 10 years, it's going to be a B or an A condition neighborhood. But it's up to you to be able to transform that house from a C to a B to an A. So you could actually buy the C condition house, okay, turn it into a B or A condition house, and then rent it out, and then just wait for the neighborhood to catch up. And then now your property value goes up.
That's what's up. OTO, you got any thoughts or input on that? On that question, like, and I'll just reiterate. From what I heard, and it could be generic advice, but this is just what I heard. They said it's best to buy the worst house in the best neighborhood than buying the best house in the worst neighborhood.
Man, it's best to do something than nothing.
I should have seen that coming. That's a fact.
So yeah. I mean, wait, say it one more time.
It's better to buy the worst house in the best neighborhood because appreciation is on your side than buying the best house in the worst neighborhood because depreciation is working against you.
Yeah. I hear that. It's best to do something though. So I'll say that. I'll add that on to that saying. It's best to do something and get active, because most people aren't even active. So I don't know. I don't know how serious and important that is. Like me, I had the dream of international property until I owned the international property, and then I was like, all right, never mind. But hey, I had to go through that, man. Yeah. I had to have that experience. It ended up being a win, not a loss. So okay, cool. But the win was real marginal in comparison to what I do now. But that's life, It could have been a loss, and even if it was a loss, I would have learned the lesson. And so, at the end of the day, I think that's the same thing, going out there and getting active. And then, I know we've been drilling this point for about 5 hours, but what I'm just really saying is, man, it might sound boring, it might make somebody yawn, or you might not give it a second guess or whatever. But I'd say the biggest thing that I think is stopping people is just arrogance. I don't think it's people being stupid. I don't think it's the Illuminati, Trump, or Biden. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It's just arrogance. Because you got School of Hard Knocks, you got billionaires, trillionaires, millionaires saying all the same thing, available at the touch of a phone. You can Instagram and DM a billionaire, like girls can Instagram Chris Brown. But there's way more billionaires than girls that are going to get in touch with Chris Brown. That's Elon got in touch with a lot of regular people and made them millionaires. For real. A lot of people that reached out and got in touch with Elon became millionaires. No broads that reached out to, what is it called? Chris Brown became millionaires. And so with that, maybe one or two here from a civil case. But outside of that, most of them didn't. So you have massive amounts of opportunity and potential. And I just like to reiterate that, because a lot of people, when we have conversations, is always negative, negative, negative. What's wrong with the world and the history of what went wrong and why it went wrong. And I would rather spend more time on all the opportunity that's downrange, because that doesn't get spoken about. The news is fake news, right? About everything. But when they tell you that you guys are broke and you can't buy a house, now they telling the truth. Come on, bro. So the news was fake. They liars. We don't believe them for everything else. But once they say, hey, most Americans are broke and can't afford a home, and Gen Z they don't have a bright future and it's harder for them today, you say, yup, they right now. Yup. Because they telling you what the hell you want to hear. That's all that is.
So my question to both of you guys is, and I just related to something like years ago. I used to play systems like what is that, Madden and stuff like that back in the day. And I'm not even sure if they still run that little logo. But you guys know that if you ever played, what is it, NBA 2K or Madden 95? Yeah, I'm that old. When EA Sports came in there, you know what their tagline was? Get in the game.
It's in the game.
Get in the game. So is that what you guys just recommended? Just get in the game, man. That's my question. Is that what you recommended? The EA Sports model? Get in the game, man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but at the same time, you have to understand who you are and what level you can get at. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. When I first got into the game, all right, I wasn't able to get none of the loans and and I didn't qualify for any of the products. The only product that I did qualify for was the VA. And even with my income, I only qualified for like $100,000 when I first started. So that was one of the reasons that I got my first. I mean, let me say this, okay? I was in Boston when somebody told me I only qualified for $100,000. You ain't buying anything in Boston, and that was in 1999, early 2000s, for $100,000 during that time. So I was actually priced out of the market back then, and I felt discouraged back then. And then I ended up moving down to Atlanta. Atlanta was a different animal, because once I went down there and I was like, oh, I only qualify for $100,000. That's when the real estate agents was like, well, shit, you can buy plenty of houses down here for $100,000. And then I was able to buy me a nice house. I mean, I had a nice 5-bedroom, 3-bath for over $100,000. And then I started realizing what debt does, during that time. Even though and going back to what you were saying earlier, that I bought it during the recession, and I ended up doing a loan modification because I lost my job, and I was paying like $900 a month. And then when I did the loan modification, they refinanced it to 2%. And so now my mortgage went from 900 to 700. Okay. And like what you were saying before, a lot of people, because they're at 2% or they're at this lower percent now, they don't want to they don't want to refinance because they're going to be refinancing to a higher percentage. But it all depends on what side of the game you're on. If you have debt, and like what I was just saying, okay, I ended up walking away from that house, and because I ended up doing what happened with Mr. Peppers, I ended up coming into a lump sum of money, and I'm like, okay, I could put this lump sum of money on my house, but I'd still have a mortgage, or I can go buy this $10,000 house. Well, at that time it was $30,000. I could buy this $30,000 house cash and have no mortgage and just fix that up. So it's a no-brainer. I don't care about the little 2% mortgage that I have on here, and I'm still paying $700 a month for the next 30 years. So I was like, nah, fuck that. I went and bought the townhome, $30,000 cash, no mortgage. All I got to do is pay the property taxes on it. I'm good. Now, okay, the property appreciates in value and it goes up to $150,000 when I finally rent it out and apply to refinance it. But just like what you just said, okay, the rate went up. It's not 2% anymore. I came in at 6%. But guess what? I'm getting $100,000 of money that I'm not even going to be paying the mortgage on. My tenant's going to be paying the mortgage on. So what do I care about the 6%? That it went from 2% to 6%. Give me that goddamn $100,000. I only paid 30
Shout
for
out
it.
to you. That's some game right there. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. As
And then
long
I
as the
went and
debt
bought me another
service
piece
steady
of real
with
estate.
interest. Yeah, for
Say it
sure. Go
again.
ahead. I said,
Yeah,
long as
exactly.
a lot of people don't look at it from that standpoint. So you cooking with that one, good brother.
Yeah, and then I bought another. I rinsed and repeat. I bought me another property for $60,000, had $40,000 to pocket, and then and just did that. And it's the same thing that's happening again. I'm gonna just refinance it once I get my tenants up in there and everything's up and rolling, and take my money back out, and then go do it again.
Mm, mm. No, that's what's up, bro. And I see OTO got something loaded up, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up. But I definitely have a question for both of you guys. Do you guys recommend, like, saying buying property in different states and things of that nature, or if it's not boots on the ground, you wouldn't recommend it? I see both of you guys are muted. Go ahead, Black Linen.
Well, as I said, know where you're at in the game because I'm at the game now where, okay, I could go and buy something in a different state, no problem. And as what's his name? Excuse me, Sick of the Lie said, just hire a property manager and then just manage it remotely. Just manage the property manager. But some people are not at that level in the game yet. They're gonna have to get in at the beginning and then take their bumps and bruises and learn it. So it all depends on where your money's at and what knowledge and what level that you're at. So that's my response. Just understand what level and what knowledge you're at, and then go ahead and do what you can do.
So if I could simplify that, you saying if it's your first property, you wouldn't recommend doing like a out of state property or something like that. You would recommend boots on the ground for your first property.
See, that all depends too, because I have a friend who actually she's a traveling nurse. Okay, so she has a high income. She's making six figures being a traveling nurse. So
Yeah, I heard that.
whatever happens to the property, what I'm saying, she can afford to take any type of bumps and bruises that come along with it, as long as she has a good property manager. But if you're at if you have a low income, that's what I'll say. If you that $10 clerk that I was saying, and you can't afford to take no losses, then yeah, you need to be boots on the ground. But if you got a little bit of income, a little bit of coin, and you're just playing with the house's money, then go ahead. You can do it.
I like that aspect. That's actually insightful. I appreciate it. OTO, what you think, good sir?
Yeah. So did you share the screen?
No, I can pull that up now,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
just
Go ahead. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
no, just like, what's your thoughts on that though? Like saying like, would you recommend, like, say, like a person that's just getting into their first property? Because guys, like, say, I can run through some shit on rental meter to where you could buy homes in Mississippi or Jackson specifically, to where you coming in making money. You know what I mean? Like, say, one specific case is my cousin. He's renting a property to where I think he's paying like anywhere from like 18 to 1900 a month. When we looked up the history on that property, the owner just bought that property for like 20,000, and he put like probably another five, and I'm being conservative. He put probably another five, so he's all in for 2,500. But my cousin has stayed there for like 3 years. You know what I mean? So with that being said, like my cousin bought the property for him. With that being said, so would you guys recommend like with OTO? Would you recommend like say for your first property, boots on the ground, or if you got the money or is advantageous enough to let a management company handle that from out of state?
Yeah, I would probably just say like
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Get in the game for sure, for
get in
sure.
the game, bro.
Get in the game. You know what? I seen that somewhere, and I said I was gonna.
Uh-oh. Is that me or Charlie?
Charlie.
It's definitely yeah, it's definitely
Okay.
me.
All right. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I came to for some reason. I was just saying like, what's your thoughts on that? Like, say if a person just could get in the game, like say, um, for me, I know I got boots on the ground in Mississippi. That's where I'm from, and things of that nature. And properties are way more affordable down there, obviously, than in Minnesota. So, what would be your recommendation for that?
EA Games.
We didn't
Did
hear
you
that.
hear
I
it?
didn't hear that one. Nah, I didn't.
Another EA Sports.
Oh, yeah,
It said
got it
EA
on.
Games challenge everything. So whether it's in Mississippi, whether it's in Albuquerque, wherever, I say get it get it how you live. There's pros and cons to all of it. You get boots on the ground. Yeah, what type of boots on the ground you talking about? And you could build out troops on the ground in the next place. So I mean, most people when they talk about boots on the ground, they talking about their Aunt Betsy and their cousin Jigsaw puzzle. I wouldn't use them. I would just say go ahead and build out your professionalized team because at the end of the day, that's going to be what really determines you from the next person. Because there's pros and advantages coming at, like having an interface to manage your tenants, having a tax write off, having some, I guess you could say, a risk spread it out. Because if you're running the property 100%, there's no risk mitigation. But if I got a property manager, then the risk is on them to an extent to do things.
Mm.
So if they're not completing certain tasks, and they have an issue, that creates the barrier between me and the tenant, right? And then also following up for one-stop shops, I make sure I get a property manager that does have legal advice. They can actually go to court and evict the person, so I don't have to go get somebody else to do that. They have interfaces so people could pay, whether it's on wire transfer, whether it's
020.
digitally. So there's so many things that they do. And they itemize everything that I need to be itemized for tax purposes. So they just hand me a sheet. Some things you can jump in and be like, okay, we're not using your contractors though. We're using the people I know. We're using that plug that you was talking about with my boots on the ground. So
Mm.
those are the nuances, but that's why I say at the end of the day, you just need to
EA Games.
Get in the game. I love that for sure, for sure.
yeah.
Sound like Black Cleaner wanted to chime in.
No, I my internet signal went bad, so I wasn't able to hear what O2O was saying.
Oh, now his basic thing is like get in the game. I don't want to misquote you, but like say and this is something that I've told like say people like say my mother she bought a house like I think this like her third or fourth house, and when I told her what I told her like say when she bought her first house is like fall in love with the numbers and not the property. The numbers are gonna tell you whether it's a good deal or not. Don't fall for the aesthetics because the numbers is the true test. So that that, that was my aspect of it. But go ahead, Black Hunter.
No, I don't have anything. O2O. I thought he was saying he had something to show.
No, he was just saying, no, that was a soundboard. You gotta know. I seen that
Yeah,
before.
I had to do
Yeah,
the
that
soundboard thing.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
Oh, okay.
And it's just
That's
basically
cool.
just get in the game. Am I wrong about that, OTO?
Nah, but I'm spent, man. I'm tired now.
No, for sure, for sure. We're going on 5 hours. And believe it or not, I was tired an hour ago, but I'm like, if we got a self-made millionaire that's on the panel that's study dropping game, I'm not gonna end it. Like if you wanted to go 24 hours, I would have been here for it, bro. But I'm
Oh
definitely with
man,
you.
right? No, I'm ready to go. Plus, I got to go figure out what's going on with Tesla. They out here trying to sell half of the division in China. So that's going to be
No.
some headwinds.
Well, real quick, I definitely want to touch base on you when we was talking about the other, like another form of wholesaling, as well as how can I get access to, like, say, that app that you built, that I think is extremely informative, and it could definitely level up your game once you have access to that type of information.
Yeah, I'll probably do something with it in the future, maybe in the near future. But right now, I'm just running the beta. But when I get beta testers, I'll send it to you. You'll be a beta tester. But
Definitely.
outside of that, I'll probably end up putting it out on the market just because why not? But I just got to go through the proper chain of command when it comes to get my guys to check it out and putting it under legal structure, especially if I'm going to sell it. But yeah, I thought about it. I was just like, hey, man, I built it. I put a lot of time and energy, and I think it's very useful in the market across the board. So yeah, I'll put it out and at one point. But right now, I'm just trying to make sure it's got everything that I would want somebody to have, or even me to have when I use it. So it's probably like 85% of the way done, and then my brother's gonna look over it because he's a software developer, and then we'll go from there.
That's dope.
But I
That's
got you
dope.
on the beta list.
I definitely appreciate it, and I like I said, you said earlier, I definitely want to look into what you had recommended earlier. So I definitely, hopefully, be
Yeah, we'll touch
well, I
bases on
definitely be
that.
touching bases with you on that. Anybody, you guys want to say anything before we get up out of here, so we could go ahead and close out?
Let's run it back Monday. Money Mindset Monday, 8 p.m. Black Cleaner channel. We're going to be talking about the lot or the latte. It's based on the lipstick effect, that basically saying that when we are in a recession, the everybody seems to want to invest their money in lattes and lipstick. So the price of lipsticks and lattes go up because they've been priced out of the game. They can't afford the real estate or whatever. So they will just buy guilty pleasures like lipstick and $7 lattes. So we're basically I'm going to have a whole bunch of real estate investors who are actually the ones who've done it, as we was just talking about, boots on the ground. And they're going to share their story on how they were able to get in the game and show different real estate hacks on you can get in the game. So I got, someone who did it conventionally. She house hacked, got the triplex. I have somebody who actually that I was telling you about earlier. He was just buying all of these little starter homes for like 10,000, fixing them up and renting them out. I got a fix and flipper on there, and I actually got a micro developer who built a quadruplex out in Africa. So she's going to be on there to tell about her stories. And basically sharing the same information that me, O2O, Sick of the Lies, and Digital Nomad was talking about earlier. So if y'all want to get some more information and some more gems, feel free to come Monday, 8 p.m. the Black Cleaner channel, Money Mindset Monday, the lot or the latte. Check us out. And I
Shout
thank you
out
for
to you.
having me on the panel. And peace out.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Shout out to Black Cleaner, man, pulling up, man. I wanted to, and I just want to iterate, man. I mean, reiterate. This is just not a Charlie Chan thing, man. This is a whole community thing. And what my goal was well, my apology. OTO, go ahead. Those are my closing
Yeah.
words, but go ahead, OTO. What you got going, bro?
Hey, all right. Shout out to Charlie Chan. Shout out to the whole crew. Hey, it was great to do one of my last live streams with you again. I'll pull up and I'll still be here and there and I'll pop in. But net, I greatly appreciate it. Hey, King, keep doing what you're doing. And the poor didn't pull up. So I said, it's on. And they decided not to come. It was the rich versus the poor. And from everything that everybody said, a lot of rich people pulled up. And it's not even monetary, it's the mindset. So everybody that pulled up to the channel today had a rich mindset from what I heard. And any brokies that still want to smoke, I'll come in and deliver the bowl and the execution that you need to make sure that you ain't spreading your gossip and your toxicity across the atmosphere. Shout outs to Charlie Chan. Shout outs to everybody on the panel today. Black Cleaner, Sick of the Lies. he was actually spitting facts. So I don't know why it's called Sick of the Lies. But much respects to everybody. I greatly appreciate it. I see you guys around. And yeah, I'll be a billionaire the next time you see me, 100,000 millionaire, or I'll be a brokey. It depends, but I'm going balls to the wall.
Shout out to you.
All right, man. Greatly appreciate you guys.
Bless. Oh man, with that being said, man, I thoroughly appreciate everybody. I'm gonna go jumbotron right here, man. I definitely appreciate everybody pulling up tonight. I was pleasantly surprised because I didn't think a lot of brothers was gonna be interested in like investing and how to level up in the mindset and things of that nature. And the fact that you guys pulled up and supported, man, let me know that I'm on the right path and that is not lost on me. So please remember to hit the like and subscribe button. And yes, I seen OTO in the Porsche hat, and I went and got my Benz hat. I think it's kind of cliche to wear. Now, and this is for me. I think it's kind of cliche because I don't own a Benz. I think I owned a BMW before X3. It was decent or whatever. But I seen OT. I was like, hey man, let me get in the groove. So I went and put on my Benz hat and things of that nature. But I really thoroughly appreciate everybody that pull up. And like I said, all I want to do is provide value for you guys, man. Yes, we could talk about the traveling. We could talk about the chicas. We could talk about like the Airbnbs and stuff. But what do we get to before that? How do we get there? Because we're not promoting going into debt to travel. That's just not what we do over here, man. So let's just be the bosses that we are. And I get it, everybody's not a boss, but let's just be the bosses that we are, and man, and take control of that. So, man, shout out to OTO pulling up and dropping so much game to where, man, I'm gonna have to watch my own live again to soak up all the game that was shared today, man. Shout out to Digital Nomad, a brother that pulled up that was new over here but provided a lot of value. Shout out to my good brother Chris, Sick of the Lies. Shout out to my brother Mr. Peppers. Shout out to Dorothy that donated today, man. I thoroughly appreciate it. Please don't ever think that is lost on me that you are supporting the grind. I really, really appreciate it. And in fact, that's a lot of my motivation. And shout out to Black Cleaner. Pull up, man. Make sure to go support Black Cleaner and everybody that got something to do with building and putting us in a better position, man. And I thoroughly appreciate everybody, not each and every one of you. Even 123, the gentleman that pulled up and he said he watched a lot of times, but he just be in the background. Even he pulled up and had something insightful to say, man, and I thoroughly appreciate it, man. This is Charlie Chan with Charlie Chan TV, and we are over in.
Ladies and gentlemen, fighting out the travel corner, the undisputed global contender, TV. Yeah. Bell ring, ding. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Step in the ring, yeah, he the man. Passport stand, I watch him land. Heavyweight moves, world in his hands. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Gloves laced tight, camera in hand. Every city turn to a fan. Main event, every time he land. Walk in the ring like Rio Carnival. Brazil nights, feel unstoppable. Boca Chica sand, tactical. Blue mall drip, fashionable. Moxie vibes, traveler excellence. Yacht life, waves at presence. Designer breakfast, elegance. Camera steady, intelligence. Mr. Flight still made it, turn setbacks into greatness. Every L built patience, now the arena shaking. He don't throw punches, he throw punches. Left hook angles, confidence. Right hook at his dominance. Heavyweight grind, no nonsense. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Step in the ring, yeah, he the man. Passport stand, I watch him land. Heavyweight move, world in his hand. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Gloves laced tight, camera in hand. Every city turn to a fan. Main event, every time he land. Carnival lights, championship. Brazilian nights, ownership. Ocean waves, that motion grip. Camera lock, no focus slip. Every vlog like title defense. Every upload makes silence tense. Algorithm can't stop the shit. He move global, no fence. Polo, fresh, clean, fit. Breakfast, views, lead, mix. He saying rounds, 3-minute clips. Every trip hit peak, metrics. He ain't loud, but the moves speak. From Island Heat to city streets. From turbulence to front row seats. Now the whole crowd on their feet. They doubted the vision, he tightened the gloves. They questioned the grind, he rose above. Now the lights flash bright, every city prime time. Every vlog prime time, yeah, prime time. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Main event across the land, yeah. From beachside sand to the stand. Heavyweight with the camera in hand. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Bell ring loud, he don't stand. World tour written in the plan. Undisputed, travel chant. If you want it even more aggressive,